them on the paper inspires them to focus on their goals and continue to push forward despite the temporary obstacles that stand between them and success. So Dr. Quenton Bonds, thank you for accepting our invitation, and over to you.
Hey, good morning. Monem, thank you for the great introduction. And before I start, I want to thank Anit, Dr. Ashwini, and everybody that invited me to give this talk for the 2020 IEEE Conclave, IEEE Young Professionals Global Summit, that's in collaboration with the Conclave. Every time I'm asked to speak in India, it's so much of an honor. And India is like one of my favorite places to speak because the first time I came to speak in India, you all were so kind to me. You rolled out the red carpet, and everybody's usually so hungry for the information. And that's one of the things that I love about speaking in India. I love the hunger that everyone has. And I don't take it lightly to speak to you today. You know, I don't take it lightly to speak to the young professionals. I know it's kind of hard. We're doing this thing virtually. So I'm going to do something a little different today. All right, I'm going to do a little call and response. But when I do the call, since you guys can't really talk to me, just put your response in the chat. And the panelists here, I think at least those from India may know of this particular call. So if I say, how is the Jewish? What would you say? How is the Jewish? Hi, sir, right? So, you know, it's one of the things that, you know, with COVID, things are so challenging. So I could see, you know, even though I can't visually see it, I know you all are putting it in the chat. So if you hear me say, how's the Josh? What do you say, panelists? Hi, sir. All right. So,
Hi, sir. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I love. I love the interaction. So the reason why I love speaking to the young professionals, and if anybody has ever heard me talk, they know I say this from time to time, of the young professionals, this group, this generation, we are the generation that will shape our future. We will create the technologies that shape our world. We will do the things technically from an engineering and mathematics and science and technology standpoint that is going to totally change the way we do things. And that's very important because a lot of times we like to leave it up to politicians. We like to leave it up to government. And I know, you know, with the NASA title, you know, everybody's expecting me to give a talk about NASA. And we can do that. I have my colleague that's coming on afterwards, Nacer. He works for JPL. He's going to do a very technical talk. You can always ask me questions at the end. I can tell you about the instruments that we developed. I'm a microwave guy. So I did a lot of research and development with microwave sensors. Some of the instruments that I developed are still flying. One, I think Qbert is still in orbit. I've worked on various sensors to measure snow water equivalent using microwave. I've helped develop sensors that measure biomass, that measure snow. We've done a lot of different types of sensors. I actually have had the opportunity to fly on aircraft to demonstrate a proof of concept of some of the sensors I developed before we take them up in space and deploy them in space. But that's not what I want to talk to you about today. This Young Professionals Global Summit is about you. So I want you to think about what role will you play. And I don't, like I said, I don't take it lightly to speak to the young professionals. And actually, when I was asked to do it, it's always it's challenging because I think so much of the young professionals, but no matter how challenging it is, I want to just kind of give you some things that I think will help you along the way. And so when I thought about, you know, what will I say to these young professionals? What will I say to the world changers of tomorrow? What will I say to the next generation? What will I say to the next generation of leaders? What will I say to the next generation of history makers? What will I say to the next generation of individuals who will create things that will totally change the way we do life? And I thought about one thing that I could tell them is very simple. And I actually learned this recently from a con artist. And it's simple. It's be the best. That's it. I know you're familiar with, I know a lot of people have heard the DJ Khaled, we the best. You remember he says, we the best? Well, I would tell you, be the best. All right? So Every time I say be the best, I want you to respond. So be the best, I want you to say be the best. Be the best. All right, that's great. Even though I can't hear it, that's fine. You know, with COVID, one of the things that I realized is that we've made life so complicated. All right, we so busy. We're going to our jobs. We're going to our universities. We're trying to find the latest and greatest thing to invest in technology. We're trying to develop new technology. We're doing all these different things, and we were just kind of going. But one thing that I learned from COVID is that life is not that complicated. The only thing you need to do is find something and be the absolute best at it. The absolute best. Nobody could touch you. This is how you change the world. This is why the young professionals would do things that other people would not be able to do. If you understand there are things that you can do better than anybody else, but you got to be the best at it. And so I want you to take out a paper and pencil, okay? Because I'm going to take you on a journey. I'm not just going to tell you to be the best. I'm going to show you how to be the best, all right? So I want you to take out a paper and pencil, write IEEE Young Professionals Global Summit on top of it. And I want you to keep this paper as years and years and years to come. And I'm only going to ask you to write 3 things on this paper throughout this talk, okay? And all of it goes along with being the best, all right? So I'm going to give everybody just a couple of minutes. Take out your paper, and I just want you to take it out, write IEEE Global Summit on it, all right? And give you a second to that, because you're going to write 2 other things as the talk goes on. And let me get in front of the camera here. It's always tricky to do this virtually, all right? All right, so I think everyone has had a chance to kind of take out your paper and pencil, all right? In order to be the best, you must find something that you can totally dedicate yourself to it. There are great leaders in India that you've heard of, how they came up, how they started, and what they sacrificed to be where they are today. Being the best takes sacrifice. What are you willing to give up? It must be important to you. So the first thing I want to ask you is, what happened to that dream? Why did you get into engineering? Did you have a dream before we started taking all these classes and doing this research and doing that research and going after the funding and all these different things? What was your dream? Why did you get into engineering? There was a reason that you got into engineering. What was your dream? And I'm going to give you a second to write that down, because I'm going to do the same thing. And it's interesting that you all asked me to speak around this same time, is because these are things that I recently came to knowledge about. So what was your dream? Why did you want to pursue engineering? And I'm going to do the same thing. So what I wrote down, I'll just share this with you. It was wireless power transfer. So I remember when I was an undergraduate student, I was studying mathematics. Mathematics was my undergraduate major. I changed majors and I switched over to engineering. I switched over to engineering because at the time I had a business selling car audio equipment, and I wanted to be better at developing car audio equipment rather than just selling it. I wanted to be able to create it. And I looked around one day and I looked at the power lines in the engineering building, okay? And I saw the power lines going from pole to pole, and I said, one day there will not be any wires. I would like to be on the cutting edge of that. That is the reason why I went into microwave. And I'll tell you the reason why I went into engineering, why I pursue opportunities with NASA later. And so that was the reason. And because I really enjoyed that, because I really wanted to do wireless power transfer, because I really had a love for it, I threw myself in it in graduate school. And this is what I mean by finding something that you can be the absolute best in, that you can be nearly obsessed with this, okay? And so in graduate school, I didn't mind staying up late at night studying. I didn't mind going to the lab at odd hours. As a matter of fact, I graduated from grad school a long time ago. And a friend of mine from a very long time ago reminded me that there were times when we would hang out. And after we hung out, I wouldn't tell him to drop me off at home. I would tell him to drop me off at the lab. Now, me and this guy, we've been friends for years. I never knew that. And he told me how this motivated him to be better. He told me how this motivated him to in the United States terms, we say, get on his grind, to really work harder. Okay. And I was able to do that not because I'm just the best person or I was just the best student. I did that because what I chose to do in graduate school, I really loved it and I really enjoyed it. And I didn't even have this concept about being the best. I just found something that I really enjoyed. And so that's the first thing that I would tell you. And that's why I asked you to write down that dream. It's really difficult to get caught up in the demands of graduate school, the demands of being a professor, the demands of being an entrepreneur. How do you get a job? You know, all of these things are coming at you, but I want you to kind of step back from that for 1 second and think about what will you enjoy doing on this path? What will give you self-fulfillment? How will you be fulfilled? Think about that, okay? And the reason why I ask you that is because if you find something that you really can enjoy, you won't mind losing sleep over it. You won't mind working on it when other people are not working on it. You won't mind doing things that other people are not willing to do, and you will eventually be the best at it. And this is very important because I have been inundated. I remember being in graduate school, being an undergraduate. How can I get a job, right? What do I need to do to get a job? What do I need to do to get an internship? What do I need to do to be able to get it? But no one asked me, what would you do? What would make you fulfilled? What would fulfill you? What would satisfy you? And I just happened to choose something in electrical engineering, wireless power transfer. And so if you're an undergraduate student, if you're a graduate student, if you're a professor, try to find something that you really enjoy. And that's the next thing that I would ask you to write down. So just take a second. I'm going to do the same thing. All right. And number 1 and number 2, they really don't need to be related. But I want you to think about this and put this on something that you can take with you years beyond the IEEE Young Professionals Global Summit. What would you really enjoy? And maybe you need to come back to this after this talk, but I'm going to take a minute. I'm also going to write it down myself. All right. So how's the Josh? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? All right. I like that. I like the energy. So, oh, yeah, I'm loving the energy. Okay. So I know it's not that easy. I know that you have jobs. I know that some of you are professors. Some of you are entrepreneurs. I'm not asking you to abandon those things and just go work on things you enjoy, or abandon those things and just go work on things that give you gratification. You have to start somewhere, but it starts with a mindset that you can do this. So, one thing that I want you to think about right now, think about the job that you're on now, and particularly for young professionals. This is one of the main things that I would like to get across to young professionals. In being the best, you must be the best at whatever you're doing all the time. So if you have a job, be the best at that job. And right now, as a young professional, whether you're a professor, a researcher, whether you're an entrepreneur, first, start by meeting the requirements. So these are a couple of tips on being the best. Start by meeting the requirements first. What are you required to do? I remember my first major project at NASA, and I was given I was given the lead on the WISM project, the Wideband Instrument for Snow Measurement. Right now, that instrument is changed to the SWESAR instrument, SWESARR, SWESAR. And if you Google snow down below, there's a video we did on this whole campaign that we wanted to measure snow and snow water equivalent. And I was given the lead on the radiometer design on that project. And I remember there were other engineers that were senior engineers. I was given the lead on that project. And, you know, I wanted to do all of these new and innovative things. I was fresh out with my PhD, maybe 3 years, and I really wanted to show them what I could do. I fell flat on my face. I made so many mistakes. I did not do well my first few years at NASA. And that is because I didn't meet the requirement. I wanted to go above and beyond the requirement, whereas I should have just been trying to meet the requirement. And so one tip that I would give you, no matter what you're doing, start just by meeting the requirement. That's one of the fundamental things you learn as an engineer, is to meet the requirements. The next thing that I would encourage you to do is to find your niche at that job, as a professor, as an entrepreneur. All right, find your niche. Find your niche. And what I mean by that is find a problem to solve at that job, as a professor, or even as an entrepreneur. Find a problem to solve and dedicate yourself to that problem. You want to have a goal to make yourself indispensable. And what I mean by that is, if you find a problem to solve on that job that needs solving, when it comes time for promotion, when it comes time if you try to switch to another company, they are not going to want to lose you because of the gap that you feel. And this is why I call it a niche or a niche, okay? And so these things are sometimes the path is not a straight line. Sometimes it zigzags, it goes here, it goes there, but you've written down your dream. You've written down what you would really enjoy doing, but you do need to live in the present. And the more you work on being good at things right now, the more you work on those things, you never know how they would turn out, okay? And so that's why you have to work at these things right now. Work very hard at them. Don't give up. I know you hear about a lot of movie stars. You hear about a lot of your politicians and your leaders. You hear about they went through periods that they had to sleep on the floor, or they were homeless, or for us in the United States, we have cars. So it's a lot of our leaders at one point had to sleep in their cars in order to get to where they needed to go. And things get hard sometimes, but you never know what all of those challenges bring. Another reason why I love coming and talking to the Indian people is because I feel like your backgrounds are very similar to mine. You know, you see, I was not always the best student. I tell this story everywhere I go because I believe that regardless of where you are and where you're from, you can accomplish great things. I am from humble beginnings, and that's why I feel like I can relate to the people of India so many times. I'm from humble beginnings. I didn't go to the best schools growing up. I'm a child of the United States public school education. I didn't go to private schools. My mother couldn't put me in private schools. My siblings, which are younger than me, I'm the oldest in my household. My siblings that are younger than me, they were able to go to what they call magnet schools, schools that you can go to that if you perform really well in. They were able to go to those schools, but I wasn't able to go to those schools. My grades were not as good, but I worked very hard. And eventually, from me working hard and from the challenges that I faced, eventually I built up a work ethic, and I learned how to learn, and I was able to accomplish every goal that was put in front of me. So going back to finding your niche in that job, as an entrepreneur, as a professor, it may be a hard problem to solve, But I believe because of all of the challenges that you face to overcome and get to where you are today, whether it's undergraduate, whether it's graduate school, whether it's a professor, whether it's an entrepreneur, you all have it hard in India. Every time I talk to a lot of my friends, a lot of my Indian colleagues, they talk about the circumstance and sometimes at times the poverty that they grew up in. And even if you didn't grow up in poverty, it's great that you had a really good education. And so you have so many things behind you, whether you grew up like myself from humble beginnings, or you were able to take advantage of the private schools, is what we call them, or the schools that you pay for, the better schools, regardless of how you came up. You have a lot of challenges that you've overcome. So use that as energy. Use it as rocket propulsion fuel to fuel you to solving those hard problems at your job, which will eventually make you indispensable. As a young professional, okay, again, even though I believe you are the world changers, you are the ones who will change this world. You are the ones who will create the technologies that shape our future. Think about this. In the United States right now, millions of people are up right now looking at the presidential election results, and probably all around the world. They want to see who is going to be the next president of the United States. Regardless of who's the next president of the United States, in technology will shape and will change our future. Young people such as yourselves from all over the world will create technologies that will change our future. Our presidents, our leaders, our ministers are going to come to us and ask us, what about this technology? What should we do about this? So even though they may be in a certain position, we will lead up because we are scientists and engineers, and I see a lot of RF people on this line. And as you go throughout your journey, I'll ask you to write down your dream. What was your dream before someone told you you couldn't do it? What was your dream before someone told you you wasn't good enough? What was your dream before someone told you that you're not smart enough? I want you to go back to that dream. Like I said, write down that dream. I know a lot of people kind of came on late. Write down that dream. That was the first thing I asked. The second thing I asked, write down what would you enjoy, okay? And I know some of you saying, well, Bonds, you work for NASA. You live in the United States. Please understand, I didn't always work for NASA. I faced a lot of challenges growing up. If you see those things on TV about African-American men being harassed by the police, being shot by the police, being beaten by the police, it didn't just start, okay? It did not just start. It just, the cell phone cameras have come out now. I can remember several occasions being harassed by the police. They never put their hands on me, but they would pull me over, they would question me, they would say mean things to try to get me to step outside my character so they could lock me up. What I would call, they were baiting me with an indignant tongue. In addition to the police, my neighborhood, sometimes the area that I grew up in, it was very hostile at times. There were street gangs that recruited me on multiple occasions to join their street gang, okay? But that's not what I wanted for me, you know? When I dealt with the police, I dealt with them respectfully. I didn't want to go to jail. When it came to the street gangs, I just told them no. Even though it was a lot of peer pressure, I could give you challenge after challenge. My father was a cab driver. My mother worked at the rent office in the first neighborhood that I grew up in when I was growing up and becoming a teenager. So we didn't have a lot of money. We weren't poor, but I was still able to overcome these challenges. When you talk about the dream before somebody told you that you couldn't do it, I remember going to my counselor. In the United States, we have what we call guidance counselors in high school. And these guidance counselors kind of guide us to a career. It was my senior year in high school. That's the year before you go to college. My senior year in high school, I remember going to my counselor's office for the first time. She called me there off accident. It was a guy who had a similar name than mine. And she said, "Why did you come here?" I said, "I want to go to college." And she said, "Well, you should go to trade school." I was like, "No, I want to go to college." And needless to say, I was able to go through undergraduate, eventually get my master's degree, PhD, create various technologies for NASA, and I'm here today. And so what I would like for you to understand is that you can do anything you put your mind to. You can do anything that you dedicate yourself to. And even no matter where you are in that process, no matter where you are in that journey, be the best at what you do. Because eventually you never know where it will take you. You never know how it will pay off. And again, if you're on a job, if you're an entrepreneur, professor, find a niche. Find a problem to solve, okay? Find something that will fill a gap. And I know it's very difficult because that's a lot of times that's not what the funding is, right? So if you're an undergraduate student, a lot of times you have to work on what your advisor wants you to work on. If you a graduate student, if you're a professor, a lot of times you are kind of constrained to work on where the funding is. If you're an entrepreneur, it's very tempting to work on things or try to develop technologies that you feel like would sell. But what I'm saying is be the best at where you are, but always look for opportunities to fill a gap. Always look for opportunities to do something different. You never know where it would take you if you be the absolute best at it. I'll give you another example. My first internship with NASA, which pretty much gave me my foot in the door at NASA Ames. Okay, that internship was using wireless technology to prototype software-defined radio routers. So at the time, NASA wanted to prototype routers to communicate in space without communicating down on the ground. And immediately after graduating college, I actually taught high school for 2 years. I did it just to give back. I'm going back to what's fulfilling, right? I didn't do it for a particular career move. I didn't think it would really help my career as an engineer very much. It wouldn't help my aspirations to be an entrepreneur very much, but it was something that I wanted to do to help my community. Okay, so I taught Cisco computer networking to high school students. In the process, I got a lot of networking experience. And on that first internship at NASA Ames, when I asked them, what's the thing that separated me from the other applicants? And my mentor at the time, Dr. Ray Gilstrap, he mentioned, hey, you had the networking experience. And again, remember, I did the networking experience just to give back. So for a lot of athletes, performers, it's real easy to see your path because you know your gift, right? But for a lot of scientists and engineers, there's so many different things that we can do that a lot of times we don't know what to do. And so what I'm telling you is whatever you have in front of you right now, be the best at it. But always be looking for, always look for an opportunity to contribute something new to this world, okay? Because it's the combination of these experiences which enable you to go to the next level. I would not have known. It's no way for me to know that, 10 years after teaching high school just to give back, it was not a lot of money in it. I would not have known that experience would be kind of the key determining factor to push me over to getting an internship with NASA. I can give you another example. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but my rationale for pursuing opportunities with NASA was, I wish I could tell you it was because I really love space, and at the time that was not the case. At the time in graduate school, and I have a video online, you can look it up. I talk about this in my video. In the video, I haven't started working at NASA yet, and I'm talking about how I want to work at NASA. At the time, I'm in grad school. And so I'm talking about how a lot of things that I wanted to do at the time was centered around helping people. I was being heavily recruited by defense contractors because in the RF industry, we have a lot of defense contractors. We have a lot of defense companies. If you think about it, the only way to track a missile is with wireless technology. The only way to do these, to guide a missile and to get intel from satellites. So I was being recruited from a lot of defense contractors, and we need defense in every country. I respect our servicemen. I respect from every country. I mean, they are very brave, but I personally did not want to work on anything that hurt people. And so I said, who has the best wireless technology? So I started pursuing opportunities with NASA and a cell phone company. At the time, I didn't have a lot of interest in NASA. But from pursuing those opportunities, eventually things opened up. And that first internship that I'm telling you that I got, where I worked on the computer networking project, from experience that I had from something totally unrelated. So again, whatever you do, be the best, but always be looking for a niche. Continue to kind of keep your antennas tuned to what can I contribute to my discipline? What can I contribute to society? What can I contribute to this world? How can I be the best? How's the Joes? How's the Joes? How's the Joes? All right, thank you. I love the energy. I'm loving you all engaging in the chat. I'm loving you all doing these different things, all right? So I also want to give you, you young professionals, some tips on no matter where you are in your job, how do you be the best? One tip to be the best is to get feedback, okay? So the first thing I started out in is find a niche. Find something on that job. Meet the requirements, but find a niche. Find something on that job of a problem that you can solve better than anyone else. Look for a problem. This reminds me, there are always people on a job that talk about what's wrong with the job, what's wrong with the company, what's wrong with this person, what's wrong with that person, right? Find those people that's always complaining, and the problems that they are referring to, you solve those problems, okay? So you find your niche, you find a problem to solve, but in being the best, another thing that I want you to do is also get feedback. Get feedback, get 360-degree feedback, okay? 360-degree circle. So get feedback from people that answer to you. I'm trying to point down right now. So get feedback from those that answer to you. So if you're leading a team, get feedback from those people. How well am I doing in this project? What would you do differently, all right? 360 degrees is a circle, right? So I was trying to point down. It's very difficult to see it with the virtual background, but left and right are two other directions. So you should also get feedback from people that you work with. Ask them, how well am I doing with this, okay? How well am I working on this project? Would we do anything differently? So you talk to people on your same level, talking about 360-degree feedback, okay? So get feedback from those that answer to you. Get feedback from those that are on your level. And a lot of times what you want to do is you want to kind of pull them to the side, all right? I know I'm leading this project, but I just want to talk to you. How are things going? Do you feel like we're doing a good job? What could we do better? And really listen to those people. There's no need to do everything that they say, but if several people tell you the same thing, maybe you need to make a change, right? So, I mean, it's just like testing a circuit. If you keep having the same problem with the circuit, you know that it's a fundamental problem with the circuit. If you're designing an antenna and every time you fabricate it, the S11 is not matched at this frequency, you need to go back to your simulation. So I'm saying use these things to go back to your core values. All right, so I'm giving you tips as a young professional on how to what? Be the best. All right. Last but not least, ask for feedback from those that are above you and get it from multiple people. Okay. Ask them, how well am I doing? Right. Again, we're meeting the requirements first. So that is another way to make yourself indispensable. When I approach a job, any job, even the job that I have now, I look at myself kind of as a business. I am my own business. This is very difficult a lot of times for us to do as scientists and engineers, okay? But think of yourself as a business. Would someone pay for the product that I am producing, okay? That's what I mean by looking at yourself as a business. Would someone pay for this? Is the product that I'm putting out, has my company been able to make a profit from this product? And if not, you go back to the drawing board. You go get training. You ask for training. One of the most important things that I've done in my career is that every year I always ask for additional training, all right? Even with the PhD, I always ask for additional training. Again, the goal is to what? Be the best. That is the goal. Be the best, right? And so I always ask for additional training in addition to asking for feedback from those around me, in addition to looking for and trying to find my niche. What can I do such that I am indispensable? And when I say look at it as a business provides something that people need, and they're going to come to that business. Think about a supermarket, right? If the supermarket leaves your neighborhood, you kind of feel a void. You have to drive a lot farther. But what if there were no supermarkets? What would you do? And so what I'm saying, as you look for your niche, as you look for being able to solve problems that no one else can solve at that job, find things that will make you invaluable. Find things that no one else can do that you do, and you become an expert on these things. All right? Again, I'm talking about being the best. These are things that young professionals, these are things that we must do. And so for those of you that came on a little late, I asked you to write down your dream. I asked you to write down the things on your job right now that the things that you enjoy doing, right? And now the last but not least thing that I'm going to ask you to do, because I want to leave time for questions. I want you to write down, just take a few minutes and think about this, all right? I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to think about this. What can you do now, whether you're an undergraduate student, a graduate student, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a professor? What can you do right now? What on the job or as an entrepreneur, whatever you're doing right now, what can you do that would fill a significant gap for your country, your company, your university, or even the business that you own, right? I gave the example of it's real easy to kind of chase after the money, but sometimes it pays off not to. That's why I gave you the example of me being recruited by the defense companies. I could have probably made a lot more money working for those defense companies, and I probably would be making a lot more money than I'm making now, but I didn't know NASA was on the other side of choosing things that were important to me. And so what I'm saying now is, what you have the opportunity to do is right now is be the best at what you do. So take a few minutes and just think about this. And I'm going to do the same thing. What can you do on your job that will make you indispensable? What problem can you solve? Can you think of a problem that needs to be solved on your job? Maybe it's technical, maybe it's not technical. But any problem that you have on your job right now, I'm going to give you about a minute or two looking at my watch. What problem can you solve on that job right now? And I'm going to do the same thing. So give me a couple of minutes to think about this. And there may be multiple things. Multiple things are coming to me as I write this down. All right. So I've written mine down. If you need more time, you can always revisit this after the conference. But hopefully you wrote these things down on a paper that you can take with you. Because what I want you to do when you leave here, the first thing we asked was your dream. You're looking at your dream, right? The second thing we asked is what could you do that would give you a niche in your job, right? And what can you do right now, right? So I want you to take this paper, look at this, and it may not be a quick answer, but let's try to figure out how can you merge all of this together. Because a lot of times it's the combination of your experiences that enable you to be the best at something. It's a combination of your experiences that enable you to do things that other people can't do. And for example, I mean, even them asking me to come and speak at this conference, I think they have a lot of engineers. They know people at JPL very, very well. They know people at other NASA centers. They could have asked anybody. But I think because of my diverse experiences and how I bring something new to these talks and really give these young professionals with something that you can use and take with you, I think that's why they asked me to come speak. And so I want you to kind of think about and have that same mentality. And let me tell you what this does for you. By finding your niche, by understanding what you're good at, by being the best at what you do, when it comes time for a promotion, they're not going to want to lose you. If you decide to pursue another career, they're not going to want to lose you. You will probably be so, if you do this right, if you take time and dedicate yourself to it, the sky's the limit. They wouldn't even let you work on projects that they normally wouldn't let you work on. And I'm telling you by experience. I've come into jobs. This is true stories. I've come into jobs and they said, this is what we're doing, A, B, and C. We know you like to do this, but you're doing A, B, and C. Don't try to do D, for example. I mean, it's my job, so I don't want to, like, if this being recorded and then they come back. It's like, oh, yeah, you're telling everybody this. Anyway. But because I did such a good job, now just about anything I want, they say, okay, we'll let you do it. But this is what I mean by, and this is a true story. They told me before I took a job, hey, you can't do this. Now, because I did such a good job, they don't want me to leave. So now they will pretty much allow me to do things that I want to do. This was a true story. So anyway, I want to leave time for questions. I wanted to leave about 15 minutes for questions. But remember, I want you all to be the best. Take this sheet that you have. Don't lose it. Keep up with it. All right? Strive to be the best at everything you do. You never know how these things will pay off. Okay? And enjoy the rest of the conference. I see Nacer is on. He's going to give you a lot of technical information. You can ask me a lot of technical questions in the comments. I think the Q&A is open. I think this concludes my talk. I'll be looking forward to questions. Any questions? I think you're muted.
Oinam, you're on mute.
Yeah, hi. So for all the attendees, thank you, Dr. Quenton Bonds, for your amazing session. And it is actually a morning tonic for all of us here. So thank you so much. Yeah. So thank you so much. And we are open for the Q&A session. To all the attendees, if anything, please post your question in the chat. Okay, I think as we wait for questions from the other attendees, there's something from me to you. So, how do you suggest the young people who have just joined, the industry life, who have just, graduated from their colleges, what specific, guidance would you want to provide them so that they can excel, in their stream? And do you think that at any time in your life when you are, in your industry, is it a good thing to change course and, just feel that, okay, I have been doing something, not something which I like so much now, but I need to go back and, rethink and do something which I really like?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And so to answer the first question, for those of you that came on late, one of the main points of advice that I would give young professionals as you start your first job: always meet the requirements. Do what's asked first. Again, I give the example of when I tried to go above and beyond, where I didn't quite have the knowledge base to develop these instruments at NASA. I've developed these instruments in graduate school. I published them. I've written papers, journals, all these different things. But at NASA, it was a higher level, and I wanted to show what I had. But always meet the requirements first. The next thing is the example that I gave is get feedback from people around you, people that may be lower than you on your same level, and especially your supervisors. The next point of advice that I would give to young professionals that start now, once you are able to meet the requirements, look for problems on your job, okay? Sometimes you may want to ask, if it's a high priority project, can I just sit in on that meeting and just listen in, right? Because a lot of times they may not ask you to be in on these meetings because that's not your project. But if you look at yourself as a business, that's the example that I gave. Look at what's in demand, right? Supply and demand. So if it's a project that's high demand, just sit in and listen in, and you never know. You may be able to find a niche or solve a problem with the project, but you must make sure you're meeting your requirements first, right? And what was your second part of the question? In addition to what can young professionals do starting out, you asked another part of the question.
Yeah, so the second part of the question was in the midway for a lot of professionals, they feel that for some reason,
right. Yeah, you have to work on what you are on right now, and that's what I mean by whatever you're doing, just be the best at it, right? And look for other opportunities, and just keep looking for them, because there are things that you never know how these things are going to turn out. I gave the example of when I was a teacher. Like, it wasn't a good career move. I never wanted to be a teacher, but I just wanted to give back. But for me teaching computer networking, that gave me my first internship at NASA, which opened a lot of doors for me, right? Another thing that you can do is once it's life is not intuitive all the time, right? It's something about working really hard and doing the best that you can. It's something about it, right? And opportunities will open up and opportunities will present themselves. And sometimes you have to go with your gut. It may be a situation that you have to leave that job, right? And you may have to make some sacrifices, but I've heard of so many people that left jobs, made sacrifices. They might have had to sleep in their cars or sleep at their mother's house, in their friends' apartments, whatever, but they threw themselves into something that they totally dedicated themselves to it. And if you feel that in your gut, if you feel that opportunity, sometimes you have to take it. But I always feel like it's a combination of all of your experiences that enable you to kind of do that thing that makes you so good. All right, I think I'm seeing the Q&A now, right?
Yeah, okay. So the next question I'll shoot out to you. It is from Abhishek Deshmukh. And
okay.
How do you see motivation in your world around, like people or any system?
It was breaking up a little bit. Could you ask that question again?
Yeah. So what is your secret to keep it going? And
okay. I see the question now. Okay. How do you see motivation in your world, like people or any system? Okay, so if I am leading something, again, I try not to do anything that I can't just totally throw myself into it. And I know sometimes people may feel like, man, this guy is too much. He's too intense. In the United States would say he's doing too much. But everything I try to do, I don't take an opportunity unless I can just totally like I call reckless abandonment, throw myself into it. And that's because as a leader, I've heard that the people that follow you are only going to be about half as motivated as you are. So you have to stay motivated. You have to kind of help yourself stay motivated. In addition, I surround myself with other people that are also motivated. And a lot of times, these are not people that I work with. Sometimes it's friends or family members that I know are very motivated individuals, and sometimes they send me quotes or they send me things that are interesting, right? That's another way that I kind of stay motivated, all right? And I think the most important way that I stay motivated, I'm taking my NASA hat off now. I'm not working for NASA as I say this, all right? But it's also spiritually. I believe in God, and I seek God. I pray, I ask, I listen to God. And I feel like when I get on that path, I know where I'm going, and I know the direction. I may not know where it will end up, but that's super encouraging. Now I'm putting back on my NASA hat. I work for NASA. All right, next question.
Yep. So the next question is from Neha Kumari. We all know the pandemic has brought in a lot of psychological changes. how has the pandemic changed things for you? And what would be your advice to young minds in this difficult time?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think, believe it or not, this talk that I'm giving you all today about being the best, about thinking about your dream, about what can you be the best at right now, I think the pandemic has really made me realize that I can't continue to chase the thing that's popular. I have to find a niche. I have to make a difference. In my opinion, all right, in my opinion, the only reason why this world is as crazy as it is because we have a lot of people that's not doing what they were created to do. We all, everybody in here, under the sound of my voice, wherever you are around the world, there's something special that you can contribute to this world. But the pandemic helped me to really see and realize that we got so caught up in just trying to survive in our jobs and establish our careers and all these different things that we forgot about that dream that we had before someone told us, oh, you're not good at this. We forgot about the fact that we wanted to change this world. Like I remember when I started in engineering, it was always to help people. The things that I wanted to do were always to help people, but I kind of got caught up in trying to move up in NASA. It's been very, very stressful as well for a lot of my family, but at the same time, I think it's positive because there's always opportunity in the chaos. You have to see the opportunity. And so I personally took it as an opportunity. Whereas on my job, I saw where a lot of people were falling back because of the stress. They were falling back because of everything in the news. I pressed on the gas. I even started doing more things on my job. I started being more aggressive. I asked for other projects because I saw everybody else falling back. And it wasn't to be better than everybody else. It was to be my best self. Okay, so hopefully that kind of gave some insights into how the pandemic has affected me.
Yep. I think we'll take the last question for the session. So it is from Suma.
Okay.
If you have an idea to change something in technology which can possibly benefit humanity, what is the best possible way to pitch the idea to your superiors?
Yeah, so these things are not all the way always easy. But what I do, and I actually did this is true. I had personal intentions of a technology that I wanted to develop. But again, you look at yourself as a business. I thought to myself, what would be important to my superiors, right? What would be important to them? And when I pitch my idea, I will get the knowledge to do what I want to with the technology. But I'm pitching the idea, and I will also develop a technology that will help my superiors that's important to them. And so hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So thank you again, Dr. Quenton Bones, for such an interactive session. It was really, really a morning tonic for all the people who are right now with the YPGS 2020. And I would like...
Sir, are you there?
Yeah. So I would like to have the presenter access or someone to show the moment to Dr.
To me, Ashwini.
Yes, you are presenter now, Ashwini.
Okay. So one question to you, Quenton, before I just start. I mean, who motivated you? I mean, you are such a great motivator, I can say. So who exactly has motivated you to become a motivator like this?
Mentors, a lot of mentors growing up. And I think they kind of motivated me to, do really well and work really hard. But I think I never really purposed to be a motivational person. But one thing that I understand about my purpose in this life is to meet a need. And I can meet a need from an engineering perspective, but I can also meet a need from a social perspective or a human perspective. And so, again, taking off my NASA hat, I think that's one of the things that God shows me is that my gift is meeting a need. And if people need motivating, that's my gift, and that's what I can do. And I think that's the best way I can explain it.
Nice. So thanks for having a great beginning of the day to YPGS. So a small token of appreciation from us to you, virtual participants. Thank you so much for being with us and making our day to start with a bang. Thank you, Quenton.
For having me. I really enjoyed this.
Yep. I would request all of you to please switch on your cameras so we can take a quick group photo for all the panelists.
Oh, done.
Okay. Thank you again. Thank you, Dr. Quenton Bonds, for your inspiring and very well-deserving speech to all of us. So next we move to the to Nacer and over to the moderator.
And take over the session.
Yeah. Thank you Paul very much. Is my voice clear?
Yeah, you are audible.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I welcome all of you to the global event, and I welcome all of you for today's exciting talk on antennas design, especially for CubeSat. I welcome Dr. Nacer Chahat, who is going to share his experience on antenna design. He has designed antenna for communicating from near Earth orbit 600 kilometers to 600 million kilometers. So that is an exciting number. And today's talk will start from Earth, but it will end up on Jupiter's moon Europa. Dr. Nacer Chahat has completed his master's from ESIR France in 2019 and his PhD in signal processing from IETR France 2012. Since 2013, he is working for NASA, and he has contributed he has authored and co-authored more than 100 papers in various conferences, journals, and IEEE transactions. He has contributed chapters in several books. He holds several patents, and he wrote a book on CubeSat antenna design, which was published by Willy. Dr. Nacer Chahat has bagged many prestigious awards from various organizations and various societies, including IEEE and NASA, for his best papers, for his PhD research, for his best PhD thesis, towards his antenna design, towards his early and fast careers, and his leadership qualities. He is co-inventor of iconic deployable reflector array for very first interplanetary CubeSat mission. So this is the very first mission on Mars via CubeSat. The mission is Mars Cube 1, Marco. He also co-invented award-winning RainCube reflector antenna for active SAR. So that is also one of the new technology in CubeSat, making active SAR on CubeSat. It is a very challenging thing, and he has nailed it. He also invented the Europa lander antenna, which I was talking about, which can communicate up to 600 million kilometers. That too also harsh environment of icy Jupiter moon. So he has a marvelous contribution and a very key contribution in antenna design. So definitely today all these young professionals will be showered by his knowledge and will be getting a lot of experience from his talk about antenna design in CubeSats. So I'll hand over to Sir.
Nacer, you're on mute. I think you have to unmute. Oh, you are still on mute. Oh, again, you went on mute. I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's perfect.
Now you can hear me. Okay. So hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. me and India has been a very, very long lost story for now more than 4 years, I think. Every year I've been going to India to attend to several conferences. One of them, which I enjoy very, very much, is INCAP, which is organized by Puneet and others. So as soon as I received an invite from Puneet, I was very, very glad to accept, as he's a very good friend, and I also know that the quality of the seminar they organize is of very, very high standard. And I really enjoyed the first talk, Quenton. I resonate with all the advice that you provided, and I think we have a lot in common. So we're probably going to become very good friends moving forward. So today I'm going to talk
Nacer,
about...
can you come closer to your... Nacer, 1 second. Can you come closer to your mic? I think to us it's slightly feeble.
Okay. Can you hear me better now? Because it's the headset, so it's going to be hard to...
Maybe you have to increase the volume.
Sorry?
Now it is better.
Okay. I'll speak a little bit louder so you can hear me better. So today I'm going to talk about a wide range of technologies that we've been developing at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory to enable a large variety of missions. Some of them have flown, some others are in preparation, and a few of them are very close to my heart, and I'm crossing my finger for them to happen in the next few years. So with that saying, I would like to start by confessing that I lied a little bit with the title because I will cover a little bit more than CubeSat, but you are not going to be disappointed. So the first one I would like to talk about is Mars Cube 1, Marco. Marco is the first interplanetary CubeSat. This is a 6U CubeSat, which is 10 by 20 by 30 centimeters. So to give you an idea, it's basically the size of a shoebox. 5 years ago, we were challenged by the former director of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory to find a way to transmit the data back from inside lander during entry, descent, and landing directly to Earth without having to wait or having to record the data before doing so. So we call that bent pipe communication, meaning as we receive, we transmit back at the same data rate. And this was quite a challenge because at the time we didn't have the technology to do that. We barely worked on CubeSat. It was mainly universities that were focusing on CubeSat and only for low Earth orbit. So the challenges are completely different. So here, as you can see, the picture on the left illustrates really well the challenge. So we are receiving the data from inside as it is going into its entry, descent, and landing phase through UHF frequencies, and we are transmitting back in real time to Earth using X-band frequencies with circular polarization. So the challenge is very simple. So we're actually receiving at 8 kilobits per second, and that's a standard that we've been using for a very long time, so that's something we could have not changed. So the constraint was to be able to transmit back from Mars at 8 kilobits per second. And to do so, you do very simple math with the constraint that you know. We only have about 4 watts of RF output power from the solid state amplifier. So as a result, you do very quick math based on the area of the antenna that you need. To close the link at 8 kilobits per second, you need about 3 times the size of the CubeSat. And so at the time, we didn't really have any solutions to do that. And it was even harder than that because we didn't even have any storage volume inside of the CubeSat because for interplanetary CubeSat, we actually take all the space in a 6U CubeSat, and mainly because of the propellants. And I'll show a little bit more about the inside of the CubeSat so you have a better idea of how that works. So the main technology that enables this mission is actually this reflector array that falls on top of the surface of the bus of the CubeSat and deploys into a larger antenna, 3 times the size of the larger face of the CubeSat to close the link at 8 kilobits per second. Those are the constraints. So you can actually see here the deployment of the antenna. So it's actually pretty straightforward. We try to keep it as simple as possible to increase our chance of success. Another way to increase the chance of success was to fly 2 CubeSats instead of 1. We could do that because they are very affordable, and making 1 or 2 is not a significant increase of money. So that's saying, let's go into looking a little bit more into the details of the CubeSat itself, so you have an idea of what needs to be to fit in there. So first, we have the IRIS radio for the telecommunication, which you see on the bottom left. We also have the SSPA, and we also have the LNA. As part of the telecommunication subsystem, we have the high-gain antenna for communication from Mars, which is the reflector that you see here with its feed. We also have medium-gain antenna that are, one is transmit, one is receive, that could communicate at low data rates, even in safe mode if necessary, from Mars as well, but they need to be pointed properly. And then on the other side, we also have 2 low-gain antennas, which are a single patch element, transmit and receive, which allows us to communicate within plus minus 90 degrees at the lowest data rates available with IRIS. And besides that, obviously, we have a cold gas thruster for change of direction. We have several maneuver correction during our trip to Mars. We also have the solar rays that will provide power. We have a battery that will allow us to maintain power when we are not pointing the sun, or if we are in safe mode. We also have flight computer and attitude control. We have a camera in front, a camera in the back, and we also have the UHF antenna in the back to receive the data from inside lander. So that gives you an overview. And by the way, what you see in dark is basically where all the propeller is stored, and that's what takes most of the space inside of the CubeSats. And that's why we didn't have any storage storage volume available inside of the CubeSat. So we developed this reflector antenna. We had a team of 5 engineers, 2 mechanical engineers and 3 RF engineers working on this antenna concept. We had 1 person working on the reflector, 1 person working on the feed itself for the reflector, and we also had a person working on the UHF antenna. So this is the optics of the reflector antenna. It's very simple. You have a feed offset illuminating the reflector surface. But the challenge is that we have a rectangular shape that needs to be illuminated properly to mitigate spillover and paper losses to manage the highest efficiency out of this antenna. So I probably forgot to mention that the requirement was about 28 dBi to close the link at 8 kb per second, and we achieved about 29 dBi. Another key technologies to make this antenna successful was actually to develop this reflector panel to be fairly flat across a wide range of temperature, and that will be resistant to radiation levels, which are not very, very high compared to other missions I will discuss. But as you can see, if you look at how the layout of the reflector panel, we have a symmetric panel. So the rotors 4003 on one side and the other side, and the reflector element on both sides to maintain the symmetry. And in the center, this is what provides the structural flatness of the panels, which is a composite material, mainly made of carbon fiber, that allows that to be completely flat. And the symmetry allows us to mitigate the gradient across the surface of the reflector itself. So that was one of the key technology. The second technology was these hinges that you see, which are spring-loaded hinges. So it's completely passive. This is the most reliable way of deploying that kind of structure. But they needed to be extremely flat to fold the panels against each other, very close against each other, so that it would fit inside of the launcher. So those are the key mechanical technologies that were developed. And then we also developed this feed, which is a 2x4 element to illuminate the reflectory properly. And we had to be very careful with the illumination to make sure that toward the bus of the CubeSat, we didn't have any high side lobe level. So if you have high side lobe level in the direction of the CubeSat or even cross polarization, you will have reflection that will interfere with your main beam and that will destroy your pattern. And so that's why we actually apply this Taylor distribution across the patch element to avoid that. If you had not done that, you would have never met the requirement. Let's be clear with this. And this feed ended up to being extremely efficient. We had only 0.5 or 0.6 dB of loss out of this feed. And we used a GPIO connector, which are very, very small push-on connector, to act as rotary joints, which is not designed for that. That was not developed for that. That's just a commercially available connector that we found to be very, very convenient. We tried it. We did several deployments at Cold, and that worked perfectly. So we just flown that, and we were very happy with the result. So then I would like to talk about the UHF antenna that was actually designed by my friend Emmanuel de Costas, which is a very, very clever design. I always like to show this design to students and engineers because it really shows how having a very, very good basics allows you to develop clever antenna design. So as soon as I will explain to you how we achieve circular polarization out of a loop, you will think that it's pretty trivial. And that's exactly what an engineer wants. Everything that you present, if it looks simple to people that look at it, then you have very, very high chances that it will be successful. So keep that in mind because that's always my advice that I provide to other engineers. Keep it simple and you have high chances of being successful. So most antenna engineers understand very well how a loop antenna works. So the circumference of the loop is about a lambda. And in this case, every side of the loop is about the same side, lambda over 4. So if you excite a loop at a corner of the antenna, you will have a linear polarization like this, right? Then if you excite on the opposite corner, on the other side, then you have a linear polarization that is orthogonal to the previous one. Now, if you remember the basics of obtaining a circular polarization, you need to meet 3 criteria. The first criteria is that you need to have 2 orthogonal polarization, right? You know how to do it. I just explained how to do that. The second thing that you need to have is that these 2 orthogonal polarization needs to be excited with 90 degrees out of phase. Second criteria, so keep that in mind, you need to have 0 and 90 degrees to have right-handed circular polarization. And then the last criteria is that you need both polarization to have the same amplitude. So you want the same amplitude and 90 degrees out of phase excite. And that's what I show in this plot, that if you excite these 2 points with 0 and minus 90 degrees, sorry, I said 90 degrees before, then you get circular polarization, right-handed circular polarization. You want to get left, you do 0 and 90. Very simple. You want to get a linear polarization, then you can do 0 and 180 as well, but why would you do that? That's not very useful to do that. But that allows you to understand how you can play with very basic knowledge to come up with very clever antennas. So then what we did is we had to put this on the CubeSat, and we knew that the CubeSat would interfere with the pattern, so we put it at the ideal height to use the CubeSat as a reflective surface to get 3 dB of gain increase. So all of that, every microwave engineer knows all these tricks, but when you put all these tricks together, you get this wonderful, clever antenna design. So now I'll show you the mechanical, I'll show you how we fed that, because as I said, you need to get 0 and 90 degrees out of phase, but you also need to find a way to do that. And how we did that was also clever because, so we have a power divider, and the power divider is using the loop itself as a ground plane. So it's a microstrip power divider, but we're using the antenna itself as a ground plane, and that works perfectly. And of course, the path from here to here, you can see that you have different lengths, which allows us to have this 90 degree of phase difference. Then the deployment is very simple. It's just a jack in the box. So we have a spring that allows us to deploy this panel, which is fairly simple. And we have all of this wire that allows us to have a very good reproducibility. All of this is very transparent. So the location of the springs is very transparent to the RF interaction. And also we used this wire, I forgot what material that was, but this wire are also very transparent to the RF. And so very simple concept, and the release is the same as the reflector array. We use a burn wire. So the burn wire is very simple. You apply a current into it, and it burns the wire, hence the name burn wire. So then we actually tested this antenna in our range. Because this antenna operates at 400 megahertz, obviously you cannot do an indoor measurement, so we had to do that outdoor. And you can see that we used a fake bus, CubeSat bus, that represents that was as close as possible from what we expected to obtain with a real CubeSat bus, and that gave us all the pattern that you see here. One thing that is pretty atypical, you can see that there is a lot of error bar. That's something you should always see when you're looking at UHF radiation pattern, because the reproducibility and the accuracy of this measurement are not great. So you have to be aware of that, and you have to be able to quantify that. So then here I would like to show two things. First, on the left, you can see the picture of Mars. That was an historical achievement, the first interplanetary CubeSat of sending a picture of Mars or any other planet other than Earth. But the reason why we took these pictures was to verify that the reflector antenna deployed successfully. Another thing that we do in ops to make sure that everything is as expected is that as soon as we deploy the reflector array and the UHF, we do commissioning, which is a step where we are verifying the radiation pattern of the reflector array and the UHF antenna, one after another, obviously using a ground station on Earth. So we're deploying these antennas as soon as possible, as early as possible, very close to Earth, so we can perform all of this commissioning before going into this long journey to Mars, which is about 9 months. And here I'm showing the plots of the received data on the DSN, the Deep Space Network, and you can see that Marco A and Marco B did not have the same level. We have about 2 dB of differences, and it's very simple. We use a single DSN antenna to communicate with 2 CubeSats, so the radiation pattern of the ground antenna, the 2 CubeSats will not be aligned on the same spots. And one will be at the peak, the other one will be 2 dB lower. And that's the reason why we have these differences. And we could actually retrace all the different events that were critical, such as the turn on of UHF, the first telemetry that we received from the UHF link, the parachute deployment, and the touchdown. I have the same curve for the UHF. It's actually much more interesting because you can see Doppler effect and things like that. But I'm not training here. So we were very excited. That was a very, very critical achievement that will lead to many, many more deep space CubeSat antennas. So we're paving the way with new technologies that will allow us to do many, many, many other things. About the same time, that was right when I started working at JPL actually, my other main project was RainCube. RainCube was the first CubeSat with an active radar. Most of the CubeSat in low Earth orbit are using passive instruments such as Radiometer that Quenton were mentioning earlier. This one is actually an active radar, so it transmits a signal and receives the reflected signal, and from that we're retrieving rain and snow precipitation. And I will show you the technology that enables this mission. It is a 0.5 meter mesh reflector that folds into a 1.5 U canister, which is 10 by 10 by 50 centimeters. So it's very, very small. And this antenna deploys into the beautiful 0.5 meter mesh reflector that achieves more than 55% efficiency at K band. And that's really where the main challenge is achieve very good performance at 35.75 gigahertz, where you need surface RMS better than 0.25 millimeters. So that's quite difficult, not only because it's very difficult to achieve the reproducibility within these constraints, but also from an RF point of view, because you have mechanical constraints that does not allow you to get a perfect parabola. And I'm going to explain that in more details. So here you can actually see the antenna folded into the canister and the antenna on the way to deploy. So one key thing that we have used here was this telescoping waveguide that stays static in the canister. And we have this feed horn that deploys upward along this telescoping waveguide. So the name is tricky because what telescoping is really the feed and not the waveguide, but we called it that way and I like it, so we kept this name. Then we also have reeds that falls around the feed horn which is in yellow, and the reeds, which is the thing that you see in brown. And there is a trade-off, obviously, because if you want to minimize the volume that these reeds are taking, then you would like to have a very large F over D, focal length over the diameter of the reflector. But if you do that, then your focal distance will be much farther from the reflector, right? So as a result, your feed will have to deploy much farther, your feed and your subreflector. So the first choice was to use a cassegrain design because the focal point will be located farther than the subreflector, so you don't have to deploy these things very, very far away. And the second thing was to find the ideal F over D that will allow you to fit the ribs inside of the canister with the feed horn, and also minimize the number of deployment for the feed. So the feed is deployed upward, like I showed. So we consider that as one deployment, and then you have the subreflector that deploys using a spring in the center, and that's the second deployment. So if you didn't use this constraint properly, then you would have had an antenna design that would have been very complex from a mechanical point of view. The second thing is the number of reeds that you can use. So here we use 30 reeds. That was a trade-off between mechanical and RF. RF because we have a trick to compensate for that, to compensate for the surface aberration, because even though these reeds have a perfect parabolic shape, in between these reeds you have a flat surface. So you are not going to achieve the 0.25 millimeter surface RMS because of that. But using 30 reeds, you can compensate for that by changing the, I'm going to go back to that, by changing the focal points of the subreflector. So that was the main trick that we used here to actually obtain this outstanding efficiency. Let me show you the deployment. This deployment was performed on the flight antenna. That was actually one of the first deployments. As you can see, we have 4 screws, set screws that deploy the feed upward and the reeds. And let me go back. So up to this point, you have a motor that is actually deriving the deployment. So if you wanted, you could still bring it back. So if you have a problem, something gets stuck, you can always try to drive the motor backward to unstuck things. Hopefully we didn't have to do that. But once you reach the mid hinges of the reed, that's over, that's game over. There is no way to come back. So That's a very, very important point to understand. And then obviously the subreflector deploys as soon as everything deploys. One thing, if you look here, see, when this reed deploys, as you can see, it starts from one side and then circle all the way around. We had a wire going all around here to make sure that we don't have things that deploys too early compared to the others, so that you don't stretch the mesh too much. Those are some very simple tricks that we use to try to achieve the surface accuracy. So, like I said, it's a lot of mechanical NRF to result into a successful flight mission. This is a very nice videos of the deployment. We actually use a sun sensor to take pictures, different pictures. And as you can see, putting all these pictures together, we had a very nice video deployment of video of the deployment. And you can see also on the back. And this picture, these final pictures was very important because we took the same picture in the lab before flying to overlap the two pictures to verify that the key component deployed successfully. You can see here the cable that I was talking about, that's exactly where it's located. And here you can see some of the constant force spring, which are the middle hinges of the reed. And you can see the 3 struts and the subreflector, and here on the top, the feed hole. Now let's take a look at some science, because obviously we're engineers. We're very excited about all the technology that we develop. We know that behind that there is some science. Sometimes we don't care that much about it, even though we should. I'm guilty of that sometimes. But when I finally got this science coming back, that's where I realized I was wrong, because that's really why we're all working together to get this science data and advance the knowledge, the forecast, and trying to understand how phenomena such as typhoon come to place is what the scientists are trying to understand by sending constellation of these CubeSats. Why is that? Very simple. By sending a constellation of CubeSat, they are able to have a better temporal resolution. And we are not able to do that with very large, very powerful spacecraft. It's just not possible because they are too expensive. So here, what's very interesting about that is we have 2 data sets from 2 different CubeSats that flew over the Typhoon Trani 5 minutes apart. So one of them is a radiometer, which is a passive instrument, like I mentioned before. And so that gives you these 2D plots on different layers. So they had different frequencies, and that's why they can have these different layers, 2D plots. And then this vertical plot that you see on this straight line is actually the data that WaveTube collected. And the scientists worked together, overlapped this data, and they were actually quite amazed by the agreement that they obtained between these 2 CubeSats using 2 different technologies. They were very, very impressed. And that's going through the eye of Typhoon Trani. So now that we demonstrated these 2 technologies, scientists decided that it was time to consider launching a small satellite that would fly these 2 technologies without modifying very much these 2. So they achieved TRL-9 now, technology readiness level 9. And as you can see, we put them together. So the radiometer is here, the RainTube instrument is here, and the RainTube instrument needs a very large reflector of 1.6 meter. And we think that, we know that by using this clever trick of having different feed horn like that, we have 5 of them, we're able to cover a very large area on the ground. So if you look at this straight line here, since the spacecraft is moving in this direction, you can actually get a 3 dB overlap from each of these feed horns. And that's the trick that we come up with to be able to cover the entire globe much faster. And with such an antenna, we can achieve a K-band, a very good efficiency of more than 70%. So I'm very excited by this concept. And again, it's still a mission concept, so not approved. We are working towards making that a real mission, and hopefully this will become a real mission in the future. Okay, now I'm going to talk about metasurface antennas. Can you still hear me well? Can you still hear me well? Okay, I'll continue. So metasurface antennas are actually a technology that I was not a very big fan of at the beginning. And it's very simple why. These antennas are not ideal because they are not very efficient. The bandwidth is quite small, and they are very low efficiency. They were quoted about 30% efficiency or so, and they are all made of dielectric, and those are the reasons why I have never been a big fan of these antennas. But it does not stop us from advancing this technology to make them a suitable technology for future mission. And that's what I'm going to show you here. So here I wanted to show this W-band antenna, which is a metasurface that's completely flat. This antenna is a clever concept that can be used to get multiple beams. So with this design, we can get 0 degree pointing, plus 45 degree pointing, and minus 45 degree pointing with these feed points. And how do we do that? We use this pillbox concept, which is a quasi-optical concept that allows you to excite, to convert a spherical wavefront into a planar wavefront on this top layer. So you excite on the bottom layer, and you get a planar wavefront on the top layer, and then you can use different type of metasurface on the top layer to get any type of radiation pattern you want. And you can play with the pattern of this metasurface element to get different pointing. So the concept, why we're looking into that, is because we think that if we combine this top layer, which is made of gallium arsenide, we could use potentially Schottky diodes that you can bias with a certain voltage to control the beam in the direction of the metasurface, and you can get a very, very large beam. How do you say that? You can go from more or less minus 45 to 45 degree of pointing by controlling the state of this Schottky diode. And so here I'm showing the first prototype that we made, which is a passive design without diodes. The metasurface uses a holographic metasurface concept, which is made of slots. And by playing with the separation of these slots, you can control the pointing in the E-plane direction. So you can see here we picked about 15 degree pointing. And if you excite on the center, you excite at 0 degree in the H-plane on this direction. And now, if you excite on feed 2, you keep the same direction on the E-plane, but you change the pointing in the H-plane. And you can get plus 45 degree or minus 45 degree if you excite the feed 3. So that's a very, very attractive concept, because now you can rely on a flat antenna and get 3 beams that allows you to get very good science. So, for example, we could study the wind by looking at the Doppler shifts. The second antenna that a metasurface concept that I'm really excited about, I've been working with my friend David Gonzalez, who's now in a tenure position at University of Rennes, and he's a CNRS researcher in France. He was a postdoc for a year and a half at JPL when we started this work, and we actually wanted to have an antenna entirely made of metal. And that's how this concept started, because I kept telling him, these metasurfaces are crap because they're all made of dielectric, they are low efficiency, they're very sensitive to thermal changes, So we need to find a way to make it all in metal. And that's the concept that we propose. So we excite the metal surface in the center. That's what makes this antenna very attractive because it's flat, and you don't need to have a feed at the focal point of the reflective surface. And so the feed in the center generates a surface wave, and the metal surface is modulated by changing the impedances across the surface. We can get any type of radiation pattern that we want. So this one was designed to get circular polarization and a highly directive antenna. So it was designed for telecommunication at K-band, and the result was very successful. So as you can see, we achieved about 50% efficiency, which is a significant improvement compared to previous design that were presented in the literature. And the accuracy between calculation and measurement is quite outstanding as well. And you can see a zoom in on what the metasurface element looks like. And now I would like to show you how these metasurfaces are being fabricated. And this is how they are being fabricated. 3D printing. And that's what makes them very attractive because now you can reduce the cost significantly of an antenna. An antenna that will be flat, an antenna that will not require a polarizer, a bulky polarizer in the back, and will still provide circular polarization, and an antenna that can be fabricated in a very reliable way. So they can be used on landers, rovers, CubeSat, or small satellites, and you can build 100 of them in a row at very, very low cost. And now David has been working on improving the efficiency of these antennas. And now not only we're no longer around 40 to 50% efficiency, we're getting up to 65% efficiency. And the trick is to change the modulation across the surface. So we're actually tapering the modulation across the surface from the center to the edge, so to the edge of the antenna, so that you can improve the taper and spillover of the antenna. And that's a 20% efficiency and 1.4 dB gain improvement. Another concept that's very similar to the first one that I was showing, this one is also flat, entirely made of metal. It's also using an optical, quasi-optical system, a pillbox. You have 2 feet, one here, one there, and you achieve 3 dB overlap so that you can have the transmit beam and the receive beam. And we're going to fly this antenna with a UAV. So at the elevation of the UAV, these 2 beams are going to be very close to each other, sufficiently enough to be able to transmit and receive. And we still, despite all of that, achieve a very good isolation between the 2 ports, about 20 dB isolation. And my friend, David, a colleague as well, happened to be a very good friend as well, Dr. Adrien Tang, who he's probably one of the best CMOS designer, came up with a way to actually, with a CMOS chip, to be able to cancel this isolation that's coming from the transmit port to the receive port. And he's able to do that in real time with some machine learning tricks. And he has already demonstrated that in the lab using not this antenna, but a very similar concept. And so we're very, very excited to demonstrate that with the UAV and this antenna. Believe it or not, the radar itself, which is mainly made of CMOS on-chip design, is already ready before I was able to fabricate this antenna. So that's quite amazing, the pace at which they're able to design this on-chip radar. So I'm very excited to see that flourish and be demonstrated on the UAV. Then I'm going to talk about Europa Lander, which is one of my favorite projects. This is still mission concept, so we're still in phase A. We got lucky enough to be funded to pursue many technologies that will allow us to make this mission possible when we're ready to switch to phase B. One of them is the antenna, high gain antenna, that will allow us to communicate from the surface of Europa. First, why do we want to go to Europa? Because the scientists think that this is, on the solar system, the planet that has the highest likelihood of harboring life. So we would like to do an in situ measurement by landing on the surface of Europa and taking some samples, doing all the analysis on the lander and transmit all this data back to Earth. And the original concept was going to rely on having an orbiter around Europa, but to relay the data. So the lander will transmit to the orbiter, and the orbiter will relay back to Earth. But this could not be done because it was prohibited from a money point of view, was just too expensive. So we had to come up with a way to do direct to Earth communication. And that's why we developed this beautiful antenna that we show right here. So this one is 16 by 16 patch element that provides circular polarization, dual frequency. So we can cover uplink and downlink, compatible with the deep space network antennas. This antenna is capable of surviving the harsh environment of Europa. So we have cryogenic temperatures, so it's extremely cold, and we also have very, very high radiation levels, which is very problematic because we have electrostatic discharge that could disrupt the telecom subsystem, so all the hardware that's connected to the antenna. But also, if you have any dielectric in the antenna, and most of the antennas we've used up to date are made of dielectric, the dielectric properties will change over time because of the all the electrons that it's accumulating over time. The permittivity will change, and you could also have carbonization on the material itself that will destroy the antenna completely. So that will not be sustainable to the flight to Europa and operation on the Europa surface, which is where most of the radiation level are. So we first fabricated this array, which is an 8x8 patch array. We tested it, we got very good results, and we demonstrated that we could achieve this crazy requirement of 80% efficiency. We needed 80% efficiency to close the link, to do direct link to Earth from the Europa surface. 80% efficiency is quite a stretch, and at the time people thought that it was impossible to achieve such a high frequency because all the other antennas that we've flown to date, without all the constraints that we have here to sustain the harsh environment of Europa, did not achieve by far, and I'll show you that in a bit. And this is here the summary of the technology that we've been using in the past. So here you have Curiosity, which is MSL, that had about 50% efficiency at uplink and downlink. Then Spirit and Opportunity, which is MER, rover, had 25 and 49% efficiency, which is the antenna that you see right there. Oh, actually, no, that's MSL, but it's very similar looking. And then you have this radial line slot array, which is the one that you see here, never flown on a lander or a rover. However, this was the baseline before we joined this mission. And that was what would not allow direct to Earth communication, because as you can see, the efficiency are poor, very, very poor, 37% at uplink and 80% at downlink, because a slot element is not designed to operate at two frequency because it's a resonant element. And as you can see, as a result, the RLSA had a very, very narrow beamwidth because they were very, very low efficiency. So to achieve the same gain, they had to increase the size, and as a result, would leading to a much bulkier and heavier antenna. And as you can see, the work that we developed resulted in a reduction of mass quite significant, and also allowed us to have a much broader beam because it's more efficient and we have a smaller antenna. And as a result, we could relax the pointing requirement of the gimbal on the surface of Europa, which also helped increasing the likelihood of having a successful mission. But okay, I showed a sub-array, but a sub-array was not sufficient to convince people that we had a good concept that we could fly. So we went to a 16 by 16 element, which consists of 4 subarrays. So we have 4 8 by 8 elements that are all excited using waveguides. So you have one waveguide that divides the power in 4 that excite all subarrays. Each of the elements in the subarrays are excited by a strip line, which allows us to achieve this very high efficiency. And still, we achieve about 80% efficiency at uplink and downlink, and we check that the performance will be maintained within minus 170 Celsius to 110 degrees Celsius. So you can see that the concept is actually even larger. The concept is the larger concept is a 32 by 32 elements, and we are now refabricating this final prototype to demonstrate that we can reach TRL6, which is a requirement to move forward with fabrication of the flight hardware. And as you can see, we also got very, very good performance, and we got very, very good accuracy between calculation and measurements. And here is a picture that we took only a few days ago that shows you what the lander looks like. And you can also see this beautiful landing leg, which is another very heavy technology development that is ongoing to enable this mission. So there is many technologies that are being developed. I talked about the one that I've been working on with my amazing team. I think Polly Asterbrock is following the talk. She's the PDM, what we call the product delivery manager for the telecom system. And we also have quite outstanding mechanical engineer helping us getting into this successful flight TRL6 qualification of this final antenna. So I think I'm running out of time, right? We need to go to the question. So I'll probably stop here and skip the last things that I plan to talk about. Does that work? So I'm going to finish by these few slides where I listed all the publications that I invite you to read. They're all covering topics that we went through during this presentation. And also, I have a book that is going to be released. It's already in a you can pre-order it on different websites, so don't hesitate. There is a lot of good, interesting data for young engineers or people working on CubeSat that I invite you to read and absorb. I try to talk about antenna design, but also cover the entire subsystem so that people understand where the requirement comes from, because that's also something that I always insist on, that antenna engineers should look beyond what they are doing and try to understand where this requirement comes from so that they can do a better work. So let's take a look at the questions.
It was very, very exciting talk from Dr. Nacer Chahat. Nacer, it was a very good experience to see all the direct images and design challenges what you have faced during Marco mission and meta-surface antenna. These antennas are like technology, next technology. Some of it look like alien technology also. I hope you have not stolen it from them. Okay, this was on the light side.
I didn't get what you said.
Yeah, some of the antennas are looking like alien technology to me.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a question. I just go through the question.
Okay.
Yeah, few questions are there. Okay.
So what could be the design challenge for antenna?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I think you can also see.
What could be the design challenges, constraints for antennas deployed for satellite communication compared to high-gain antenna design for terrestrial communication, if any? Yeah, many. I would say, okay, so if you're asking about, if you're comparing with ground station like deep space network, those have, from an RF point of view, I would say that the design constraints are not as challenging, but the mechanical constraints are extremely challenging, and especially the way you fabricate these antennas. So I've not personally worked on it, but I've interacted with a lot of people who worked on that. There is such a wide spectrum, structural analysis. They also use explosives to actually have holes on the ground that are done the way they want it. It's very, very complex. But from an RF point of view, if I would say that the constraints that you have for flight antennas are much more challenging. And the reason why is because you have to deal with radiation environment. You have to deal with constraints such as thermal. So you have to predict that in a very, very good way. And then there is also, for flight, there is another thing that you have to deal with, which is, I would say, is the number one challenge for me, has been the number one challenge for me. Whenever you propose a new technology that might be enabling for a mission, you still get a lot of pushback because of this technology readiness level. You really need to convince people that you will be able to achieve the readiness level. People are very afraid to move forward with a concept that is enabling for a mission that might end up not working. And that has a very, very high impact on the different phase of a mission that could impact the cost, schedule, and all these things. But from a design point of view, there is radiation, thermal, are the things that you really don't care too much when you're working on ground antennas. So those are the things that you need to deal with. And then all the antennas that I've been talking about, obviously, they are deployable. So you need to work very closely with mechanical engineers. You also need to, one thing that I forgot to mention is the vibration, which you need to survive the launch conditions. So you have vibration, acoustic, shock as well, pyro shock. So those are all the things that you need to design your antenna for. And most antenna engineers, RF engineers, really like this very wide view of all the things that you need to do. And sometimes they move forward, they test, hoping that they pass. But that's not the approach that you need to have. You need to design knowing these constraints and making sure that you're always going to meet these constraints. Okay, so next question will be
material used for flexible waveguide.
I actually did not use any flexible waveguide. So on all the things that I was showing, there is no flexible waveguide. So I don't know why someone is asking that, but I hope I did not confuse you.
One question is there from Utkarsh Deva. He's asking, what is the difference between frequency selective surface and meta surface?
Oh, it's completely different. So FSS is actually closer to a reflector. So if you ask me what is the difference between FSS and a reflector, I will tell you it's very similar. But a meta surface is completely different. A meta surface, what defines a meta surface is the fact that these elements are sub-wavelengths. They are not resonant elements. So if you look at the size of these elements, they are much smaller than a wavelength, much, much smaller. An FSS is a resonant element. So you're going to be around lambda over 2. So that's very similar to a reflector element. That's why I say FSS closer to reflector. Meta surface, nothing to do with an FSS at all. And the other thing that differentiates the meta surface is that the meta surface, you excite it in the center of the antenna by launching a surface wave, and then you can modulate this wave to get the pattern that you want. So you can get any type of pattern that you want. Those are the core differences.
These meta surfaces, how much power they can handle? Question is asked from one of our panel, Polly?
That's an excellent question, and I would say that depends on the antenna. The one that I was showing, the one made entirely of metal, can handle quite a lot of power. I didn't really look at how much it could do because when I was designing those, I was not planning to exceed more than 25 watts or 50 watts. Would be the maximum that I was the use case that I was thinking of were not going to exceed that much power. I would say that what would drive the power requirement would be the spacing of the first element, because obviously the feed can handle a lot of power. It's not a problem, but the spacing between the first element is where the voltage is going to be quite dense. So that's where you need to be careful with multipaction. So of course, multipaction is a phenomena that you only have in a vacuum, so it's space, and that's where you will need to be careful with.
We got 2 more minutes, so I'll take up 1 or 2 questions more. So Samson is asking, will deployable parabolic antenna will see comeback?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Will deployable parabolic antennas see a comeback despite the deployments of reflector antennas?
I can't see that question. Oh, will the deployable parabolic antenna see a comeback despite the... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so the first thing that you need to do when you're working on a CubeSat and when you are in a concept phase where you are looking for the ideal high gain antenna concept is based on different criteria, such as how much power you need to handle, how much storage volume you have, how much efficiency you need to achieve. All of these things lead you into picking what type of high gain antenna you're going to use. So a reflector array is an antenna you would use if you are not looking for very high efficiency, and if you are highly constrained instead of in terms of storage volume. A mesh reflector is an antenna that you will use if you are looking for high performance antennas, so very high efficiencies, and you have storage volume available. So those are the trade-offs that you need to take into account prior to picking the type of antenna that you have. So we have a review paper where I actually address that point, where I cover all the different antennas that are available for CubeSat, high gain antennas, and depending on the constraint that you have, whether it's high gain, medium gain, low gain, what type of antenna you should be considering. That also depends on the frequency. So for example, a reflector array at Ka bands start to be quite tricky. So you're going to have you're going to be in a lower spectrum efficiency if you use a reflector at Ka band. With a mesh reflector, you can achieve more than 50% efficiency with a mesh reflector. So all of that is trade-off.
Then Mr. Sudhakar is asking 2 questions to you. One is technical, one is non-technical. He is complimenting, it's a very good task. Then he's asking, the remaining 80% efficiency can be increased by using e-patches? That is first thing he's asking. And second thing, he's asking about your recipe of becoming such a successful young engineer. And Sudhakar sir, you might have seen he has got 2 early career awards, one from NASA and one from IEEE. So really his career has grown very fast. And at such a young age, he has achieved a lot. So maybe your question is valid. We want to know your successful recipe, secrets for such a successful young engineer.
So that's where I really resonate with the talk of Quenton, because I think he actually provided a lot of this receipt to be successful as an engineer in general. But I would tell you my insight is very simple, and that's really what Quenton said earlier during his talk, is you need to do something that you are very, very, very excited about. You need to do something that you consider is not really a job. I go to work every day not thinking that I'm going to work. I really do that because I love it. I do other things because I'm curious as well. So I don't just design antennas. Being at JPL, I do a lot of things because I really try to learn as much as possible. And I think that makes me a better antenna engineer as well, to understand how the subsystem works, how they are being tested, how they are being used in flight, all these things. So I think that I would say some of my colleagues tell me that I am very passionate about what I do. I'm also very aggressive with my ideas. So you need to be very confident. That's the number one rule. So I'm a big fan of soccer. All my friend knows that. And I always tell them that the recipe to be a superstar soccer player is to be extremely confident. But you can take the soccer part of it and put anything there, and that really tells you what you need to be very good at what you do. You need to be very confident, because you will always have people telling you that your ideas are not going to work. Every single time, every single concept that I propose, every single thing that I presented today, I had senior engineers with probably 30 years more experience than me who told me that I was going to fail for X and Y and Z reasons. So you need to be confident, still listen, and try to absorb what they say, and try to tackle these issues that might come in the future. But like I said, whenever you design something, don't play it lucky. You always need to understand what requirement you need to satisfy, and you need to design for that. For example, thermal, radiation, all of these things, the reason why the Europa Lander antenna worked on the first try is because we designed it thinking about all these things all along. So of course, there is always something that you're going to forget, but you need to be one step ahead every single time. That's really the advice that I give to all the young antenna engineers that I talk
to. Okay, so as this is shortage of time, we can.
I really want to take the last one. How is collaboration done at NASA between antenna and mechanical engineers? So this one is very, very important, because I think when you're an academic, you tend to forget about the other fields. And so many times I see papers that publish CubeSat antennas, for example, and they think that they improve the efficiency because they forgot every other aspect of it, like mechanical, how it's supposed to fold, what are the constraints and stuff, FORD and things like that. Those are the things that you need to do. So when we have a project, we always have a mechanical and RF team working together. And when I say together, that is nobody in charge. We all work together, like we want that to be successful. Nobody's in charge. And we move forward all together. And that's really what you need to do. And also, most of the time I hear a lot of people complaining about this interaction because it's not necessarily successful, because sometimes RF engineers just care about RF and mechanical just care about mechanical. That can work. You all need to work together with the same objective, which is to deliver a piece of life hardware that will be successful. That's my answer.
Nacer, I think it was just amazing to know a lot about it, and you were so fantastic, I can say, and it was just a great session. So yes, all our audience are really happy to have you here, and everybody are really complimenting you. So thank you so much for being a part of our YPGS, and a small token of appreciation from our end. Yeah. So thank you so much for being a part of YPGS.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's my pleasure. A small photo. If all the panelists can share their video.
I have to tell Puneet, though, that the reason why he was not invited at my wedding is because nobody was, because of COVID. So don't take it personally. You're my friend, and when we have the real one, you will be invited.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Nathan. So next, we will go ahead to our next session. Chengappa, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashwini. In fact, the last two keynote speakers have kept us engaged and with their technical insights. And now, we are going to the next interesting phase of this day 2 YP Global Summit, where we have the YP of different regions, and this would be a Chairs Meetup. They would be going roundtable and discussing the insights on what they are doing in terms of fostering the YP in their respective region. So without much ado, I would like to kickstart this panel discussion. So we would be going in a round-robin fashion. So I would like to request Mr. Aravindhan, Chair IEEE YP Chennai section, to give us insights on how is fostering to his community in Chennai section. And then I would like to next go with Vamshi and the rest of the YP chairs. So precisely you would be having 8 minutes to share your thoughts, and then probably we will open it up for a Q&A, and then we can brainstorm and then end the session. So this is how we would be proceeding. So now, without much further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Aravindhan, Chair IEEE YP Chennai section, to share his insights on the YP. So over to you, Mr. Aravindhan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chengappa. Hope you can hear me well.
Yes, loud and clear. Yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the Bangalore young professionals, Dr. Ashwini, and all the volunteers involved for actually pulling up this wonderful event. I've seen a lot of effort that's going on. Kudos to you guys. I'm also attending a previous session. It was quite amazing as well. Thank you for that. Thank you for this opportunity. I represent the Madras Young Professionals, which is a community of 1,300 plus very active young professional community of members. So, it's going to be a very similar story, I think, across the young professionals group as well, because of the COVID thing, especially what we have not expected, right? So we had a lot of around 5 to 6 offline events that we executed till the month of March, and after that it was all gone into virtual mode. So in the initial 3 months, what we realized is there's a lot of enthusiasm among the participants, especially for the virtual activities, and we have almost organized around 13 webinars where we actually included different international speakers, and then we organized activities like all these things. Then you've seen the interest and the enthusiasm of virtual activities naturally going down. So that's where we realized something of this is helpful. So what we did is we actually tried collaborating with the section and all the society chapters over there, and whenever they are actually doing a event, and then we actually try to get a track for us, and then so I was actually doing sort of a quiz on the IEEE day, and today that's a student band counselors meeting that's happening with Madras section, and we are actually doing a specific track for young professionals. So that's how it's going. And what are some of the things that I found really positive is the amount of scale that we are able to reach over the 13 webinars that we have organized. I think we were able to cover not only Madras young professionals, right? So we were able to cover young professionals around the globe, which is something that has a positive without a travel grant, without actually involving a lot of expenses. We were able to reach a lot of people. So that's a really positive thing. The second thing was in terms of actually getting up innovation, right? So IEEE has always been a place of innovation, not only with technology, but also with organizing events and organizing activities. So we actually were able to innovate and come up with new ideas. So we are actually coming up with a set of podcasts that's going to be upcoming from Madras young professionals. We thought of making it on demand. That's another thing. In terms of the challenges, what I feel is one of the bigger challenges has always been the number of people registering for every event, and then the number of people turning out for every event, right? And I was able to think over the factors which determine this specific thing, and there are a number of factors, like whether there is an interesting movie that's going on that specific day, whether there's an IPL game. So there's so many factors. But also what I realized is whenever we try to involve people on any activity, like maybe ask them to participate or involve them on polls, so whenever we actually engage them, that's when the retention is more, right? So I think in a virtual activity, it's not speaker in the center, but it's the audience in the center. I think in every event it's the same case, but in offline events we tend to more think of speakers being the center of the event, and then the audience listens from them, right? But here it's going to be totally different, and that's one of the bigger reflections that I've always had. And yeah, so virtual things have naturally changed. The funding requirement has gone down. We're able to pull off activities, and what you realize is also to do a lot of high impact activities on low frequency, so that we also get the brand really credible, right? So whenever there's an activity from IEEE Madras and professional, people know that it's going to be of high impact, and that's something that we, instead of doing frequent events, we want to do once in a while activities that creates a lot of impact. So that's briefly from my side. I think what we are realizing is as the pandemic goes on, we need a lot more of innovation. That's what I'm also hoping to hear from the other young professional chairs as well, right? Whatever the innovation ideas that I could actually copy and take it back to my section. So that's another thing that I'm looking forward to hearing. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, Bangalore Young Professionals, wonderful morning. This is for me, I think, to engage with all of you on this amazing event. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Arvind. Thank you for sharing a bird's eye view of all the events and also the challenges that you have gone through this pandemic situation. And pretty much, I think that is why we have this chairs meet here, to collaborate with each other and also take away the learnings, and so that they can implement in the respective section. So I would get back to you once I go through the round robin. So now I would like to invite Vamshi Krishna, Chair of IEEE YP Hyderabad section, to share his insights. So Vamshi? Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever the world you're joining in. Congratulations, Bangalore YP. You have been a trademark status for the rest of the YP affinity groups across the globe. Congratulations on the great work and setting a source of inspiration to most of the YPs around. With respect to Hyderabad YPs, we've been staying low-key for all good reasons. So we kind of collaborate most of the affinity, the societies and the affinity groups within the section, and try to help them with the resources what they need. We strictly follow this rule that everybody is an early career aspirant. So we wanted to make sure that these societies help the YPs who are just graduating from their colleges to come out, and they interact more with the societies rather than getting into professional events and activities. So there are most such of initiatives that are run by section like Skill Connect, where we are reskilling the entire skill process of the students who are graduating from the colleges. And along with that, we are majorly focused towards voluntary training, so that it's not about the current year. So this year is a complete turnaround kind of activity for us, because when we took over as an execom in the starting, we thought to do so many activities, proposed various proposals. But when pandemic took over, we felt that that should be fine, and let's think about voluntary training, so that next year when we propose a new committee, we have enough volunteers in place, so that who knows the flow, the pattern of IEEE altogether. Alongside with that, we focused more on industry level aspects, where we are trying to connect with industries and trying to seek an opportunity with them. So where we are trying to take the use cases from these industries as a problem statements and pushing that out to the final year students, saying that, hey, you do this, solve this problem. Maybe this industry might be interested to take you into the research team and all. Most of the initiatives run around that way. We have been supporting a lot of activities from our section, especially the student activities committee, because that's where the next generation YPs are going to come from. So we are partnering with student branches. We're letting them know that you're not alone when you're coming out as a graduate. We are here to help you and all. We did less events, but I think we did some productive events, which are actually falling in the front lines of the mission of IEEE. Thanks, Chengappa.
Thank you, Vamshi. So I think you brought an important aspect to this discussion, where even I feel that YP should be really acting as a bridge to connect or rather reduce the gap between the academia and industry. So basically, we have this student branches with huge IEEE student representation, right? So when they graduate out of the college, like most of them would not pursue their IEEE membership or just does not enroll to be a part of the YP. So and then like we see them like since most of the students are actively involved with their student branches, once they are graduated, they miss contributing or volunteering with IEEE. And I think like YP can play a more important role in providing or rather like focusing on events which help the student community understand how they can even like continue their volunteering and contributions towards IEEE once they are graduated. So I'd like to hear more thoughts on that. Would be coming back to you. So now I request Forum Rajdev, YP Chair Gujarat section, to share our views on what she has been doing in her section.
Forum, you're on mute.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can hear you, Forum. Yeah, please.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
And you can see my screen?
Yes. Like at least like yeah.
First of all, congratulations to the Bangalore section for organizing this wonderful event. During this COVID time, this kind of event, can work and well. So I congratulate and I wish them a grand success for this event. I'm here to represent YP Gujarat section. Gujarat section is in existence since last 30 years, but YP we established just last year. Yes, just in 2019 we could start this YP. And the questions were how, what, where we're going to lead this group, how we are going to do the activities, and what kind of activities we should do, and what type of people we should target. So these were the questions, and then we decided our first event to be brainstorming session with young people, because they can answer what is their expectation and what are their requirements and what are the expectations from YP. So our first event was Milad 2019, wherein we asked our student members to discuss what are their expectations from us. During this event, we also could organize an expert talk on digital marketing, and we were lucky that in the year 2019, when we just established our YP, Infoon was organized in Gujarat, and we could organize YP treks during this conference. And the event we had organized was focused roundtable mentoring session. When students are in last year, they have the confusion whether they should go to academics, whether they should go to academy for industries or maybe for further studies. So they have this confusion, and for that, to answer these questions, we had organized focused roundtable mentoring session where we had invited people from industries and leading technicals from academics as well. So we had Dr. Preeti Bajaj, who is Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University. We had Chair Bonthala from Surat. We had Keith Yadav from Wipro, and we had invited Amit Kumar from Hyderabad, who is Chairman of BioSense. So our students had opportunity to interact with the people, and they could get their answers. And the next event we had organized was a Think Quick Quiz. As I said, we just started YP last year, so people were not aware about what YP is. So we asked the students to organize quiz, and we are there to design the questions, because when you have to write the question paper, you will have to go through the entire syllabus. So we asked the student volunteers to design the questions for quiz, so they had to explore what is YP, they had to explore YP website, YP page, what YP is, what are the requirements, what is the vision, mission, objective. So they came up with wonderful questions, and the event was wonderfully organized by students. Then the year 2020 came, just the second year of YP Gujarat section. Again, we had a brainstorming session that this is what our plan for the entire year 2020. But suddenly lockdown was announced, and then we had challenges like how we are going to transform from physical to digital. But it was opportunity too. I think this has shown us the true power of technology. In fact, we could organize more events than the last year. Our first lockdown event was Youth Icon 2020, because we knew that students are jumping into depression. So we wanted to give them motivation and hope that
this event was organized, wherein we had given 4 topics like what is your goal direction once the lockdown is lifted, how you're going to achieve your career goal, what is your plan for further studies, what is your startup plan. So these were the topics, and they had to take any one topic, and they had to take a 3-minute video, and they had to post it on YouTube. We had more than 100 entries, so we organized second round for 25 students, we organized third round for 10 students, and finally we had 3 winners, and we awarded them with Amazon vouchers and cash prize and certificates like that. And then we started our webinar series. The first webinar we organized was on IEEE educational activities and funding opportunities. That was taken by Dr. Lorenzo. We were very lucky to have the session from him. And then our other webinars were like data-driven skills, digital marketing in new normal world, leadership skills. Such sessions we had organized, and it was a continuous process. And then we had the next event as Team in Awareness and Information Week, where also we invited different speakers, different eminent speakers for their expert talk. And then we celebrated Engineers Day, wherein we had asked our participants to speak about what change they want to bring in future for their future generations with their engineering skills. They came up with wonderful idea. And this is another initiative which started in the year 2020. You know, we know that every day we read about young people. They are lending their ideas and passions to fight for change, maybe political change, maybe economical change, maybe change in every stuff. So they have wonderful ideas, and they can create many things like new technology, new robotics, new vehicles, new ways for communication, maybe sustainable economy, maybe world at peace. So they have wonderful ideas, and they can do well. But at the same time, they have fears too. So who are the best people to address these people? So we thought, why not our alumni? Because they are the same age, and they can understand their junior problems well, and they can answer well. So we started professional journey of alumni talk show. Currently, we are going through the 5th series. Every month we organize this. We invite our alumni, and juniors can ask their questions, and they get the scholarships from their alumni. Then, as we know, IEEE has initiated Reaching Locals. So this was the next event where we took this webinar in local language, Gujarati language, to attract local students. That was very successful. And this is our last, I want to say, is that this is a project where on which we are working. We are trying to construct a bridge between industries and students. So this is still in planning. We are designing and we are drafting on this project. So this is our upcoming project. And finally, I would like to say that we are calling the ladder for our young professionals to climb higher. That's it what I wanted to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Forum. In fact, that was very exciting to know with the range of the events that you have conducted over the past year, and also how did YP Gujarat shift its focus from having the events physical and going all virtual and still catering to the needs of the young professional. So now I would like to invite our own IEEE Bangalore section's chair, Dr. Ashwini Appaji, to share our insights.
Yeah, thank you so much. Could you just let me share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second.
So yes, first thing, I would really like to thank each and everyone here, all the chairs of India YP chairs for being a part here and making our event a successful one. Yes, so I really have an amazing team here, I can say, in 2020. So yes, from previously, yes, we had very nice YP here. My team is from like various universities, then various industries. So everybody are really amazing here. And yes, recently we received even Arton Outstanding Section Affinity Group Awards. I'm really happy for the team who have been working from past 3 years and even this current year. So there are again more notable awards what we have received previously by the past chairs. from R10, MGA, and etc. Like we have been doing since long time. And a few events where we are more into like to get memberships of YPs, like some boot camps, technical writing at various engineering colleges. And we are more into like not only technical, even non-technical, so that we can attract a lot of engineering students of final years to get to become back as YP members. So we do a lot of networking events like trekking and all. And yes, technical writing is one of the thing where I can say where YP was there from past so many years. Where it is more important for the students to know like to write their project and all. So we involve with them and we connect with them. And YP was also a part of conducting some awareness workshop and also for the accreditation of engineering colleges. And yes, TISP and STEP is one of the great thing what we YP do with a lot of funding what we get from the RTN. And yes, YP in Space was also one of the great thing what we did in 2017, and people all over the world were there as speakers there, and we had more than 150 participants. And yes, execoms go on every month at least once. And as I said, like we have a lot of thing concerned for the students again. So we do a lot of road safety workshops so that even the students who are like driving and they're all into this fun thing, so all these things should cut down, and we think of them also. And a lot of entrepreneurial activities also have been taken up by YPs in various parts of colleges there. And this is one of the unique event I can say, ideation to productization, where the students' ideas were taken forward and they were converted into a product. And yes, even companies have funded them later for their product, and they have made it into a big thing later. And we were also a part of and collaborated with different big events what happened with Bangalore section. We were there for strategy meeting, and we were also there in a lot of other mega events like Indicon and all. And we also were there for students to give some internship with them and some workshops on the current amazing things what is happening, blockchain, 5G, etc. And execom meets happen, and this was one of the amazing thing what we all were there in 2018. I guess most of you were also here in Congress what Bangalore section hosted. And last year this was an international conference what happened, and it was really amazing, I can say. The ILS and VCon, so YP was majorly contributing a lot for both of this. And this year, yes, we started with the bang, as everybody, even we were also in the same boat, like thinking a lot of aims and things. And yes, we started with the meetup, we planned a lot, and yes, we started executing. So we had industry visits. So we had an industry visit for CDAC, where we had more than 280 participants who registered within 24 hours. But yes, it was all limited because it was a government organization and we had to take only 40 people inside there. And yes, we did that. And BC Meet is one of the things where I have to appreciate our chair, like where he puts everybody together to share ideas, and we can connect to a lot of branches of students there and get to do a lot of things there. And I've been telling like entrepreneurship is one of the favorite things for YP, where we take it forward and we want a lot of the students and others to become entrepreneurs in the future. And we do a lot of membership drives also. So taking a student leadership program forward, and then it really, I can appreciate a lot of students there where they'll be motivated to become an IEEE member there. And we are also a part of like help people to get elevated as senior member. And with the section, we are collaborating, and we have a lot of senior members in my team, so who will be like, motivating others to become senior member. And I have to tell you, like my team really came up with an amazing concept this year, and especially like Samarth was really taken this forward and was a great successful event for this year. It is Mentor for You, where we made sure we connected all the mentors from various industry, and most of them, everybody were YPs, and we connected the students where they could help with their projects, their internship, their placements. So a lot of things really happened. And this started in the beginning of the year, and this is on and on it happens. So whenever they want, they get connected to us, and we do connect to their mentors of the same field. And yes, when the pandemic came and we didn't stop, the whole team were there for us. We said everybody stay home and just go on. We started with few days which is coming up. We started with PS Day celebration and Side Day celebration by having certain yoga and I said like we came up with website contest. And yes, today the YP website what we have is being taken care by the students of final years, like who were winners of our website contest, and they are really happy. And even their college took it as an internship where they have got a great opportunity for being a part of our YP team, and they are really happy and amazing team, I can say. And even for the summit, what we are doing, even they were one amazing team who helped us with the website and all. And yes, recently we also were a part of BHTC conference what happened, and YP was also a separate track. And that was really amazing. I can say we called out for the people who really wanted to come and become a panelist. It was just there from the people all around. And they sent us a video and we took it to forward, and everybody were part of it. And with collaborating with various other societies like site and section, there were again a lot of online teaching what we did. And we didn't stop here. We want to get to the virtual education system. How would you really become new normal? So we contacted the pro-vice chancellors of various universities. They were there on one stage and they really gave a nice thought on how it would happen. As I said, yes, this BHTC was a great event, big one. And this platform where we are all today, YPGS under the aegis of BHTC is one of the successful event, I can say. And this is the first initiative taken by YP for this year. And yes, we want to continue it further. So being first, the next year it will be second, third, and go on for, it will be go on. And I'm really happy to share that we have crossed more than 2,000 YP members. And this happened 3 months back itself. So even during this pandemic, there were a lot of people who are appreciating our events, and they all really became YP members. And yes, this was one of the biggest problem and a challenge for getting the members becoming from student members to YP members. The retention was really less. So we thought, this year our chair Punit sir has given a good idea for the YP team, so that whoever takes the membership this year, all the major conferences what is happening for the Bangalore section, those conferences we have given them for free. So this is what we are attracting people for becoming YP members. And yes, the IEEE platform is really a life-changing experience for me, and with a lot of support from the section, from all my mentors, previous chairs of YP and Bangalore section chairs, and also my whole team, we are able to do a lot of events. And yes, this year we have completed more than 60 events, and that's really amazing. I can say without the team, all the students have been really possible. And thank you so much, and do follow us if you're not following us. And it's a great journey what I'm having right now, and I really want to have even further. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini. That was indeed really exciting to see, and also noteworthy to mention that how you are catering to the needs of the YP of Bangalore section. And also I would appreciate that be it Connect or BHTC, like IEEE Bangalore section had made a separate track for YP, so which is again noteworthy and which would encourage the young professionals to contribute more towards IEEE. Thank you for sharing your insights. Now I would request Mr. Jeet, Chair IEEE YP Bombay section, to share his insights. Mr. Jeet, over to you.
Thank you, Chengappa. Can I share my screen?
Yes. Hold, just a minute.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think you should be able to share now.
Yes. Okay, is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
All good. Yeah,
yes.
please.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Jeet Dagha. I'm the YP chair of IEEE Bombay section. So firstly, congratulations to the Bangalore team for this summit, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak. So just a fact, IEEE Bombay section was the first section in the world to start the Gold Affinity Group. Like the YP Affinity Group was earlier named as Gold, which is graduates of the last decade. So I'll just share the best practices that we have been following in the last few years and the activities which we have been conducting. So we have been focusing to conduct events to guide the recent graduates about the various career opportunities. So this year, only webinars were possible. So we have conducted few related to AI, artificial intelligence, data science, and how the graduates can look for a career in that field. Next, we did a webinar on job opportunities in power and energy sector. And also earlier we had like a few industry visits, wherein one of the major industry visit was Jet Airways Hangar, Bombay. And also we had few entrepreneurship sessions and again webinars in the previous years. We also like our aim always was there to focus on the soft skills which are actually necessary in the professional world, and also on events related to like to guide the members related to career. So this year we did importance of professionalism to survive in the professional world, and in the coming month we'll be focusing to conduct SPAA, which is Student Professional Awareness Activity. Next, we also focus on knowledge sharing. Like we create a platform for our own YP members to share their knowledge with other members. So, for example, if I'm working in business intelligence and data analytics field, so I'll be sharing about that with my members. Next, what we did was we first when I was appointed as the chair. So what we did was we first came up with this idea to know what are our members in our section, what they want, what are their expectations for this. We had meetups in the past, and now in the coming month we'll be organizing STEP so as to understand what the students are expecting, and then we can next year plan the activities for them. Our major focus every time has been YP SAC collaboration, because the students shall they shall be the future for YP. Next, we are looking for the industry partnership. Like if at all we'll get collaboration with some industry, so that the members could be benefited. We are actually in progress for this thing. We are tapping few MNCs. One of them is TCS, but that is still in progress. What we focused was that we asked our members to represent IEEE societies. This was the idea given by the Madras YP chair Aravindhan. So we have successfully done that. We have representatives for Computer Society, PES Society, MTTS, and so on. Next, what we focus is that we try to have YP tracks in various section events so that the members would know who the YP team of Bombay is. So that is always our focus, that they should know who we are, and then obviously they'll get some interest to contribute for the YP. This year, what we have successfully done is collaboration with IIT Bombay for their IIT Tech Fest, which is next month. That is the Asia's largest tech fest. These are the few challenges and solution to few of them. So what we identified was that majority of our professional members in our section were academicians. So they were majorly looking for publishing their work in IEEE Explore. So they are pursuing their MTech or PhD. So what solution was given by the Exicom was that we can have conferences and online conferences every in a year, twice or thrice, and then create platform for them to publish their work. Second was that obviously we did not know what the members expected from us. So as mentioned before, so we are conducting meetups with all the members and trying to identify what are they expecting from us. And yes, the third challenge is the membership retention rate is very low in our section. So yes, we are working on that. So looking forward to hear from you if you have any suggestion for us. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jeet. That was indeed a brilliant presentation, and I am sure there would be definitely a lot of points which the other chair from the different sections would want to take back from your presentation. Moving on next, like we have Mr. Bhaskar, Chair IEEE Pune section. Mr. Bhaskar, request you to share your insights as well.
Hello everyone, this is Bhaskar. I am chair of YP Affinity Group Pune section, and I work as a product owner at financial services company called Full Financial Group. So this event is actually bringing in nostalgia to me because I don't know how many of you know that I was actually in Bangalore 5 years ago before I came to Pune. So I graduated in 2015 from Bangalore, and I was the student branch chair there at Nitya Meenakshi Institute of Technology. So from there I came to Pune, and then I started here as a YP. So YP Affinity Group, so the Pune section itself is pretty new. It was formed in year 2000, and the YP Affinity Group was formed around, I think, 2017 with the help of Madam. Okay, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are. So probably you can speak a bit loudly.
Okay. So I was saying the section was pretty newly formed. So the challenges here were that people were not aware of what is IEEE and what is IEEE Young Professional. So we thought of starting with some of the impactful activities rather than a large number of activities. So we started with something called mentoring program, and this was a program in which young professionals and students could connect to mentors in their area of interest in one-on-one setting, and this was really helpful to a lot of people to know what kind of career opportunities lie ahead in front of them and what skills are required to grow in their field of interest. So this really helped, and then we had some panel discussions on very specific topics like MS and MBA. So these helped build some understanding in students and in young professionals about what is Young Professionals Affinity Group, what are the activities of it, and building on that, now we are starting with something called Career Path Discovery Series. So in this Career Path Discovery Series, we would be trying to bring every weekend a professional from industry or academia, and they would be talking about their career path, how they have progressed in their career, what skills they have acquired to grow, how they have made certain transitions in their career. So you see that we built our base. We built our base by some of the very impactful activities like mentoring and career guidance panel discussions. And now also we have kept our focus on career guidance, and we have expanded into a lot of different industries and bringing in people from there, experienced professionals from there to talk about their career paths. Since all of you talked about the pandemic, so I think pandemic came as a opportunity for us because we felt that we were provided a level playing field because earlier when physical events were possible, a lot of effort was required to do those physical events, but now everyone is doing online. So we were in a level playing field where we had access to so many experts who are not just in Pune, who are not just in India, but who are across the globe. Doing this in a physical setting would have been really difficult, inviting someone from outside, managing their logistics and stay. So definitely this pandemic has been an opportunity for us. So, and I look forward to learning from all of you, especially the older affinity groups, Madras, Hyderabad, Bombay. So we were earlier part of Bombay section, and I think in year 2011 we became an independent section, and 2017 came, our affinity group formed. So thanks a lot for inviting me here, and there is a lot to learn from the older affinity groups here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Bhaskar. Thank you, in fact, for sharing the difficulties and the challenges that you had to come across in popularizing YP and also setting a strategy to push the IEEE YP Pune section ahead. So since we have a few more minutes, I would like all the chairs to share their insights on this particular question, which basically is what is that one challenge that you foresee in the current pandemic time, and what is that help that you require from your respective sections into fostering the activities of YP and making the membership and catering to the community. So probably I would like to start with Aravindhan again, so that Aravindhan, you can share your thoughts on these lines, and probably we can again go in a round robin fashion.
Sure. I'm getting an echo. I don't know if it's the same for everyone.
Well, not really. We can at least hear you clearly.
Perfect. Okay. So, with respect to the challenges, what I foresee, I think one of the important thing would be coming up with innovative activities that's beyond webinars, right? So what I mean by that is, being an educator, I understand we could actually learn from different set of activities. Like, for example, we could learn from writing, we could learn from reading stuff. Multiple things, right? We could learn from auditory, podcast is a good idea. And then there's, of course, videos, which could also be, I think, webinars also, I'm seeing it should move from a place where it happens on a certain time to make it more like an on-demand one, kind of like YouTube videos. So what I'm foreseeing is that shift. And what is something that we have actually requested from our sections is getting us some support in terms of funding for actually hosting the podcast. It actually requires some amount, some $15 something. They also have that amount on our YP, so if you wanted to actually leverage that, and when it comes to blogs, so you want to encourage members to go in and create materials in all these three different aspects, something towards reading and writing, hearing, as well as on videos, so that it becomes a whole sort of a learning experience for the members. So I think that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing, and I'm sure it'll also come up across across IEEE too. So we are actually getting ready for the change, and we are receiving wonderful support from the section. So it's not like they are also more than willing to support us whenever we want to do any activities. So I think it's a different year altogether. So that's what I actually foresee. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Aravindhan. Mr. Vamshi, I also know that you are also involved with India Council and doing a lot more to the IEEE community. So probably if you can bring your thoughts around one specific challenge that you as a chair of YP want to address for the coming year, what it would be, and probably a solution to it.
Absolutely a question I wanted to hear of all the panels I've been into. It's simple, okay? See, as an IEEE member, what do a member should expect from it, okay? What does it IEEE? See, I recently quoted this in one of the magazine also that, IEEE gives you nothing, you take it everything from IEEE. And that is being same followed in my tenure currently also, that we go and ask the students that what do you need? And in a position to deliver it, you should be able to have that, okay, fine, let's do it. That leverage and the hope that, IEEE helps you a lot in doing everything what you want to see. Like I see Aravindhan saying me that, he wants to start a podcast as an educator. That's something really interesting, right? So looking at a perspective of it, pandemics are not new. We have seen them before. Maybe we are going to see them in future too. But only thing is that how do we adapt to that given situation? Try to re-engineer everything and try to change the way people look at it. I think the moment we accept it, I think the solution is already there in front of us. So nothing much of, I don't want to give an advice, but all I would say is that just go out there, do whatever that is possible. Let people make a leverage out of it, and create opportunities, create chances for people, inspire more volunteers to join IEEE, and tell them that we can still do better. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Vamshi. Thank you. So that was really encouraging to hear from you. In fact, like I think so that is the mantra way forward to see and to give the best what we can and see how we can contribute to the community. Well, now I request Forum to share the thoughts on these lines and also the closing comments. Forum?
Yes, sure. See, I believe that we have the challenge. We are not getting more members, especially in this COVID times. People are not renewing their membership. But what I believe is there are billions of young people in the world. Meeting their needs is a big challenge, but it is also an opportunity. These people will hold our shared future in their hands. So just be with these young people, because then you will be having young thoughts, young energy, young ideas, and you will grow younger, I can say. So you will get young innovative ideas to do the more creative events. So just focus on the objective. Don't think how many members you have. You just focus on your objective. That's it.
Thank you, Forum. Now I like to hear closing comments from Mr. Jeet. I know, again, your session was quite crisp, and you had also shared the challenges and the solutions to it. That was really encouraging. What would be your closing remarks, Mr. Jeet?
Yes. So already I've mentioned the challenges. So yes, we are working on that, and so I am the youngest YP chair here amongst 6 of us. So I graduated 2 years back. So what I heard was YP young professional members are the coolest members of IEEE, and also the bridge between the students and senior members. So yes, we should focus on that part more. And yeah, let's see. And yes, my section is very supportive. Whatever the proposals we send, it gets approved easily, and there are no challenges from section side. Just that we are facing the member retention problem that we will have to focus. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jeet. In fact, we definitely need young blood who can bring out the revolution to YP, and in fact, that is an advantage that you are one of the youngest members, and you have a lot more years to contribute, and probably I would be closely following you probably after this panel discussion and watching you. So I would now request Mr. Bhaskar for his closing remarks. Yes, Bhaskar. A bit louder, please.
Yes. So I think the pandemic definitely disrupted our plan. I mean, in the beginning of the year, all of us had these plans of doing physical events, visiting places, visiting events, but definitely our plan was disrupted. But I think it also brought in so many opportunities. As I mentioned, that with very less required funding, we could do even bigger activities. We could invite a lot of people from around the globe. We could reach out to, our audience base actually earlier because of a physical event. People would have thought, who will travel through the traffic to reach the event location. Now people are able to join our event from anywhere. So it has definitely brought in a lot of great opportunities. When it comes to comparison between the earlier world and the pandemic world, so definitely the lack of personal connect is there. I agree that it is a challenge, and personal connect cannot be replaced by by a virtual connect. So that challenge is there, but I think that challenge is for everyone. So we will have to go through it. As Vamshi mentioned, if we want to do something, we should find out a solution to it and work through it. So just be positive, keep going, and we will have a much better phase.
Yeah, thank you, Bhaskar. That was really good. And in fact, like we are in the last mile of this panel discussion, and I would like to thank all the panelists who have joined today. And I'm sure that each one of you would be definitely having some points which to take back and implement in your section and in your YP groups. And definitely, I think this was a platform to learn from each other and collaborate ideas. So with this note, I would hand it over to Dr. Ashwini Appaji for the closing remarks and the next steps. Dr. Ashwini Appaji.
So I think this was a great discussion what we had from past an hour. And yes, one thing I feel like what I'm missing is seeing everybody personally. It's been like more than 6-7 months where I've met people personally for networking. And yes, I missed all the lunch, dinners, and all the all the thing what we had that fun in IEEE. And though like we are not really like into it, but I think as things are new, we will adapt it. So we have to, as one of you said, like we young professionals are the bridge. So we have to motivate all of them to get back. To tell what IEEE is. As everybody of you, I can see like most of you are like into a lot of events in your sections, and it's like amazing things. And I think yes, it was really great having a session like this. And thank you all for being with us. And thank you, Chengappa, for perfectly like moderating it and having us all here in one platform. And it was like previously, like maybe a year back, where we met in various congress or somewhere, and we used to say an hi. And maybe there's a great platform virtually where we really interacted a lot more than what we could do physically. And yeah, we got a lot of ideas also from the other thing, and it was really a great thing on the stage, I can say. So I'm really happy that this Young Professional Chairs Meetup what has come, and it's an amazing panel discussion what has happened. So thank you all again for joining us, and have a great day.
1 second, Chengappa and Ashwini, I would like to add something, even though I could not hear full session because I was in another meeting. But I would like to say a few things, if it is okay.
Yes, sir. Please
Sure, sir. We did not recognize you joining back. So again, good to see you. So please, sir.
Guys, thank you very much for joining this wonderful panel. And I will be definitely looking this recordings because I missed the entire show. But this being the inaugural edition of Young Professionals Global Summit being organized by Bangalore Affinity Group, I would like to seek support from other sections as well. And for the next year, I just want to know how many of you are going to support us so that we can make it really bigger the next year. And it need not be only Bangalore section initiative, it should be initiative of all the sections of India. So I can see Aravindhan, Forum, Vamshi, okay.
No, sir, you should promise us it is a physical event.
Yeah, that should be there.
If it is a physical event, we are all definitely coming to Bangalore.
Very good. So definitely, if pandemic is not there, it is going to be a physical event, and we would like to organize it as a joint event of all the sections of India and making it truly Indian as well as super global event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have a group photo at this end?
Remove this picture.
Somebody has to take this picture, please. I'm on 2 devices.
No, don't worry, I will take it. So, Samarth, I can see Geetans is not there anyway. So next year you have to ensure that you are reaching out to all the sections. And even though we have shown that yes, it can be done, let us engage all other sections also, and then make it really. I want to see all the engagement of all the sections, affinity group of the young professionals. Then only it is truly successful.
Agree. Yes. So thank you.
And Ashwini and Abhishek and everybody here. Great to be here. I really loved it.
And yeah, before you guys leave, a small token of thanks. So, Chengappa, could you?
You are having the presenter, right, Ashwini?
Beautiful. So again, this is what we could do virtually, give you a small token of memory. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before moving on to our next speaker, I would like to just mention you again about the social media contest that we are having. So the social media contest, yes, all the participants who are here, you can just share a poster on Young Professionals as Future Leader. Just tag us on IEEE Bangalore YP and IEEE YPGS. We have amazing prizes for you, and these prizes will be announced during our closing ceremony in front of Mysore Maharaja, His Highness Praveen Kumar. So I think it's an amazing thing where you guys can win a lot of prizes here. And just be a part of it. If you're not, start thinking of it and post and tag us. And also, like any sessions you're attending, kindly take a screenshot of the screen, and you can also tag us and post it on your social media. And we are also live on Facebook, so you can also have a track on that and tell your friends about it. So thank you so much. So over to Dr. Ravichandra for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini, and thank you all the YP chairs who made it to the panel discussion, and it went on really well. Namaste all. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all in different time zones. It is my privilege to introduce to all the members present here on the virtual platform as well as on the Facebook, which we are live stream. So, Mr. Taimoor Abbas, who is our distinguished speaker for this session, who happens to be founder and CEO of ICB Tech Lab, principal researcher at Huawei Technologies, Sweden, and IEEE senior member. He has over 10 years of experience in wireless communication industry. He has received his MSc and PhD degree in electrical engineering from Lund University, Sweden in 2009 and 2014 respectively. He has received MSc in electronics from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan in 2006. He has authored 4 book chapters and over 30 journal and conference articles. He has an H index of 19. Wow. And over 850 citations according to Google Scholar Index, which I feel is amazing. His research interests include vehicle to everything, V2X communications, 5G, MIMO systems, AI, and machine learning. Sir, we are very honored to have you here. A very warm welcome again, and over to you, sir.
Morning, and thank you for inviting me and for the kind introduction. I would like to share my screen if I can take the board. Let me now see.
So you have the access now, Simon.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Do you see it?
Yeah, it's visible.
Perfect. So, first of all, I have been listening to this discussion, panel discussion. It has been wonderful. A lot of energy I can see from all the participants, and really happy to see all the young leaders emerging out of this. So, a brief introduction of myself. Dr. Ashwini has put that my name is Taimoor, and I work for Huawei today, and I'm also running a small consulting company that is IEEE Tech. Besides that, I also have some social media presence where I try to basically educate or share my knowledge with the people who do not have access or who are not living in Europe, and they want to know activities on V2X and 5G in Europe. So time to time I share some content, some new activities, European trials on V2X on my YouTube and Facebook, so you can just go and check. I think there will be more amazing contents coming very soon, so around 5G and V2X. So I will begin with giving what, why, and how on 5G. I think many of us are telecom or engineers in short, and I think we are familiar with 5G in general. But maybe today we can learn a little bit more in detail that how 5G is going to be different than the previous cellular generation and what it really could do. I think it can do wonders. So we begin with why do we need 5G? I mean, up till now, what we have seen in terms of technology development, that we have had 4G for the last 10 years, and basically today we could do more or less everything that we want to do with 4G. But if we think of some technologies or some new areas where we want to do real-time communication, where we want to exploit billions of devices communicating with each other, and if we want to do it much faster, like in terms of gigabits per second, even though LTE promises 1 gigabit per second, but it's not, you can say the theoretical peak rates, but not something that is achievable on a mass scale. So what we want to achieve or where we want to extend technology development in terms of connections, we want to increase the connections tenfold. We want to reduce the latency, let's say tenfold, and we want to increase the speed tenfold. And which is not an easy thing if we just look in a simpler way. But we are determined and we are almost there. Then I think we could look at that what really developed this need or where this need came from. I have put here some example use cases or areas. We start with, for instance, self-driving car. This is something new that has not been there. And today, most of the trials that are ongoing for the self-driving car, they rely on onboard sensors, where the car is equipped with radar, LiDAR, cameras, and lots of other sensors. But the connectivity is not there yet because of the inherited challenges, and mostly the real-time communication was missing. We have some communication that is through the cloud, but that may not be sufficient for the self-driving car. So that is where something needed to be upgraded. Then we go to the gigabits in a second. Like we need a lot of data. We have much more devices, and if we want all of them to be communicated, we need much more data rates. Then we have new e-health services. Again, we want expertise from the doctors sitting across the globe, and they can do the virtual operation, they can do real-time monitoring of patients. So there we also need some real-time data. Plus, you can say that, in short, low latency and high-speed data. Then what we have is work and play. We all love games. So we want to do VR gaming. We want to do, we can say, in drills and teams. So there we again, although we could do much today, but we want to improve these experiences. We want to add these senses of feeling and touch and those to our gaming experience and so forth. So we have a number of new use cases, new experiences that we want to add. And also industry automation, that is a new use case for industrial IoT, where we want ultra-reliable and low latency networks. So all of this is basically, that is driving the demand for 5G. Then going to this key capability chart, and that is, you can say that that gave or set the goals for 5G. Like 5 or 7 years ago. IMT 2020, that is one of the institutes that basically is setting the goals for 5G. Previously, we had IMT Advanced, that was setting the goals for 4G. And in this web chart, what we see that in IMT Advanced, in the central part, there we have peak data rates of 1 gigabits, like I said. User experience 10 megabits per second, spectrum efficiency 1 times, and latency 10 milliseconds, network efficiency 1 time. Now what IMT 2020 wants to achieve, it wants to push the limits in all directions. In some directions, it is as low as 3 times, and in other directions, it is as high as 1,000 times what we can achieve today, which is enormous and which was not an easy task to begin with, but we are almost there. So incremental evolution of 4G system alone was not sufficient. That is something that we learned from this. And then a 5G system with fundamentally new technologies and paradigms to complete ongoing evolutionary trend is needed. So this is the whole summary of IMT 2020. And I think here we can also learn one thing, that sometimes people ask me that why do we really need a new generation? Why do we don't call it just 4G advanced or 4G? In 3GPP, that is the standardization body for cellular systems, they basically every 10 years, they just close one round of specification and start with something new, because already you have too many pages of specification. And also you want to put some reset button where you have the possibility to include new technology, completely new technologies on the air interface, on the core part. And that is why you see more or less every 10 years you have a new generation. And now we have 5G. Already talks for 6G have started. So to put it all together, what we are expecting, 100 billion connections, 1 millisecond ultra low latency, and 10 gigabits peak data rates. And you may have already heard some companies like Huawei, Samsung, Apple, and maybe more, but they are all ready with their 5G mobile phone set. Now it is something that has to do with the networks. When they do it, they start the deployment. And that is something that depends very much on the mobile network operators, how much funds they want to invest and how fast. But in terms of technology, we have the initial devices already in the market. So I'm just giving you all this for the 5G background. Then we will move to the V2X part, and then we connect the two, that how 5G will help or will support vehicular connectivity. 5G main use cases, I think this is also interesting. The left figure we have seen I mean, there we looked at the numbers, but if we look at the capabilities, what 5G will bring, and if we compare it with the services on the right, then it is quite interesting to see that basically we are pushing ourselves in three different areas. That is enhanced mobile broadband connectivity, massive machine type communication, and ultra reliable low latency network. And in this triangle, if we move in either direction, then we see that we have different use cases or services that we could support. So take an example of ultra reliable and low latency applications. And there we have self-driving car. We have mission critical applications. You may wonder what is mission critical. That is something where we care for the safety, where we really need real-time information so that we do not have a lag and that we do not create some safety risk or hazards for others. That includes, let's say there is a fire safety guy in a building fighting with fire, and you really want to know real time where he is. You do not want some latency. I mean, when we are talking to someone on phone, I mean, if there is a bad connection or there is a lag, we can afford, you can say 10, 20 milliseconds. But not in the mission critical. There we really need 1 millisecond or close to that. So these are main use cases or directions. Now I will not go into the details now for the releases, but you can say that so far we have been focused on EMBB, Enhanced Mobile Broadband, in terms of products that we have in the market. In the next step, we are focusing on the massive machine type communication and URLLC. You may have heard the terminology Industry 4.0, and in the URLLC, we have heard a lot about self-driving cars. So this is the area where we have our prime focus and these years. Then you may wonder who really is interested or which industry, because for the young professionals and someone who is really into starting their career, I think this is also a good information. They can plan which industries are growing fast and where they may have more opportunities in the coming years. So in that sense, there is a very high demand or very high interest in 5G, that is the broadcast and media delivery industry, and then public safety. So public safety is like fire hazard people. Then we also have those who deal with what you call other natural hazards and road traffic authorities. Then we have active industries that are education, people who are educating the future you can say the leaders. Then we have automotive industry and we have rail industry. Because you know that high-speed railway is one of the quite fast-growing industry, mainly in all our Asian countries where we have a lot of population. Countries are huge, and then we want fast commute between different cities. Then we have aeronautical, health, and utilities, and low interest is exploration, mining, agriculture, and factory automation. The reason is it's not that they are not interested in 5G. The reason is that they could do pretty much everything with 4G today. The new use cases that will really affect them will come in later stage of the 5G. So that is the main reason. Because, you know, this industry is pretty much doing a lot already with 4G. So there we really need to create some niche. To sum it up here, what is 5G? So 5G is basically a platform for new applications, new business models, new industries, and it is an enabler for disruption. So that has been like why and what. How do we get to 5G? And that is basically a question where we need open collaboration across industries. So far, maybe you may have seen that mobile network operators have only been interested in the telecom network deployment and not the car companies or not the railway industry. But now these industries are getting closer. They are working hand to hand. They are working in close collaboration with each other because now they depend or they rely on each other. Then for new network installment, we need heavy investments in technology. Where do these investments come from? And then we also need evolutionary commercialization strategy. That how do we really make money from it? So maybe the companies invest money to do the deployment of 5G, but is it really so that they can make this much money back? These are some of the questions that are not fully clear yet. And some new business model needs to be adopted and drafted. Here are four major areas that we think are the key success factors of 5G flourishing ecosystem. Number one, that is the global unified standard. Number two, services and new markets. Number three, technology innovation. And number four, mature industry chain. And number one, this is where we are working today a lot. That is where I work basically in my line of work, working on the 3GPP standards. And to make you a little bit more familiar with 3GPP standards, so here, if we look at this chart, just to know, like you are following all the slides, there is no lag, right?
Number you are calling is...
Yes, sir, we are following. There is no lag.
Perfect, thank you. Because previously I experienced this, so just to confirm. Here, if you look at this chart, 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. And in the vertical axis, we have GSM, GPRS, Edge, LTE, and 3GPP 5G. So this is third generation partnership project that is a global standardization body for telecommunication standards. And they work in a way where they call different technology as releases. Like when they launched UMTS, that was release 99. It's a strange numbering, but this is how it is. That was just R99, and then afterwards the CGPP adopted, turned to release 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And release 8 was where real 4G started. And today, this chart is up to release 14, but today we already have release 16 frozen, that is for 5G, and our network new radio. And we are working on release 17 already today. So just to make you familiar with how 3GPP works, that for each new generation, they have a new releases or a set of releases. And you can say that for new technology, they also have new different releases. So from release 8 to 14, it is all 4G. But they have different release numbers because they have included new technology in each of these specifications. And from release 15 onward, it's 5G. So if you look at these terms somewhere, you don't get, you can say that confused that what does it mean? We are speaking of 5G, and then you also have releases. So it's what is the difference? And here you see the timeline. And that chart was up to release 14, and this here you see release 15, 16, 17, and 18. And today we are at release 17 in end of 2020 and then 2021. And due to this pandemic, we have some delays in the 3GPP work, standardization work, because we cannot have face-to-face meetings. Usually we have 4 grand meetings each year and then some plenary meetings, but all of this is delayed because we are meeting online and it's not as efficient. So now moving on to the fun part. So far we looked into 5G, how the technology is developing, what is new, and then we look at what is V2X, and then we put these two together. So V2X is like vehicle to anything communication. So I say like here, imagine a typical urban environment with several road users. Those road users are typical bicyclists, trucks, cars, traffic light, a pedestrian, all of the people or things that we see on the roads today. And today, these cars or these people, they do not have the capability to communicate with each other. But if all of these could communicate with each other over the cellular link, what we will call? We call it, for instance, if vehicles are communicating with vehicles, or vehicles are communicating to infrastructure, then vehicles could be communicating to the pedestrians or cyclists, and vehicles could be communicating to the network. And all of this together is vehicle to anything or everything. A complete road safety and traffic efficiency solution that allows vehicles to communicate with its surrounding objects. And then the question comes, why do we really need that? I mean, what it brings, what difference it brings to our lives? So I think here is the major difference that we speak of. Before we go ahead, I have just put together these reference slides so you know that when we call vehicle, then we are putting all of these together, like car, ambulance, bus, all of these is called vehicle. Then all the pedestrian, cyclists, scooter, disabled, elderly, they are the vulnerable road users. So if you see this term VRU, you're not, then you know that this is something we speak of. Then we have infrastructure that includes road signs, smart lights, and other things. So here we have the answer for that. Oh, sorry. Like, why do we really need V2X? So what we have today, if we look at these red ellipse, that is where the car is. And if the car has cameras, radars, lidars, and other onboard equipment, then what it could do, if something comes in front of it, or if the two cars are getting too close to each other that they are about to collide, then these onboard sensors act. They can either, like in the adaptive cruise control we have, or just the protection, collision avoidance, they brake and they avoid collision or they warn us for collision. But if something is not in the visible range of these sensors, like if something is hidden behind a building or hidden behind another bus, usually, you know, sometimes a bus, at the bus stand, when the bus comes, people get off the bus and then they try to cross the street in front of the bus. And if we are driving to the bus, we don't know if someone is coming and there is a high risk of collision. In that case, if our mobile phone is smart enough, or if the bus is smart enough that it looks with its camera in front of the bus and inform all the incoming vehicles that my passengers are now getting off the bus and now they may be crossing in front of the bus. So you drive carefully or slowly. That is where V2I or V2V comes into play. And that is the warning part, because now we are warning the vehicle. And then we have the possibility to inform also, like if the car is going on the road, and you know, nowadays, like everywhere in every city, bigger city, there is road development and new projects are happening. So what happens, we get, we go to work and then we take one path every day, and someday there is a road work ongoing. And then when we just are there, then we know that, okay, now there is a road work. And thanks to Google, Google can tell us. Sorry. So Google can tell us, and in that case, that is the information part, because that is where vehicle to network, or we are getting these information through the cellular network. So the ACT part is quite good. We have lots of onboard sensors on the car, and information part is also quite good, because there we have mobile network that is informing us. this warning part where V2I and V2V, relatively, you can say low latency communication is needed, that is missing. And that is the part where what we are trying to fill, or we can say that is the gap we are trying to fill today with the V2X communication. So for the V2X, we have two different types of connectivity. One is we call short range communication, and the other is a long range communication. So the short range communication, when cars could communicate with each other directly, it is less than 1 kilometer, that is the range expected. It does not, or it should not require the network coverage, because that is the whole point here, that we should not really rely on the network. If there is no network and we cannot communicate between the cars, then it's a problem. So that is why a new for the direct communication, a new protocol has been invented or designed in the cellular-based V2X, that is called PC5. PC5 is the new direct, it's, you can say, the extension of LTE D2B. You may have heard it in LTE, the device-to-device communication. And then we had something similar, that is Wi-Fi based V2X, 82.11p. And that has been in the, we can say, in research and discussion for last 20-25 years, but it did not take off. But cellular V2X is now going fast. So these are two alternate options. Then we have the cellular network for connectivity longer than 1 kilometer. We have mobile edge computing support to reduce the latency. Then we have guaranteed quality of service, narrowband IoT, LTE-M, trust-and authentication can be provided. So we divide short range and long range communication just like that for the V2X. And then depending on the use cases, we make use of these. So here I have sorry, I was wanted to show you some video, but that comes later. Right here. So V2X standard worldwide. I will see if we have time, then maybe I can show you a couple of or one video for the trials that is happening. But let's say we divide the world, let's say, into 3 regions. Then we have V2X standards that are different for each region. So in the US, Canada, we have a protocol stack in the OSI layer above. It's called WAVE, and the access layer part or the load layer part, that is IEEE based or cellular V2X based. Like I said, we have two competing technologies. 811p is older, cellular V2X is newer, but cellular V2X is growing faster than the 11p. Last week, US basically killed 11p by new spectrum regulation. So then in Europe, we still have both technologies on board. In Europe, we call the protocol stack as ITS-P5, Intelligent Transportation System Generation 5. So just note, it is not 5G, it is G5. It's a different name. And then we have on the lower layer 11p and V2X, just like in the US. In China, it's only cellular V2X. In Japan, they already have this technology on the street from 2015 based on IEEE 82.11. And they call the protocol stack as ARIB, and their standards name. It's very similar to the one that is in the US, a WAVE standard. If you want to know more details, just Google WAVE or Google ARIB. I think it's tons of documents that you will find. And each region has its own specific protocol stack, like I said, and cellular V2X is one common standard among all. So then we focus on the cellular V2X. Now we go into the very interesting part of the discussion now here, because that the 5G AA or 5G for Automotive Association is one organization that is bringing all the stakeholders on board together for fast technology development. And like I said previously, cellular V2X is growing faster, and behind that, one of the institution or body that is 5G AA. You can see from their logo, automotive connectivity, V2X progress, opportunities, and challenges. So they are basically working on all three aspects. And this is something I believe you should know about. Not many people know about it who are not working with it. So I think it's something that is very useful to know. What it is doing. So far, we had two industries working isolated to each other. One is automotive industry and other is telecommunication industry. 5GA is bridging that gap. They have more than 130 members from around the world distributed in these industries, as well as the legislative bodies, road operators, and other, we can say that the government bodies. What they are working on is to gather all aspects of V2X, including technology standards, spectrum, policy, regulation, testing, security, business models, and go-to-market. So basically, from research to deployment, they are looking at on all of the aspects of V2X. Who are these people? Okay, we look at it later. First, we look at what are the 5G priority areas, which things 5G AA is looking at. So the name comes from 5G for Automotive Association. In this, we have identified 8 areas. One of them is digital roads, so that we have engaged with road operators to fully integrate the road infrastructure, so upgrade it basically. We have vulnerable road users, because you know, or maybe you, not all of you know this, that most of the road accidents that happen all around the world, you can say more than half is vulnerable road users. Like I said, vulnerable road users are pedestrians, cyclists, disabled, scooter riders, all of these include in this category. In total, 1.5 million people are part of road accidents, and these 1.5 million are those which are seriously injured in these accidents or die due to these accidents. So we are not counting the minor injuries. 1.5 is a huge number. That costs billion in insurance money, in billions like altogether to cover the road damages, the vehicles itself, and human losses. So that is why VRU, or vulnerable road user, is one of the key areas where we need to improve by adding smart devices. Then we have precise positioning, because without knowing our position, we cannot do much. I mean, if the car wants to protect us from collision, then car needs to know exactly where we are, and for that we need to precise positioning. And each of these areas is extremely complicated. Then interoperable ecosystem. What we want here is that we want different technologies, different industries to work with each other. They should be able to build each other. Let's say if there is a company that is doing positioning, let's say TomTom here, another company who are providing high definition maps, how they are going to charge people, how they are going to charge network operators. So this interoperable ecosystem is needed. Sustainable technology evolution that accelerate evolution of cellular technologies towards 5G V2X. Then flexible service architecture. The architecture should be flexible, and it leverage distributed cloud and edge computing capabilities. Then we have mobile networks built upon a cellular network deployment to fast-track new mobility service. And finally, the trust. I think this is last but not least, or most important part, the trust. We want to trust in these technology providers, because here they may know our location, there they may know where we are heading, because let's say if we put the destination in our Google Maps or in our car today, it knows where it is going, and if it is connected to the whole telecommunication ecosystem, then maybe hackers know where we are heading and in which direction we go, which path we take. So this can also be dangerous. So system has to protect our identities. It has to protect our information. So that is also one of the key areas which needs a lot of work. You can see all these partners in 5G. It's huge number of industries. We can name a major car vendor. We can name a major mobile network operator. They are there. And that is the strength of 5G. If we look at here, we have very nice mix of distribution among industries, mobile network operators, suppliers like vendors. Then we have OEM suppliers. Like OEM is a terminology used for original equipment manufacturers, mainly the automotive companies. So automotive companies 17% and 33% their suppliers. Then we have non-profit organization and other include these government bodies and those you can say regulators. What kind of use cases we are speaking of here? Just to like here you see IPv2 side link. TC5 is also called as side link. It's only which layer we speak of. If we are on the physical and MAC layer, we call it side link. If we are on above like RRC and the core, then we call it TC5. So just that it's the same thing we speak of. So emergency electronic brake lights. This is one application where if one car hits an emergency brake, what happens that if these cars are not aware, maybe this car could see the lights, but the cars behind you do not see it, and then collision happens here in the previous page. Then across traffic turn collision, a lot of collision happen when in the street crossing, the car is taking a left turn and another bicycle or motorcycle coming straight, and they just due to bad visibility, they do not look at each other and then they collide. In this case, this connectivity could help. Then signal phase and timing. You may have, I guess many of you drive, and you may have noticed one thing, that when we are looking at the traffic light and it's yellow, what we do, we accelerate and we try to cross it before it turns red, which is not good, but it's something that I have noticed many of us do. And sometimes when we are trying in this attempt, when we are too close to the traffic light, it turns red and then we have to press a hard brake. In all this process, what we did, we increase the risk of collision, or we increase the risk for us. We burn more fuel by putting more acceleration, and in the end, the result is zero. Like we just had to stop at the red light. So to avoid that, we have new applications that is called this. With the help of signal phase and timing, we have the GLOSA application, Green Light Optimal Advisory service, and also optimal speed indication. So we have these services that tells you how long time it is to green and how much speed you should drive without stopping, so that you just when you are at the traffic light, you have a green signal. This will save fuel, lives, and reduce the risk. Then we have vulnerable road user. When in dark, like remember you may have recently seen this Uber car, like Volvo car that was driven by Uber, self-driving car hit a cyclist woman and killed her in the US last year, or 2 years ago, in fact. Those days I was working for Volvo cars. I have been working at Volvo cars before Huawei, and I was looking into this V2X program there. So there we had this problem because these sensors at the last minute, they did not see that woman. But imagine if we had V2X connectivity and that lady had mobile phone in the pocket, So then the sensors may have missed that lady, but then we were adding one more thing to this, and then connectivity could have saved that life. So, I mean, it's a small thing, but it has a huge impact. And that is where vulnerable road user protection comes. Intersection collision warning is like when we are trying to save collision at the street intersection, and stationary vehicle warning. Sometime at night, there is a car that is broken down on the road, or that is parked for no reason. Someone is just not feeling well and got out of the car, and we see that or we observe that car at the very last minute. But if we have this kind of connectivity, then we get this information over the air. So these are the use cases that we speak of. I will speed up a little bit. So cellular V2X evolution from demo test to products. Look at this picture. We have a number of activities ongoing that are or trying to facilitate V2X deployment all over the world. You see Washington, Paris, Germany, China, and then more places like Italy and Shanghai. So it's a lot of different trials, activities, demos, partners, the partner organization, and we are trying to get it up to speed so we have the technology available as soon as possible. In the end, I will show the roadmap and how soon we will see technology. 5G V2X services combined 3GPP standard. 5G AA is giving input to all the other standardization bodies. So what it is, we have safety basic use cases, advanced driving use cases. I mean, in 1 hour, it was hard to put all this information together. So I'm sorry if you see any terms that you are not familiar or I didn't explain. But you can look at other videos that I have posted on social media. I think then you can learn those, and you can just Google it otherwise. So in the upper layer, mapping use cases of transportation profile, then 5G V2X side link, and basically what I'm trying to say in this slide is, for the basic safety use cases, we use LTE, like 4G V2X, and for the advanced use cases, we will be using release 16 or beyond, that is 5G V2X. And what are the key features that we speak of here? One is ultra reliable low latency, and for that we are going to have this network slicing. So the concept of network slicing is depending on what kind of application we are using. So if it is, let's say, safety critical application that requires much lower latency, in the complete network, like in the core part, in the air interface, we may have a network slice that is giving that kind of quality of service. So whenever very low latency, for instance, is required, we switch to that slice where low latency is facilitated. If we need high data rates, we switch to the slide that provides high data rate. So by doing that, depending on what kind of subscription you have, what kind of network slices you could use, you will have the possibility to use these slices. And for each of these slices, you get a different quality of service. So this is one of the features that will be there. And today you see here we have eMBB, like data rate, higher data rate, or ultra reliable low latency. So today, like we speak of these two slices as major directions. And these will be like not using the shared resources as other users in the network. Then predictive quality of service. So since we speak of the safety use cases here for the automotive, that means that we would like, for certain cars or for certain use cases, we would like to have a guaranteed quality of service. Otherwise, we do not rely on that application. So basically, we want information, but we also want some reliability factor on it. And for that, we have worked on one thing that is called predictive quality of service. So let's say if the car is connected vehicle is driving along a planned road number 1, like at point 1. Then application receives in advance quality of service notification of potential network quality degradation. Like let's say in between 4 and 5, there is a possibility of network degradation. So what happens that the network is monitoring or reading the parameters in all of these areas. And already when the car is at 1 and 2, then the car receives the indication about 4 and 5. So it adapts its application and all these we can say services to the network quality that is available there. So in this way, you increase the reliability on the communication. And all of these are new features that are added for different services. Then we speak of the mobile edge computing. We want to bring information to locally on the edge clouds, because today what we do, we have a centralized network core, and then we have internet. We want to bring some of the information closer to the cars, so that we have less low latency, we have reduced signaling, because there can be too many cars in an area. The information maybe the cars, let's say this problem is quite common in Europe, where the cars are driven from one country to another. Like I am in the southmost part of Sweden. It takes me 30-35 minutes to go to Denmark. So, I mean, we use that airport. So, I mean, this kind of commute is very frequent. And if we are doing handovers between the countries, then, sometimes we lose connection for a while before we catch up with the roaming. But if we have this information locally stored, we know that the car is headed this way. And with the predictive quality of service combined with network slicing, edge computing, we may not see any, you can say, signal drop. We just have a smooth handover across the country and just go to the other side. Multi-access edge computing, that is something basically I already said, that we should have the multi-access. So application can be hosted at edge site instead of central cloud. And then we have the multiple possibility of multi-access. So auto cloud, we have service provider cloud, we have different kind of clouds, they're all connected. So we don't have to wait for authentication, we just access the data that we need. Then we have another thing that has not been there in the specifications earlier. That is like for in 4G, when we were speaking of PC5 for side link, it was only a broadcast mode. So it was not possible for cars to have one-to-one or one-to-many connection directly. That is something that is added as part of 5G V2X. And we call it unicast and groupcast. I mean, through the cellular network, this is possible. Like that is what we do today. When I'm calling someone of you over the mobile phone, then I'm doing this similar to unicast, like one-to-one. But without the cellular network, a direct communication, then it's something new. Enabling cellular V2X deployment. So you see, like a lot of activities are ongoing across the globe. Many different car companies have announced their different models year 2022, 23, and we will see this happening maybe sooner than what we expect. Cellular V2X deployment trends in the US, like in the US, Ford has announced that in 2022 they will have the cars. State of Virginia, Georgia, they have announced. FCC is supporting, like I said, two weeks ago, they announced that they allocated spectrum for cellular V2X. This spectrum is there for more than 20 years, but it has been mainly for 802.11p focused Wi-Fi. But this time they have made it available for cellular V2X. So similarly in Europe, we have a lot of activities that are ongoing. Audi has announced, you can say Volkswagen already has a car in the market, BMW is working on it. So a lot of car manufacturers are working to bring V2X into their future cars. We have a number of European funded projects. I think if you are young in the career, you have interest in this area, I would suggest to look at these projects because they are setting the direction for future. So if any of you is aiming for a PhD or coming to Europe to work, I think these projects maybe you look at. That's why I put slide here. It will help you to understand because they are working on the concept level, new applications, deployment strategies, and you can learn a lot from it in the direction of V2X industry in Europe. So mainly I have been working with 5G car and 5G Toco projects. Here you have Volvo, Volkswagen, Peugeot. In 5G Carman, we have BMW, 5G Mobix, we have Mercedes. So like this, we have different car manufacturers, Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei, in almost all of them. So you have all the major players in these projects. In the Asia Pacific region, we have mainly China, Japan, Korea, and Australia. These countries are putting a lot of effort, especially China. It's enormous. Like I have been to some V2X trials in China, and no other country has that kind of scale on the trial and the cars they equip. So it's quite interesting to see how fast things are developing there. So this is the fun part, the roadmap, how soon or in time or when exactly we are expecting different applications to hit the market. We are in 2020. Let's say most of the applications or real and we can say commercial products we will see are after 2022. The reason I can tell you is the lead time for the automotive industry. They need 3 to 4 years before they decide to bring something into the car, and then after that they need 3 to 4 years to make that car and sell it into the market. So that is why things were decided, let's say in 2019, and those cars will hit the market as soon as 2020 or 2023. And then we will see these different applications: traffic efficiency, safety, advanced safety, driving step 2 and step 1 and step 2. And that is basically automated driving level 4, or let's say level 3 and level 4 type is people. So it's a quite interesting insight to how the technology is developing, and you can see different applications, and they depend on 4G and 5G. So 4G will not disappear. You see 2029, and 4G will be there. So that is the beauty of cellular V2X, that it is backward compatible in a sense that it will support older generation as well as the new development. With that, I would like to thank you for your patience and listening to me. Any questions?
Extended thanks, Dr. Taimoor. It has been quite an extravagant journey through 3GP, 5G, V2X, and 5G AA, and so on. So you have taken us into quite an intriguing and quite a deep journey of wireless communication technology. We have one question on in the chat box. There is a question by Dr. Arun Tigadi, who is asking on if you can suggest an open source and efficient multi-agent V2E simulator.
So yeah, I mean, today many simulators you have one is a Sumo, that is urban mobility model simulator. Then we have network simulator 3, 4, NS3, NS4. I think they do pretty much the job that we want to do to the researcher.
All right.
They are open source.
Yeah, one question which I myself had was on the security aspects of the upcoming wireless technology. Meanwhile, do you think that the lined communication, physical lined communication would become obsolete in the upcoming years? And will this wireless technology and the subsequent security associated with it, will it be able to match the security levels of wired communication?
I doubt that we can say that it will match, but they are working on it. So I mean, otherwise it will not. The technology will not work. I mean, over the wireless link, we are much prone to the security risk. So there are issues, and I think it's one of the prime focus for industry too, and working on it.
Okay. There is another question from our panelist, Chengappa.
Sir, please. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Mr. Taimoor, thank you for very inciting thoughts on V2X and 5G. As we see that 5G is yet to be evolved, and as you were rightly mentioning in your last slide, that 4G would still continue to be all the way till 2029. And having the deployment like NSA and SA, how do you think, because when we take from a telco's perspective, like I think most of them are going in for a NSA approach first, and then they would be evolving towards standalone access. Yeah. So how do you see V2X evolving with NSA? Do you see any challenges there? Because it would be both like 5G core and 4G components in NSA.
Yeah. So I think so. There is already you can say the 5G network architecture for V2X. New enablers and interfaces have been introduced and added. So as soon as there will be a standalone deployment, it will be, you can say, upgraded. So now the difference we need to understand between standalone and non-standalone, that in the non-standalone part, we already upgrading the core part. So basically, we're already including the new developed core functionalities in it. And then when it goes to the standalone part, then basically we are taking away the 4G, let's say you can say that the core and the control plane as well. And with that, I think it will be, you can say, fully functional. So network slicing, edge computing, and these functionalities may not be available, you can say, initially. But as soon as we go into the next stage, and that is why you see advanced use cases will come in the later stage. And another thing that I mentioned, PC5 and Sidelink, that is completely network independent. So whether it is standalone or non-standalone, we can already use direct V2X communication using the 5G PC5 and Sidelink. So that is one beauty of V2X, that it is somehow isolated and connected both.
Thank you, Mr. Taimoor. That really helped. Yeah.
And here we have this one question that light transmission is possible to, and this is the answer is yes. We can look at visible light communication for V2X, and there is a lot of work being done.
Yeah, it is. Just to add on to it, would there be any Li-Fi, the increased research and making it as disruptive as 4G and 5G? Would there be a possibility for Li-Fi to take up?
Yes, the companies are working on it, but the only difference is that, the 4G or cellular infrastructure is already in place. We have lots of mobile network operators. For that reason, using the cellular network has been convenient. But introducing a completely new technology where we do not have much in place, it will take a rather longer time, but there is an
We have another question. As 3GPP has played a main role for 5G, and will they be leading for the standards of 5G and 6G too, or some other standardization body has already started working on it with respect to V2X?
Oh, so yeah, so these cellular standards, they are, you can say, proprietary of 3GPP. 3GPP is the one that will do 6G or 7G. And then comes to that if any other standardization body is working on V2X, yes, there we have this IEEE, like I said, this 802.11b standard that was old one. Now they are working on 802.11bd. But I can tell you that industry interest has gone down in these recent years, and they have more interest on cellular 5G and 6G path than the IEEE for V2X.
Thank you, Dr. Taimoor. It has been a wonderful session, as already mentioned, an extravagant one on the wireless technologies. And it has been a good interaction from all the participants, attendees as well. I thank all the participants for bringing up the questions, and also I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Taimoor Abbas for making time for IEEE YP Bangalore Section's YP Global Summit 2020, which we are organizing under the aegis of Bangalore Technologie Conclave. So over to you, Dr. Ashwini. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Great question, in fact, Taimoor. So great insight on 5G. So it's a small token of thanks from our end, from YPGS to you. We can give virtually.
Thank you. This is so nice of you. And kindly send this picture via email, so I can put it on social media. And yeah, thank you.
Can I request all the panelists to just switch on their video for a quick screenshot?
Puneet, sir, you have anything to add on to our, final session of this morning session? So after this group photo, we will be breaking for lunch, and join us back by 2, where we have a workshop on AI/ML. So I hope all of you will really have a nice time even in the afternoon session. So Puneet, sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Taimoor, for very, very deep technical session. It was really fun. And I'm really happy to see since morning all our presentations were there. Really, I can say they were beyond expectations and truly international, global. The way we have named it, Global Summit. So the kind of information, the kind of technical content coming out of each one of the speakers, they are truly global and international. And I'm really happy that we are really creating a benchmark for future global summits, and it will be really tough for the next team to exceed these benchmarks what we are creating. With this word, I am really happy to say that the team, which is led by Dr. Ashwini, they have done really wonderful things. And Moinam, today you have moderated all the sessions really well. And Chengappa, when I joined in the last for the YP panel discussion, so I could hear your moderation as well. So it was really fantastic. So I'm really happy to see that future leaders of Bangalore section, they are picking up the thread so well that I don't have any problem in leaving the section this year end. Thank you very much.
And I think, sir, this wouldn't have happened without your, showing us the way. So obviously the great things happen with the great leader. So yes, your path we are following, and we want to keep that range of Bangalore section the same. So thank you so much. So Taimoor, can you just switch on the video for the last time? We can have a small group photo.
It seems something is stuck. I need to restart the computer, so that is why I couldn't open the webcam.
Fine. So we have previous photos we will share with you. Thank you everyone. Let's break for lunch and kindly get back to the session by 2 p.m. And we have a AI/ML workshop by Mr. Nikhil Mathur from Amazon. So let's all get back by sharp 2 p.m. We'll be starting. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, all of you, and welcome back on the second day of the Young Professionals Global Summit 2020, hosted by IEEE Bangalore section and IEEE Young Professionals Affinity Group. It is my privilege to welcome our speaker of the day, who will be conducting the workshop with us. I hope all of you can hear me. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, Moinam, please continue. We can hear you and also see the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay. So, I welcome Mr. Nikhil Mathur. Nikhil Mathur leads the partner ecosystem for data analytics and AI/ML for India and SAARC at Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. He has over 5 years of experience working with AWS in India, having successfully built the North and East India ISV ecosystem and managed some of the top ISV partners nationally of the likes of Freshworks and Nucleus Software in his previous roles. Prior to AWS, Nikhil has worked with Microsoft for 10 years, cutting across technology, pre-sales, solution sales, and business development roles. In his last stint at Microsoft, Nikhil was responsible for business development of application platform and business intelligence technologies for the North and East India market. Thank you, Nikhil, for accepting our invite and coming out to our summit. I hand over to you and looking forward for an interactive session.
Hey, thank you so much, Moinam, for that warm introduction. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, Nikhil, please continue. Yeah.
All right, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, IEEE Bangalore section, IEEE Young Professional Affinity Group for inviting me to share my views on this platform today. I'm super excited to be talking to all of you around cloud, data analytics, and AI/ML, and how this disruptive technology trend is really changing the lives of consumers, businesses alike. And during the course of this workshop, I'll be happy to walk you through some of the concepts around what really is cloud computing, what do we really refer to when we talk about data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. A lot of these are buzzwords in the technology industry today. So I'll try and peel the onion to share my thoughts and try and make sure that this comes across as something which you all can understand. And again, really looking forward to sharing some videos and like I mentioned, excited to be doing this session today. All right, so without further ado, let me get started here. And before starting my presentation, I just thought if you could all quickly give me a sense of your backgrounds, that would help me share my thoughts accordingly so that it's most relevant to you. So maybe Moinam, if you could flash the poll question for the audience. So if you could select one of these 5 options, it'll help me understand your background better. And quite frankly, if you're a student, you're working in the industry, you're in a technical role, you're an architect, you're in a sales role or a pre-sales role, surely, cloud, artificial intelligence, data analytics is something you definitely want to know about. And again, the future is kind of really promising here, and I'll be sharing my thoughts around this today. So if you could maybe close the poll now, Moinam, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and just flash the results. That would help. All right. The poll is closed. Let me see what the results are. Moinem, could you read that out for me? I can't see the results on my screen right now.
Yeah. I'll be showing you the results now. Can you see it?
Not really. If you could just read it out for me in terms of percentages, that would be good. So how many percentage of the people are students here? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the maximum of the results are in the favor of technical delivery architect and students.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for participating in this poll. All right. So, look, we've all been hearing about cloud computing and how it's a disruptive trend, how it's the new normal, but really, what exactly is cloud computing, right? And I just thought, let me start with the slide where I, simplify this for all of you, right? And what do we really mean when we say cloud computing? So cloud computing is essentially on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet, this pay-as-you-go pricing model, right? So customers can really leverage IT and resources over the internet, and fundamentally they pay for what they use. And the services and solutions can be consumed in real time over the internet. And again, what we're seeing is that the global cloud computing market size is expected to grow from $371 billion in 2020 to $830 billion by 2025, growing at a cumulative annual growth rate of 70.25%, right? So definitely, if you look at Gartner, you look at some of the industry analyst reports, all of them have predicted the kind of growth in the market globally for cloud computing, and digital transformation has entered an urgency-driven phase due to COVID-19 pandemic and the sudden shutdown of offices, schools, and enterprises, which have further increased demand for cloud solutions and services, right? So, increasingly now businesses want to make sure that people can access resources within their organization from wherever they're sitting. Customers want to revamp their infrastructure and business operations with new age technology to improve agility, enable innovation, and drive profitable growth. And which is where cloud computing is here to stay. And again, whether you're accessing applications through tablet, smartphone, your notebook, or desktop, again, all these, collaboration tools, databases, documents you want to share across. Again, if that can be stored centrally and can be accessed over the internet, fundamentally gives the businesses and consumers that added advantage. And which is where, while cloud computing traditionally has posed some challenges, and I'll talk about some of these, but what I'll also talk about in subsequent slides is, while there are challenges, still companies are really adopting cloud very fast. And why is that the case, right? So look, fundamentally, when somebody wants to take a decision of moving something from their on-premise IT environment to the cloud, there are these concerns which come across data sovereignty and security, right? So would my data be secure in the cloud? Would the data protection and privacy be maintained? My data should not be shared with anyone else. When you look at again, different countries have their own norms saying the data, maybe some sensitive PII data, should not be shared outside the geographical boundaries of the country. So those are the kind of questions which typically businesses have when they're trying to make this decision of whether to move to the cloud or not, right? They also want to know whether managing identity, federation, access control, can that be taken care of? Can the operational performance be ensured? So while security is a top priority, but when my application runs in the cloud, would it give the desired performance? Would my availability needs be taken care of? Would my data be durable? And again, will I be able to comply with some of the industry regulations? In case of healthcare, there are standards like HIPAA. Financial services industry, PCI. There are ISO standards and SOX, SOC 1, 2, 3, multiple industry regulations which applications have to comply with, and where all these become very important questions, right? And these are non-negotiable for a lot of businesses, where if they're extending their on-premise security and operations management and then kind of moving to the cloud, how would this really be addressed? And again, would there be any latency challenges, performance considerations? I'm sure these are questions which come to the mind of most of people. And but then, while these are the challenges and again, things which customers when we interact with them have always kind of come back to us asking for more about, but still what we see is that companies are adopting cloud really fast, right? And I just shared that statistic of how cloud computing is likely to grow from 2020 to 2025, and how it's the new normal, how it's a disruptive industry change. But it's important that we're able to appreciate the why is it that cloud computing is really growing so fast, if there are some inherent challenges in kind of moving to the cloud, right? And how do customers or businesses really how do businesses really address those challenges when they move to the cloud, right? So the first reason why we see companies want to move to the cloud is they want to trade their capital expenses for variable expenses, right? Now, before AWS was launched in 2006, businesses would take on the massive capital investment of building their own infrastructure or contract with a vendor for a fixed amount of data center capacity that might or might not be used. But look, with cloud computing, with AWS, with some of the other clouds now, customers have no commitments to make as they start using their own services. They can sign up and consume resources as they require and pay for only what they use, right? So that becomes a very strong value proposition for businesses to consider when they're moving to the cloud, right? In their balance sheet, the capital expenditure to kind of really buy those servers, buy annual licensing contracts, all this kind of moves to operational costs, because now they're paying for what they're using, and it makes a tons of sense financially, right? So that's one. What is the other reasons, right? Now, the other reasons is, look, if there are companies who are trying to lower their variable expenses, and they could leverage the cloud to do so. I'll give you an example. Samsung uses the AWS platform of technology infrastructure services to build its Smart Hub application. And the Smart Hub application allows users of Smart TV and Blu-ray players to access content of third-party providers. With every user's request, Smart Hub application authenticates devices, delivers applications and content, pushes notifications across multiple devices. Samsung's cloud deployment strategy has actually saved capital expenditure by more than 34 million and reduced operational expenditure by 85%. So reliability of the cloud has actually enabled Samsung to be highly available to meet their SLA targets. With the cloud infrastructure being globally available, that enables Samsung to easily expand its services and accelerate time to market across the world. And really, they've been kind of moving away from their traditional on-premise data centers and moving to the cloud. And with the cloud, they are being able to meet their reliability and performance objectives at a fraction of cost. So really, the second reason why we see customers or businesses moving to the cloud is to lower down their variable expenses, which is where cloud again plays a critical role. What's the third reason why we see customers want to move to the cloud? Now, look, the choice of capital expenditure into data centers or taking a fixed capacity from a co-location provider either meant paying for wasted capacity or having to worry about the amount of capacity they forecasted was insufficient to keep pace with their growth, right? So a lot of these workloads are kind of spiky in nature, right? So if you go in, let's say, shopping on an Amazon website during festivals, obviously the sales and the workload is higher, right? If you're looking at election results, just giving you an example, that could be another application. It's a kind of a time-bound event, right? And you don't want to buy a server infrastructure which lies idle for most of the time, and then for that peak load, you're still not able to cater to the capacity, right? And which is where with cloud, you no longer have to guess capacity anymore because you can elastically scale out and scale in your resources depending upon how the workload's increasing or decreasing. So again, a very attractive proposition there where instead of wasting resources, compute, storage lying idle, you can scale out and scale back in, making sure that there's predictability for the applications which are being used. So again, an important reason why customers are looking at the cloud. So the fourth reason, and look, this is by far the number one reason why organizations are moving so quickly to the cloud, and that's basically to increase speed and agility. Now, in this era where companies obviously want to innovate and try out new things and make sure that they're able to experiment a lot, a cloud offers a very attractive value proposition because the cost of failures really come down, right? So we go and talk to a lot of enterprises here in India, and all of them want to innovate and then come up with new products. They want to lower their time to market, and they really for them to innovate in the erstwhile world, they had to buy servers, try out experiments, and they could fail. Here they could provision resources, try out that experiment doesn't work, shut it down, spin up virtual machines on the cloud again, and it's really made life for them much simpler. And again, they've got that speed and agility in their operations because you could pretty much spin up virtual machines in the cloud in a matter of minutes, vis-a-vis buying the servers, they getting deployed, then deploying the software on top of that, and all that taking a really long time before you could actually kickstart a project, right? So agility is kind of critical, and this is one of the sayings from our CEO, Andy Jassy, where he mentions that invention requires two things: the ability to try a lot of experiments and not having to live with the collateral damage of failure. Now, that's a very powerful statement, and look, this is exactly what cloud is enabling customers to do. One could try out multiple experiments and just pay for those experiments and then the time they're experimenting, and they don't really have to worry about the collateral damage of failure. So again, what that means is you can try out multiple experiments, and at the heart of every innovation which happens is the experiments which you do, right? You want to make sure that the organization's agile, trying out new things, and the fundamental disruption comes from that, right? So if you look at different industries, and I could talk about hotels, storage, bus travel, retail, music. Cloud's kind of disrupted the industries in a big way, right? Look, I'm sure all of you will appreciate Airbnb had disrupted the hotel industry. Of course, it's taken a hit because of COVID right now, because travel industry as a whole and hospitality industry is taken a hit. But come to think of it, right? There were more hotels and places being booked through Airbnb than one could imagine could be the total capacity of hotels in the entire country. So if you look at the kind of there were 450,000 nights being booked at Airbnb at one time, and again all that is possible because they use a cloud technology platform in the backend, right? So again, an example of how cloud helped disrupt the hotel industry, and Airbnb is a live example. I don't know how many of you have used Dropbox, but Dropbox, again, you could scale infinitely and store as many documents as possible on the cloud, and that's again possible because of cloud, right? Where you don't have to worry really about limited storage. Similarly, you look at bus travel. Redbus helped really with online ticket booking, and again something which could not have been thought of before, and then again Redbus made sure that they came out with a very intelligent ticket booking application, and not only that, they were collecting feedback from users of the buses, and with that they were able to classify the feedback and help further improve their operations and help actually provide better customer experience. Look, the genesis of Amazon Web Services, which is the cloud platform which Amazon provides, came from the retail division, right? We've been running our technology infrastructure as a backend for the Amazon retail application for a while, which is where the company realized that we've become kind of good at running the data center environment, and we started offering these services to end customers also to use, right? So of course, retail, again, there's a big disruption because of cloud computing. You look at Spotify, that's again one of our referenceable customers, and then again, the music industry kind of got disrupted with Spotify and customers being able to listen to the music they want. The financial industry, there's so many fintech companies coming in whose backbone is the cloud platform, right? And they're disrupting some of the traditional banks and insurance companies, Intuit Mint being one such company. And the financial industry is also becoming more agile. They're able to take those risks, they're able to experiment, and again, Xiaomi in the smartphone space, they've been kind of leveraging the cloud in the backend for their applications. Netflix, I'm sure we're all, in these COVID times, the consumption of OTT platforms has increased, right? So be it Netflix, be it Hotstar, be it Amazon Prime videos, and again, all of them are powered by a cloud computing platform in the backend. And, all the recommendations you get because you saw this movie, why don't you look at that movie, right? All that is powered by artificial intelligence, and again, which is a part of what the cloud provides you, right? So really disrupting the industry. Similarly, Book My Show. I know nobody's booking shows right now because of COVID, but absolutely, Book My Show was a disruptor there, and again, they used Amazon Web Services and the cloud computing platform in the backend. So really, agility is one of the key reasons why companies are looking at the cloud. And just giving an example, and this would have given you a better sense of how different industries have been disrupted because of the usage of cloud computing by some of the companies. All right, and really look, fundamentally today, enterprises and businesses can't afford to be slow. But when we ask the question, how long does it take to get a server or to put together a new project that needs IT, the answer runs into weeks and months, and which is where now for an engineer to think of new ways and to invent, that wait time is maddening, right? And look, God forbid if the experiment on the server succeeds, one needs to wait an equivalent time to get in more servers. So cloud computing has really helped cut down the time for carrying a lot of these experiments, and that's something which we did discuss, in the previous slides. Yeah, look, the old world, you could not experiment that frequently. The failure was expensive. There's less innovation, but in the cloud world, the point is that innovation can be unleashed only if you are able to try out a lot of experiments, and there would be a lot of failures, and many should fail if we are looking to push the envelope, and we mustn't have to live by that collateral damage of a failed experiment, and that's where cloud comes in very handy. And one really wants to move into a very different model from really learned helplessness to more sharp cycles for employees to improve customer experience, and really clouds kind of unleashing all that innovation. All right, what's the fifth reason? Why are companies moving to the cloud? And look, a lot of undifferentiated heavy lifting where customers had to buy and install new hardware, set up and configure new software, build new data centers. Who will take care of data centers, cooling, networking, servers, labor, power, cabling, rack, storage? Well, all this underlying heavy lifting is now taken care of by the cloud, right? So the IT teams, the business teams can focus on innovation rather than focusing on managing the IT environment and doing the heavy lifting themselves. So again, why do you want to spend money on undifferentiated heavy lifting, right? And which is where for startups, for new age companies, it's a no-brainer. They all want to start with the cloud first, and we're really seeing enterprises also really transitioning now, and a lot of them having a cloud first policy and even retiring their technical debt and moving some of their existing applications to the cloud. In fact, a lot of enterprises are looking at going all in on the cloud. So we have some success stories there as well. And lastly, but a very important reason why customers are moving to the cloud in this era where you want to run your company operations in different countries, you could go global in a matter of minutes, right? Like AWS has about 24 regions, 77 availability zones, and which matters to companies large and small, because given most of these companies have global end users right from the get-go, right? Being able to provide lower latency from locations all over the world enables a better customer experience. Additionally, companies who need to keep data in their own region or country prefer additional locations that are geographically close to them. So, cloud's kind of really making that difference in helping some of these companies scale their operations globally. And, if you really look at why they are moving to public cloud and moving away from private cloud, again, just kind of summarizing these 6 points which we just discussed. The private cloud is kind of a misnomer there because by definition has none of the benefits of the cloud environment. You don't trade capital expense for variable expense. You don't get the elasticity and agility. You have to manage it yourself, and you can't deploy globally in minutes. So while there is a lot of investment, some of these companies have made in creating their own data centers, and it can't be you can't do away with them immediately. But they're all transitioning and looking at now seriously considering cloud computing and the model there where they're only paying for what they're using and consuming to push the envelope and really disrupt their business. So it's I mean, look, you want to make sure that the businesses are able to serve their customers better, enhance their experiences, and absolutely that's where cloud computing comes in really handy. All right, let me pause there, and this is a poll question just to check how much have you been asked till now, and Moinem, if I can request you to flash the poll for our audience. Not a very difficult one. We just discussed this, but yeah, I mean, if you could take a shot at the number one reason why customers are switching to cloud computing. All right, can we stop the poll now, and maybe Moinem, if you could share the results.
Yeah, I think we'll keep the poll open for another 30 seconds, and then we might we might just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Also, Moinem, let me know in the chat window, are there any questions so far? Maybe I could pause and take one or two.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I'll be closing the poll now. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, just a few seconds. The poll is closing now. I'm flashing the poll results on the screen. You can check it now.
All right, so what I see on the screen is just a second.
I think agility has the maximum of the votes, and yeah, agility, instant configuration, and
wonderful. No, so absolutely right. So the single most important reason why customers are switching to cloud computing is agility, right? And the kind of disruption, innovation companies could really have a leverage in cloud. So thanks for your participation there. All right. Are there any questions you want to ask Moinem, or let me move to the next slide and if there are no questions?
I think we can move on to the next slide.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, one more cool question for the audience. Yeah, this one's simple. Why don't you take a shot at this? Yeah. Which of the following are not benefits of cloud computing? You need to choose two here. Multiple procurement cycles, high availability, high latency, temporary and disposable resources, fault-tolerant databases.
I request all our attendees to take participation in the poll and let us know your views.
All right, what does our audience think?
Yeah, there are around 5 of them who are still in progress. So I'm just waiting for them to complete.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to close the poll now. I still see some of you are in progress. So I think I'll give you a 20-second head start. And here we go. Okay, so we have the poll results with us, and I'll be flashing it on the screens now.
All right, I'm so happy that most of you have got this right. So surely cloud does not mean multiple procurements. cycles. Again, for all you know, high latency, your latency may just come down, right? So high latency is also not that reason. So thank you so much for your participation there. And of course, some of the benefits which you get as a part of moving to the cloud is highly available resources. You pay for what you use, and you use the resources which you can temporarily put in. And of course, when it comes to databases, you could have fault-tolerant databases, and that's again a benefit you get when you're on the cloud. So thanks again for your participation. All right, just let me move to the next slide. One final poll question before we move to the next slide. Which of the following is not an advantage of cloud computing over on-premises computing? So there's this one answer here, which you need to select. Let me know what's that one. It's a fairly straightforward one. You should be able to crack this one. So the question is, which of the following is not an advantage of cloud computing over on-premises computing? Do you pay for racking, stacking, and powering servers? Increase speed and agility? You benefit from the massive economies of scale? You eliminate guessing of your infrastructure capacity needs? And you trade capital expense for variable expenses. So which of them is not an advantage of cloud computing? Mohit, can we close the poll and share the results?
Yeah, we still have around 5 of our attendees who are still in progress. So I think once they're done, we might close the poll.
Sounds good.
Yep. So I'll be closing the poll in another 30 seconds. So I see a lot of you in progress. So, please complete your polls and click on the submit button once you're done. Okay, so closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I still see one person in progress, so we are giving them around 10 seconds to answer. Okay, he has answered. I will be flashing the poll results on all of your screens now. There you go.
All right. So we see maximum number of you saying the first option, which is pay for racking, stacking, and powering servers, and that's right? So with cloud, you don't have to pay for that. That's something which the cloud vendor would have provisioned for, right? You don't have to pay separately for that. And some of the advantages you absolutely get as a result of using the cloud is the speed and the agility gets increased because there's so many servers. You benefit from the massive economies of scale. There are tiered pricing. There's of course, with so many servers which these cloud vendors have, they're able to pass on the savings and the profits. In fact, look, it's an interesting thing, and I'll kind of share with you all how the Amazon pricing philosophy works, and this is across the different companies, also applicable to the cloud business. But look, there's a lot of emphasis, there's a lot of focus which goes into innovating and trying to come up with new features, providing value-added services, providing different selection options for customers. And look, as more and more people start using Amazon services is when, look, Amazon has a choice of either booking, that as profit or reinvesting back to kind of further innovating and or maybe in the form of price cuts, right? So like Amazon Web Services has undergone over 75 price cuts ever since it started, and the reason why companies like Amazon are able to do it is because of economies of scale, and that's an interesting philosophy. So once you're able to cut down the cost, then that means more customers use you. Again, you focus on R&D, providing these value-added services, economies of scale, and it's kind of a flywheel which goes that way. So making sure that if let's say if there's a vendor who's providing you innovation, new features, services, selection options all the time, and also keeping lowering down the costs and further cutting down the costs and giving attractive options, why would somebody move away, right? So that's an interesting flywheel and philosophy, right? And it's only possible because of the economies of scale. Of course, the other two options also stand advantages, and we've discussed this, where you're able to eliminate guessing on your infrastructure capacity needs, and you create capital expense for variable expenses. All right. Now look, what is it that the enterprise customers are really telling us? I'm sure a lot of your technology architects, delivery folks, and a lot of your students as well. But the moment you start working in companies, you'll realize that customers they want to accelerate their business transformation initiatives. They want to operate in the cloud but lack in-house skills. They want to make sure that they can ensure cloud security compliance needs are there, supports their business to develop cloud skills and approaches. That's the other thing they're looking at, to reduce their operational costs and to innovate quickly. And Gartner has come up, they came with a study suggesting that the biggest inhibitor to cloud adoption is lack of skills, which is where, you all can make a big difference, right? A lot of you could pursue a career in cloud computing, data analytics, AI, ML, and enterprises will be happy to hire you. They'll train you, and they'll kind of make sure that, you could then get involved in all of these strategic projects they're doing. So absolutely a great. In fact, you go to a lot of these LinkedIn job reviews, and you'll find cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, the need for data scientists, analytics. These are all hot job areas, right? So if you're able to build skills here as students, I'm sure you'll have a plethora of options which will come your way. And for working professionals, if you can continue honing your skills around cloud computing and data analytics, ML, depending on your interest area, absolutely you could expect more job opportunities to come your way. So I just thought I'll share this perspective with you all so that you could kind of build your capabilities and skill sets accordingly. Look, globally, some of the most sensitive workloads are running on the cloud, right? And I have a video which I'll show you as well around FINRA, where FINRA is the regulatory authority in the US for the financial industry, and they use AWS, to make sure that across several dimensions they're able to leverage cloud computing for patching, encryption, auditing, logging, entitlements, compliance, and something that's really helped a regulator in doing its operations better. Similarly, look at Vodafone. Vodafone's been using the cloud and AWS, and they're able to ensure that the compliance requirements are taken care of as compared to on-premise or co-location data centers. ZocDoc is another company which is able to handle 6 million patients a month and elevated security. So again, you'll find customers across industry segments, BFSI, when I say BFSI, banking, financial services, insurance, healthcare industry, even telecom industry, which are, industries where there are a lot of compliance requirements and regulatory requirements. They're also kind of moving to the cloud now, and it's not just the e-commerce industry or retail or some of the other industries where clouds probably have been used for a very long time, but we're increasingly seeing financial services, healthcare, telco companies also looking at cloud in a big way. Again, using best practices for modern application development, creates applications that are more secure, reliable, scalable, and quickly available for customers. So it's the ability to reduce overall compute cost by 95%, such as FICO, or Coca-Cola cutting processing time from a day and a half down to 10 seconds, or FINRA using AWS for critical initiatives like stock trade validation system, Washington Post being able to deliver releases at a rate of 50 plus deployments per hour. And so again, across industries who are wanting to innovate, who are wanting to get deeper insights and faster insights, they're able to do that leveraging the cloud. Just to give you a broad sense, and again, there's too much on the slides, so I don't expect you to go through everything, but while I mentioned that cloud, obviously you look at cloud for compute requirements, for databases, for networking, but frankly, the clouds which have evolved today are the cloud computing platforms like AWS are comprehensive platforms for the business needs of all customers, right? And increasingly, customers are looking at going all in the cloud because cloud is providing analytical capabilities, AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality. There are cost management applications which are there, which is again something inherent part of the cloud. There's application integration happening. You could use business applications like email, calendaring, unified communications, blockchain technology is available on the cloud. Customer engagement, contact center modernizations, a use case we keep seeing these days, and user engagement across channels, email targeting. We obviously talked about compute databases, and again, when you say databases, also are not just relational databases, but NoSQL databases. We have ledger databases, we have graph databases, we have key store, we have time series databases. So again, depending on the application needs, you could use purpose-built databases on the cloud. And then again, for developers and the technical community, a lot of you are technical delivery folks here. So there are a whole bunch of developer tools available to analyze and debug, to ensure that the application lifecycle management can take place, authoring can be done, building and testing can be done. Containers could make your life easier. DevOps resource management can happen. Patching, resource templates are available. Triggers are available. For end user computing, there are desktop computing applications. Now in this COVID times, when you could not go to your office, you need to VPN into your office environment and systems, and which is where virtual desktops and again, we saw so many customers coming up to us saying, how can we work from home, and how can we access the data center environments and kind of run our applications from sitting at home, and which is where we kind of also help them innovate around business continuity plans and ensuring that with the virtual desktop computing options which are available, they could work from home and in these difficult times as well. Again, hybrid architecture, that's again possibility. So if somebody wants to cannot move immediately to the cloud completely, they could run part of the operations on premise and part in the cloud, and there could be an integrated way in which the cloud could be an extension of your existing data centers, security, and other considerations being taken care of. Identity access management across on-premise and the cloud environments. That's also a possibility. gaming industry, I'm sure a lot of you would be gamers here. It's a $160 billion industry now in India also, with interesting applications coming for gaming. But Dream 11, I'm sure a lot of you would be seeing the Dream 11 ad when you're watching IPL matches. But yeah, I mean, look, Dream 11 uses AWS in the backend, and some of the gaming tech which is being provided that leverages cloud computing technology, right? So absolutely Internet of Things, right? So where you're looking at edge computing, you're looking at rule-based engines and things happening on the edge, and IoT devices, sensor devices, social media feeds getting relayed, and you're trying to collect those to get insights. I think IoT is again something which a lot of companies are leveraging cloud for that. Machine learning, I'll cover machine learning today in the workshop, but a lot of these platform decisions are being carried out basis the AI ML capabilities the platform has, and all these cloud platforms are building AI ML capabilities to really make sure that customers could get that competitive advantage. There are management governance frameworks in place. We also have marketplaces, right? So tomorrow you want to create something of your own, a software of your own, you can go and put it on an AWS marketplace. Other cloud vendors also have their marketplaces, and somebody else could download that from the marketplaces and start seeing that, using that software, right? So a lot of these SaaS solution providers, vendors are creating their softwares and putting them on the marketplaces. Security vendors like Trendwise, Grow, and so on, they're putting their security solutions on the virtual machines and put it on the marketplace for customers to download and start using. So again, that's where the platform and the capabilities which the cloud provides are kind of increasingly, the depth and breadth of services is amazing, right? So you don't really have to look at any other option because the cloud itself is offering most of it for you, right? Similarly, around media services, we're all seeing Hotstar, for IPL, a lot of us do. Similarly, you're seeing movies on Hotstar, Sony Live, all of them are powered by cloud computing. A lot of these, digital OTT platforms, they use these media services to kind of, ensure that you are able to see things in real time. And again, multiple services available there to make that happen on the cloud. Similarly, to migrate and move applications on the cloud, database on the cloud, schema conversion, there are technologies available which help you do that. Similarly, mobile integration, and again, India has over 1.2 billion plus mobile devices now, and mobile is kind of pretty much at the heart of what most of us do, and most of us access the internet for mobile devices. So, and then again, even in corporates, so many mobile applications have been built, and mobile analytics is something which companies are looking at doing, and again, they're looking at cross-selling, upselling. They need to see the customer behavior, what the usage patterns, and get intelligence there, and there are ways in which to do that. Similarly, around networking and content delivery, there are a whole bunch of services which a cloud provides, right? So I started with saying security and operational performance are the top priorities for any cloud provider. So security is like job zero, right? Pretty much, while the underlying infrastructure is, the security is taken care by cloud providers, of course, like AWS. But when a customer or a business is kind of putting their application on the cloud, they can also leverage, enhance the security, tighten the security, take care of the security within the application. And there are ways to further strengthen the security, leveraging native cloud features as well. Robotics is another area where cloud's kind of coming into picture. Satellite, again, security, identity compliance I talked about, storage, multiple options to store data, archive data, transfer data. And again, there are different customer enablement mechanisms as well on the cloud. So frankly, a whole range of services, and within those services also multiple functionalities. So really making show that clouds kind of really at the heart of thinking about that revolution, disrupting the classical way in which IT has been done, and with so many features and capabilities available on the cloud, we're seeing a trend where a lot of these companies are looking at moving all in or have a cloud first policy to move ahead. All right. With that, let me show you a video. Hey, Moinam, can you just confirm if you're able to see the video fine and you're able to hear us fine as well?
Yeah, it's all fine. You can continue.
Fantastic. All right. I just thought I'd share that video. And interestingly, if you look at some of these companies, the reasons for choosing cloud. You find, as in the case of FINRA, it was predominantly, analytics, right? And to get started now, and just to make sure that we're able to move, understand this better, let me just steer my conversation towards analytics and AI/ML. And what I'll also do is maybe post talking to you about analytics and AI/ML, I'll also spend about 10 minutes maybe talking about how you could look at pursuing a career in cloud, data analytics, and AI/ML, and what could you possibly be looking at doing in terms of enabling yourselves, in terms of skilling yourself, and and then we could take up questions towards the end as well, right? All right, wonderful. Look, what's happened in the last 5 to 7 years is that data has gone from being something that was cumbersome and expensive to store to becoming the lifeblood of many a company's business model. And over the last 5 to 7 years, a few key trends have really got us to this point. The first trend is, the number of connected devices, application systems now generate more data than ever before. The second trend we see is that the cloud driving down the cost of storage. Customers no longer need to decide what data to keep and what data to store or throw away, right? So which is where, if you look at, some of you may be aware of how data warehousing appliances had gained so much prominence and so much. Still there's so many companies leveraging, using some of the data warehouse appliances, and they have to pay a huge amount of money for those appliances where storage and compute is coupled together, and which is where, with cloud, and I'll give you an example, let's say in case of Amazon Web Services, we have our object store service called S3, Simple Storage Service, right? And with S3, the cost of storing a terabyte of data per month is just $23, and it can be further come down, right? So really, the cost of storing data has come down, so companies no longer have to decide what data to keep and what to throw away. The third trend which we see is with the cloud provisioning pay-as-you-go, on-demand compute, organizations can now more easily analyze their data to gain insights in a variety of different ways, right? So if you're able to store every relevant data point about your business, which could grow to massive volumes and have the ability to analyze all of that data in different ways and distill that data down to insights for the business, it will fuel innovation in the organization, which will lead to competitive advantage. So not just startups, but all organizations today are using data to drive decisions, like when to offer new product offerings, how to introduce new revenue streams, how to automate manual processes, how to earn customer trust, etc., etc. And all these decisions can fuel innovation and drive a business forward. We looked at the FINRA case study and the video, and again, they're able to catch fraudsters more effectively by processing exabytes of data on AWS. Similarly, Expedia is able to process terabytes of data related to the cost and availability of lodgings to make real-time recommendations to customers. And then, again, the list goes on, right? So your hope suggests that data is going to fuel, data is the fuel that will power AI and digital transformation for companies. And by making 10% more data accessible, a Fortune 1000 company will see, 65 million increase in net income, which is substantial. So this gets to show how much importance would companies kind of give on data analytics as we move ahead. And not only that, like Gartner states, 63% of CEOs say that they're likely to make a change to their business model in the next 2 years. And performing analytics prior to, during, and after changes of this magnitude is crucial, right? So really, again, it's a huge market right now, big data and analytics, and all you need to do is search the web, and you'll be able to figure out some of these trends around big data and again, increasingly companies wanting to leverage data to get insights. If you look at India, right, and India also has traversed in the last 5 to 7 years from being a sparsely connected to a hyper-connected digital economy, right? India is I'm sure some of you would be knowing, it's the second largest ISV market in the world. When I say ISV, independent software vendor, it's the third largest startup market in the world. And really the amount of data generation which is happening in companies has been like never before, right? So really companies in India are also looking at leveraging this data to get insights, to increase their revenue, cut down on their operational costs, and at the same time provide enhanced customer experience like never before. So and again, the applicability of analytics kind of cuts across industry verticals there. Now, what is it that customers really want from their data, right? I mean, of course, we hear from companies that all the time they're looking to extract more value from their data, but they struggle to capture, store, and analyze all the data generated by today's modern and digital businesses. Data is growing exponentially, coming from new sources, is increasingly diverse, and needs to be securely accessed and analyzed by any number of applications and people, and which is where data is the core behind every business and every decision, right? Gartner states that #1 technology area where CIOs are likely to increase the investment is going to be business intelligence or a data analytics solution. And it's paramount to measure return on investment for digital activities. And again, companies want to re-engineer their business models to kind of get that right kind of analytics going and then increase their business growth, right? Companies are looking at kind of collecting data from different sources. Data is growing exponentially and needs to be analyzed by a variety of users in many different ways. The interesting part is that the type of analytical users is also increased a lot, right? It's not just IT which is doing creating analytical reports. Even business users, absolutely, they want to make sure that they can leverage analytics to get insights. And again, everybody has a very different perspective, and each of these roles have their own lens with the lens of kind of viewing the business, and which is where if you really look at how they're building their data analytics systems, a lot of these requirements kind of start from business users who are trying to come up with interesting use cases to solve business problems. And I'll give you some examples of what these business problems and use cases are. And of course to IT, who also wants to make sure that they could modernize their existing IT applications, modernize data warehousing environments, maybe on-premise Hadoop environments. And again, the types of analytical users has been kind of growing, right? And some of the common analytical use cases which we see are data warehouse modernization, where I mentioned that a lot of the customers have been leveraging, have been using, appliances, and again, they've been paying huge amount of cost for that. They want to move to the cloud to get cost benefits, to get better performance, scalability, and a lot of them are looking at modernizing their data warehouse environments. And some of these traditional data warehouses are also ending life support. So it's kind of become imperative and important for them to kind of move to the modern, cloud-based data warehousing environments. And similarly, big data and data lakes. Now, data lakes, the classical data warehousing approaches don't scale. So these days, you see, when customers are wanting to get data from structured data sources, could be their transactional systems, CRM systems, ERPs, and to kind of marry that transactional data with interactions, right? And interactions could be coming from social media devices, Twitter feeds, web. It's important that the data can be amalgamated and stored, both transactional data and the interactions, and then it can be kind of married so that insights could be presented to the business users and the look and feel in which they want, right? So yeah, I mean, which is where creation of data lakes is becoming extremely important, and we're seeing so many data lake projects coming in enterprises now, and companies wanting to create those data lakes to be able to get that analytics going for themselves. Real-time streaming and analytics now, a lot of times real-time streaming analytics is important, and look, analytics has really evolved, right? I mean, it all started with descriptive analytics, where data was probably analyzed. It was in the form of rows and columns and kind of predicted and kind of put in Excel sheets, two-dimensional structures, reports, dashboards for people to view. But from being that from descriptive analytics, it kind of moved to predictive analytics, where customers also want to now forecast trends, patterns from their historical data, and not only then predictive analytics, they then move to prescriptive analytics. And after doing analytics, can prescriptions be given or suggestions be given on what steps should be followed? From to kind of improve business operations or whatever problem is being solved, right? So prescription and suggestions basis the analytics. That's something which we started doing, and now we're talking about automotive or adaptive intelligence, in which AI coming into play, right? I'm sure you would have seen self-driving cars in the United States, and cars being able to detect objects in front of them, and again, driverless cars, and again, all that is powered using AI, and we're making sure machines are learning on their own so that they're able to take those smart, intelligent decisions. And really, analytics has evolved over time, right? So from operational analytics, self-service business analytics, we're talking about adaptive or autonomous intelligence now, or analytics, which a lot of these companies are leveraging. I just kind of briefly talked about it, wherein what's happened over the last number of years is data has been residing in silos. It's hard to do analytics when you have to go to all these different data silos. So customers are looking at a highly scalable, available, secure, flexible data store, or a data lake that can handle extremely large data sets. With a data lake, customers can store all the unstructured and structured data using the open format of their choice, ORC, Parquet, tag their data in this central searchable catalog. And again, be it historical reporting to ML-based predictive analytics, without having to kind of transform or move massive amounts of data. I mean, there's so many use cases now where data lakes kind of acts as the backbone, and on top of a data lake which gets created, one could then use purpose-built tools either to do machine learning or to kind of do BI analytics or create a data warehouse for structured data. So again, increasingly data lakes is what we're seeing customers building. Just kind of summarizing that bit. So once you have the data lake created, where you've consolidated data from different data sources, both structured and unstructured data, thereafter you could look at creating a data warehouse, run analytics on top of that, create models to do prediction, to do forecasting, and machine learning could play a role there as well. Just to give you an example, again, if you look at NASDAQ operates, I'm sure most of you have heard of NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ group of companies operates financial exchanges across the world and processes large volumes of data every day. Every trading day, by the way, around 5 billion rows get inserted containing orders, trades, and quotes. NASDAQ wanted to make their historical data footprint, which previously existed in a large number of disparate systems, available to analyze a single data lake. And they were able to do that, using the AWS data analytics technology. And with that, when they implemented the solution, they were able to save costs and cut down on the time to market. They were able to avoid the need to buy expensive hardware and were able to decrease their time to market actually by threefold. They can now support years of historical data down to milliseconds in their data lake with the option to increase the amount of data stored indefinitely. So, very powerful use case there, and then they've been using the data analytics technologies to really make that happen for themselves. Just I don't want to go into the technology details of data analytics much, but yeah, I mean, look, some of the technologies we have, like we have a managed, in AWS, we have a managed Hadoop offering called EMR, Elastic MapReduce. We have a data warehousing service called Redshift. And all these cloud services, and when we discuss how cloud is a comprehensive platform with a lot of analytic capabilities, and some of these can be leveraged by organizations to directly get insights. So the reason why I'm highlighting some of these slides is to see if, just kind of talk about the applicability of analytics and how it could really change, business situations and scenarios for customers. So again, NASDAQ obviously being there, but, the benefits they derived was significant. But if you look at some of the other companies as well, right? I don't know how many of you follow NFL, but in America, NFL is one of the most popular sports, right? Like the American soccer and the National Football League, which is America's largest sport organization with millions of fans worldwide. They needed to automate and provide basic game stats in real time, less than a second, and develop new ways of visualizing that action on the field to uncover deeper insights. And then they use that using the analytical technologies of AWS. And frankly, using this, then they could get the dashboards in real time. They could get player statistics, a lot of that player analysis in real time, which also meant that the audience is engaged, the viewers are engaged, because viewers also like to see the scores in real time, the statistics in real time. And that's what makes the whole game or the sport more engaging. I think analytics and real-time insights there play a key role, and NFL was able to do that to further increase their fans and viewership, the viewers across the globe. Moving on to a different industry, but Pfizer in the pharmaceutical industry is a big name. They're one of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies, and they were able to use the Amazon Redshift, which is data warehousing technologies, to really provide scientists with near real-time analysis of millions of rows of manufacturing data generated by continuous manufacturing equipment. And again, we're talking about 1,600 data points per row, right? So high volume data at 10 times the performance of the previous data solution they were using. Again, they were able to reduce the time needed to gather and prepare data for regulatory submissions by a factor of 5, and now avoid repeated experimentation, which would have otherwise taken extra 3 weeks of scientists' science. So again, the applicability of analytics is across industries. So let's come to an Indian example, right? I'm sure a lot of you are aware of Byju's in the edtech space, and Byju's is by far one of the biggest unicorn startups out of India. And again, they leverage data analytics, which is powered by AWS for them. Fully managed data warehouse to analyze application and website user data through the business intelligence software solutions which are there. So what Byju's can do is they can then evaluate student feedback and capitalize on those insights to provide a more personalized learning experience, right? In the edtech industry now, and COVID's only accelerated this. We're all having children now attend schools online, subscribe to more such applications like Byju's for self-learning. So personalized learning, depending on the student needs, is very important, and that analytics comes to them using the student feedback, and all that is powered by AWS technology platform. So again, across industry verticals, there are interesting business problems which are being solved using cloud data analytics, right? Okay, let me show another video. Okay, so this is an interesting one. This is from reInvent, which is a flagship event we do. This is basically F1 racing. So I'm sure a lot of F1 followers here, and the managing director of Motorsports talked about what they're using and what they're using analytics for. All right, a slightly long video, but an interesting one. Come to think of it, how Formula One's really been able to leverage data analytics, machine learning to get those kind of insights. I mean, frankly, when I saw this for the first time, it was completely mind-boggling for me, and something which really excited me to really go deep dive and explore analytics and machine learning better. Just a quick check. Can you hear me fine, Moinem?
Yeah, Nikhil, you can go ahead.
All right, wonderful. Let me also give you an example of how Amazon.com is able to lower down the cost and gain faster insights with the data lake. And we just talked about data lake, right? So with Amazon, Amazon builds and operates thousands of microservices to serve millions of customers. These include catalog browsing, order placement, transaction processing, delivery scheduling, video services, and Prime registration. Each service publishes data sets to Amazon's massive analytics infrastructure, including over 50 petabytes of data, 75,000 tables, processing 600,000 user analytics jobs each day, and data is published by more than 1,800 teams. You could imagine the kind of scale we're talking about. While more than 3,300 data consumer teams analyze this data to find driving insights, identifying opportunities, preparing reports, and evaluating business performance, right? So the challenge is kind of humongous, and Amazon is able to, leverage the data warehousing which is available in the cloud to be able to solve this problem and get that kind of analytics going, right? So the new analytics infrastructure has one data lake with over 100 petabytes of data, almost twice the size of the previous Oracle data warehouse they were using. Teams across Amazon were able to use the data warehousing service called Redshift and the managed Hadoop offering EMR clusters to process data from data lakes. And, I think that this kind of needs to be balanced with a lot of cost assessment. Otherwise, it seems, to be able to run something of this kind of scale, doing it on premise is going to have a very Herculean task with so many complexities coming on the way. And, the benefits just kind of doubled for Amazon.com leveraging the cloud computing. Let me also talk about a little more about, the kind of jobs which are running now. Again, we're talking about 600,000 analytics jobs per day, which are being powered by the cloud computing platform. And the kind of scale which Amazon.com will have. Very few other companies will be able to kind of have that kind of scaling, which is where that kind of scalability performance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah. Could you share your presentation, because we can see only the video which is paused by you.
Who is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you move back to your?
Let me just share my screen again in case. Are you able to see the screen now?
Yes, yes. I can see your video.
All right, wonderful.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So pretty much I was talking about Amazon.com and how Amazon.com leverages data analytics and the kind of analytics infrastructure which has been set up to power the analytics needs. I think at this point in time, I would request you, Monim, if you could flash the poll question for the audience here, again would encourage everyone to participate in this, and based on your understanding around data lake architectures in the last 25-30 minutes or so. Why do you think customers are moving to data lake architectures? Again, and you may select all the right answers here. Again, is it because the data lake architectures, you could extend or evolve the traditional data warehouse architectures, because you can now combine unstructured data with structured data. You can get real-time streaming data also to come in and get stored there. You could store any data in any format. Again, you're looking at durable, available in exabytes, scalable kind of platform. You're looking at security, compliance, and you also want to audit your data. And of course, last, are you maybe using the data lake architecture? You could run any type of analytics from data warehouse to predictive. So, which ones, according to you, are applicable here?
I still see some of them are in progress, so I think we'll wait for another 30 seconds or so, and then I will close the poll.
All right. Okay, can we flash the poll results now?
Yeah, okay. So there you go.
All right, wonderful. Well, quite frankly, all of them are applicable, right? So customers are moving to the data lake architectures for all the reasons stated on the slide. Thank you everyone for your participation. All right, moving on to the next slide, and this is where I would want to talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and again, often these words are interchangeably used, right? So for you all as students, for you all as working professionals, it's important that you understand the difference between the three. And again, when you're conversing with anyone in your organization, you should be able to articulate the difference well, right? And again, AI or artificial intelligence is a way to describe any system that can replicate tasks that previously required human intelligence. So it's a broad field of computer science where you're enabling computers to mimic human intelligence using logic, if-then statements, and machine learning. Now, if that is artificial intelligence, so then what's machine learning, right? Now, machine learning is a artificial intelligence that uses machines to search for patterns in data to build logic models automatically, right? So almost all AI systems today are created using machine learning. And machine learning uses large amounts of data to create and validate decision logic, which we call as model. The AI system then feeds input data into that model, and the model outputs human-like predictions or classifications. So machine learning is the underlying technology that is powering intelligent systems. AI can be created without ML. That's the broad superset, but right now ML is the primary method for creating AI systems. And similarly, ML can be used for more than AI, but right now, obviously, a majority of ML is is kind of being used to iteratively build those decision logic models, so that prediction, forecasting, and some of those problems can be tackled much more easily. So then, if that's so now that we know the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning, then what is deep learning, right? That's also a term which I'm sure a lot of you would have heard about, right? And deep learning is a type of machine learning that uses a technique known as deep neural networks. These systems replicate how the human brain functions. So this lets AI systems address more complex use cases than was previously possible, right? So the broad field is artificial intelligence, machine learning is a subset of AI, deep learning is a further subset of ML, composed of deeply multi-layered neural networks that perform tasks like speech and image recognition. I hope the distinction is clear. Machine learning is a unique operational challenge, and look, it requires a lot of iteration because success is statistical and can drift over time, right? When you're kind of experimenting with data, when you're creating models, when you're training that data, training that model with data, your success or your can kind of drift because you're constantly iterating, right? And that's a unique challenge, right? I mean, if your goalpost is moving all the time, then how do you kind of still work, right? So I mean, that's one of the questions which probably would be coming to your mind. Similarly, ML probably needs critical data and non-standard tool sets, which again poses compliance challenges. ML traditionally has been computationally expensive. You could imagine when you're training a model with a lot of data. I mean, again, there's a lot of cost element involved, and plus there's always a desire to automate the processes to scale. Having said that, while these appear to be challenges, but using cloud platform now and the machine learning services which are provided by the cloud platform, a lot of these challenges are getting addressed well. And really, if you look at why AI ML with the cloud model, clearly the time it takes to do computational analysis on this humongous amount of data, that's come down significantly, right? Earlier, again, it was taking fairly long time, as you can see by an AI Index 2019 Stanford report, 3.4 months is the time it takes for compute to double. Right now, are you really going to buy new servers every time and keep on adding capacity? Well, in the cloud world, with some of these specifically designed instances for compute, again, it's important that we're able to provision for that kind of capacity, provision for that kind of resources to be able to do all this computational analysis much quickly and derive those inferences, right? The data volumes are growing, but then you need large image classification systems on the cloud. And again, another report which came suggested clearly that again 88 seconds is the time now it takes to train a large image classification system on cloud. So that's something that is encouraging more and more businesses and customers to look at machine learning on the cloud. Similarly, if you look at commercial enterprises, there's been a prediction by IDC that 2021, 75% of the applications will have some kind of an AI component. And now with COVID accelerating digital transformation for a lot of organizations, 40% of that will be supported by AI. So again, interesting trends all over. And machine learning, frankly, has gone from being an aspirational technology to a mainstream technology really fast. Right? For a long time, the technology was limited to a few major tech companies and hardcore academic researchers, but things began to change when cloud computing entered the mainstream. Compute power and data became more available, and quite literally, machine learning is now making an impact across every industry, be it finance, retail, fashion, real estate, healthcare, and so on and so forth. Right? It's moving from the peripheral to now a core part of every business and industry. And according to, surveys from Deloitte, 63% of the companies are investing to catch up with rivals or narrow the lead. And again, AI is kind of playing a key role there. And the global spending on AI and cognitive technologies is only going to increase. I don't know how many of you read this report which NASSCOM released about a month or so back, where they predict that the 10% of India's GDP by 2025 will be powered by analytics and AI, and that's about four. So if you're able to reach a $5 trillion GDP as a country, then we'll be talking about 400 to 500 billion dollars being powered by analytics and AI. So even the Indian government, Mr. Modi, Prime Minister Modi, and our honorable IT minister, they're laying a lot of emphasis around AI in agriculture, AI in healthcare, and really, like you can see on the slide, right? Be it retail, finance, robotics, oil and gas, manufacturing, and multiple horizontal use cases like personalization, forecasting, prescription, fraud detection, document workflow optimization are being powered leveraging machine learning. So quick dipstick there. I'm sure all of you will get this right. If you could flash the poll, please, William.
Yes, the poll has opened now.
Just give me a second. I think there's some background light coming, so I'll just go and settle that bit and come. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm back. So this should not take long. I'm sure all of you would be able to get this right.
Yeah, we still have a few of them who are still in progress. So we'll just give them another 20-30 seconds and then we'll close the poll.
All right, so is machine learning a subset of deep learning or it's vice versa? Deep learning is a subset of machine learning.
I'll be closing the poll now. There's a 15 seconds buffer for a few of them who are already submitting their responses at the moment, and I'll be flashing the results of the poll.
Okay. Let's see what the results are.
There you go.
All right, 44% of you think it's false. And yeah, majority of you are right. Machine learning is not a subset of deep learning, but it's vice versa. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, which is the broader field of computer science, where we are making machines mimic human brain. All right, some interesting case studies, right? Siemens Financial Services provides due diligence for energy projects undertaken by Siemens. And again, they needed a faster way to extract the most relevant text from financial documents for due diligence. They were using, they now use TensorFlow on, which is one of the frameworks available on Amazon SageMaker, which is again a managed way to build, train, tune, deploy machine learning models to really be accelerate, and then that's really accelerated. The model accelerates due diligence by extracting the most relevant and critical information from supporting documents. And then they're able to now reduce time to summarize digital documents from 12 hours to 30 seconds. So fairly powerful use case there. If you look at Sony, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Sony's video games division overseeing the PlayStation ecosystem, and I'm sure a lot of you are gamers here who will be playing games on PlayStation. Now the Sony Interactive Entertainment uses the Amazon Cloud platform to create intelligent interfaces that connect PlayStation users with the right content or people at the right time. So this includes a recommendation engine to display suggested games and content for purchase in the PlayStation Store. Using the Amazon machine learning platform, they're able to modernize the PlayStation Store using predictive ML to drive highly personalized customer experiences, improve enterprise data reporting, and drive product feature innovation. So again, a fairly relevant and powerful use case for machine learning. If shifting gears there, moving to the financial industry, Liberty Mutual Insurance uses Amazon Lex to help answer employee queries and questions to kind of increase their efficiency and productivity, and to quickly get them the information they need to help customers. The use of these services really, I mean, it's like a digital assistant for them, which can answer common questions or help with simple tasks. So a lot of these insurance companies, banks are looking at building chatbots. I'm sure a lot of you have interacted with those chatbots as well. And while the Liberty Mutual team was considering building their own natural language processing service, but they realized using the cloud platform made a lot more sense to do the same quickly. And they experimented and again, they were able to integrate it with their existing internal productivity suite as well. So yeah, I mean, again, another critical element here being in developing of digital assistant solution for employees. There wasn't a lot of existing data, right? So look, a machine learning model is as good as how you train it with the data you have. So the team needed to actually sit down in this case with users to research the kinds of issues and problems they needed help with, and some of this data also revealed how people in different countries use different words and phrases to say the same thing. So it's essential to get to ground truth with the data. And Liberty Mutual initially looked to increase productivity on the employee side to help in order to help the customers, but the conversational AI, again, also applied to the call center sphere to help customers quickly find answers to simple questions without waiting to speak to a representative. For example, maybe finding out who may be responsible for a given claim or whether a customer's coverage includes a rental car, right? So really improving response time, quality of service. Domino's, who has pizzas from Domino's? I certainly do. And Domino's, again, globally, and even India has an interesting use case on data analytics and AI ML. So as most of you would be aware, Domino's is one of the largest pizza businesses in the world. Their vision to be the leader in deliveries in every neighborhood. Again, the customers at the heart of everything Domino's does, and using Amazon machine learning, they were able to achieve personalization at scale across their entire customer base, which was previously impossible for them. So the machine learning service uses personalize, and that enabled them to apply context about individual customers and their circumstances, and deliver customized communication such as specific deals and offers through the digital channels, right? So really a powerful use case there. In India also, Domino's uses data lakes to get real-time insights into their operations. They're constantly trying to cut down their delivery time to customers, right? I mean, you would have heard Domino's saying 30 minutes or you return the pizza, right? So they're still trying to optimize that process, and all of those insights are coming to them leveraging analytics, right? How can they cut down on the operational processes which are redundant, which are inefficient, and really also give those personal experiences to customers, and internally do demand forecasting, order forecasting to be able to manage better, right? So interesting use cases there. Moving to a slightly different industry vertical, but again, Intuit developed ML models that pulls an year's worth of bank transactions to find deductible business expenses for customers, right? And again, centralizing machine learning initiatives at AWS really helped them view beyond products and services that the company provided, right? It helped them foster innovation, allowed Intuit to deploy AI and machine learning techniques at speed and scale. So really, AWS gave them, the cloud computing platform gave them, a way to share and collaborate data in a secure environment, and which is where, they were able to fuel a lot of product innovation using the platform. Even in healthcare, using machine learning, I mean, there's a lot of work happening in the AI space in healthcare, looking at radiology reports, predicting diseases and things like that. But look, to be able to look inside medical images like text X-rays, head CTs, and understand what's going on in advance, helping assisting the physicians, and maybe in cases detecting cancers proactively and problems earlier, so that they can be treated. I think there's a lot of innovation which AI could help the healthcare industry with, and then there's work happening here. So GE Healthcare has been able to drive healthcare outcomes leveraging the cloud platform for ML, and again, they were able to focus on bringing unmatched clinical and modality expertise to kind of enable precision health for their customers. So again, a very powerful use case. Tinder, I mean, look, I'm sure a lot of you would have used Tinder. They're able to, for highlighting photos via tags, create a richer, more engaging experience. Compelling tags show a 20% lift in engagement in top picks, and they're able to do it using, again, Amazon Recognition, which is a image recognition service provided by Amazon. And again, an interesting use case. In India, Shaadi.com uses the recognition service. And look, everybody, when they're wanting to get married, they don't want to look like a Salman Khan. And there's so many fake pictures which go on the matrimonial sites, right? So it's a pretty interesting use case where maybe Shaadi.com, just to profile the biodata, they use machine learning to do that, right? And there's so many incorrect pictures, and like I mentioned, right, we all want to look good, at least on the matrimonial side before you're getting married. So that's how it is, right? But it's where Shaadi.com's kind of doing that what it used to take a lot of manual effort for them to do that, but now with machine learning, they're able to do it, much faster. Look, in India also, we're trying to see how we can, get AI ML to reach the masses, and how even in NGOs like Bachpan Bachao Andolan, they're able to match online information against reports of abandoned and missing children in the most deep rural villages. We're trying to teach the teachers so that they could kind of teach AI robotics to students. So Deep Lens is being used to teach AI and robotics skills to students there. We did talk about Redbus and how Redbus has been able to improve their conversion rate, and so many of them, being so many of the people who are using Redbus for booking the tickets for the bus rides, on providing feedback, Redbus has been able to improve their experience. A lot of those taggings, the feedback tagging was, they were not able to kind of get intelligence out of these, but using the model they built using SageMaker, and they were able to improve the review tagging and improve their conversion rate as well. It's again, customer experience kind of critical there, and they were able to provide that. Similarly, Freshworks, for a lot of you who are not aware, one of the billion-dollar market cap SaaS startups from India, software as a solution startups from India, and they kind of actually migrated 30,000 machine learning models to the cloud, and that really helped cut down their training time to 33 minutes from 27 hours, and improve their ticket resolution time also. They're in the business of help desk ticketing and servicing. So yeah, I mean, like I said, machine learning has its applicability everywhere. Let me just kind of, what I'll do is I'll just try and wrap up my talk in the next 5 minutes or so, and then maybe just spend some time talking to you about what you could do as next steps to further improve on cloud, data analytics, and ML. I'll be happy to take some questions from you as well. So if you have any questions, do post it in the chat window. Look, this is what Jeff Bezos says, right? Invention comes in many forms and scales. The most radical and transformative of inventions are often those that empower others to unleash their creativity to pursue their dreams, and which is where machine learning, analytics, cloud, it's kind of at the heart of providing companies with the platform to innovate. And again, Amazon has some interesting mechanisms, culture, the way we've architected our systems, the way we plan our organizations, which really brings that agility, right? So there are 4 aspects that go into how, at Amazon, the organization is organized. And, again, we found that all these are so interconnected, right? These 4 concepts all work together to make something that is greater than the sum of its parts. So if you remove any of these, you won't get the results, right? Mechanisms are important. At Amazon, we say that good intentions are just good enough, right? But you need the right kind of mechanisms to make things happen, right? So there's this working backward process at Amazon where every customer-facing product or service is developed across Amazon based on the customer feedback. And we're kind of obsessed about our customers, and everything starts from the customer, and we work backwards to figure out what does it take to really provide value to the customers. Again, architecture front, you need to give builders an architectural platform and robust set of tools they can use that frees them up from any kind of inhibition. So again, the cloud computing platform can really provide that kind of agility to organizations, and impacting the amount of cycles employees spend thinking about innovation, because they know that if they have an idea, they can experiment and see if that works. This expands the group of people inside a company that are thinking about new ideas from a select few to everyone. Similarly, culture is also kind of critical, and for those of you who may want to learn about the Amazon culture, the sports team leadership principles of Amazon, and those are like, pretty much what employees breathe in and out every day. And then, they're the core of every decision making. So culture is also, it's important the culture is also there, which is agile. And, again, similarly, the organization, there's this concept of two-pizza team where every team is should be not bigger than what it takes to consume two pizzas, right? So we want to, make sure that all the different teams are empowered, autonomous, work independently, and then kind of able to get results going. So failure and invention are inseparable twins. And again, I just thought I'll lay down this example around mechanisms, architecture, culture, and organization of Amazon because, frankly, a lot of companies can drive agility, leveraging, some of these concepts. And again, the Amazon's rapid innovation model has been around speed and agility. A lot of it's been obviously powered by the cloud computing platform. So I think what I'll do is we'll open it up for a poll question to start with, and then I'll play a video, and then maybe I'll talk about what you could be doing as next steps from a career standpoint. But before really talking about career, Moinam has just flashed the poll there. Do you all feel excited about pursuing a career in cloud computing, data analytics, and ML? Just wanted to get a sense from you all before we get into the discussion of what we could possibly be doing to enable and equip ourselves to get the right kind of jobs we're looking at. I hope this talk made sense. I've been speaking for a while, so I obviously want to hear from you all as well. Again, any questions you have, happy to take them in some time from now. But yeah, I mean, feel free to post your questions. And I hope this last 2 hours have been productive use of your time, where all of you are feeling excited about pursuing a career in cloud computing, data analytics, and ML, considering the kind of breakthrough innovation and it could really help organizations achieve. All right, Moin, could you flash the results? Are we kind of done with the polling?
Yeah, I'll be closing the poll now.
Okay.
So there are a few people in progress, so there's a buffer of 15 seconds so that they can complete their entry, and then I will flash the results.
All right.
There you go.
All right, I'm like super happy, right? I think pretty much everybody who responded, they feel excited about pursuing a career in data analytics, cloud computing and AI ML. So that's really great news. Wonderful. All right. So before we move ahead, maybe one final video I'll play here, and then I'll maybe talk to you all about what we could do. And this is an interesting one. It's for Chios. And again, how Face IT is helping really cut down the time for their operation here. But isn't that powerful? How leveraging Face IT can maybe a company like Chairs really cut down the time it takes for a customer to place an order, right, and really enhance the experience for the customer as well, right? So, all right, with that, let me just kind of change gears there and maybe talk to you all a little bit about what you could be doing as next steps in order to pursue a career in cloud computing, data analytics, and AI/ML, right? So, look, there are a lot of these certification courses which are available. If you go to AWS website and then just type in certification, you'll find that there are two kinds of exams that you could give. Like one is a cloud practitioner certification you could attain, and the second one is you could either look at being a associate solution architect certified, could be a DevOps certified engineer, you could be again a security certified professional. Again, there are certifications for big data, there's certifications for ML. So certification is one route, and surely as students, a lot of you are students there, as working professionals who just started your career, certifications do make a difference, right? So you want to go study, get yourself certified on cloud computing, get yourself certified on big data, data analytics, and ML, right? So that's one thing you should look at doing. The second thing you should look at doing is obviously, I have paucity of time there, but you should definitely see if you could try some kind of hands-on lab exercises, especially for a lot of you technical folks out there. And AWS keeps doing a lot of these organized trainings. AWS keeps doing a lot of these hands-on lab workshops. Do register for them, right? So again, go to Google, type in AWS, and type in AWS in India or whichever part of the globe you are. Surely there are these hands-on labs and workshops which are being conducted. Try and attend one of those. Third thing I would recommend is, look, you can go and get started on AWS. There's a free tier account you could create. So without paying, there's a cap on using some of the services and all. There's no better way to learn a technology than getting your hands dirty, right? So why don't you play around with these security services, create your own VPC, virtual private cloud environment, provision an EC2 instance, figure out what will it take to, and then there are some guided tutorials there as well, but create a free tier account so that you don't have to pay, and try things out within those free tier limit to really learn more about cloud computing, data analytics, and ML. And there's something you can do around all of these, right? So 3 things I talked about till now: certification courses, attending hands-on lab and training workshops, and then third is get your hands dirty. All right, open an account with AWS and work in the free tier, and then look at some guided things. There's no better way to learn as developers than try things on your own. The other thing you can do is, and frankly, there are quite a few. If you go to the AWS website, you'll find that the documentation is quite extensive, right? So any specific area you want to, you have an interest in, it could be DevOps, and then again, I just covered cloud computing, data analytics, and AI/ML in this workshop today. But I'm sure there's so many other areas you may want to get expertise in, and depending on your interest area, so that's to do with DevOps, networking, IT professionals. There's so many other areas. You could go to AWS website. There are a whole bunch of white papers available. Download them, read, right? So self-learning enablement is again something I would encourage you all to do. And for those of you who are working in your organizations, if you're wanting to start engaging with AWS, you could either reach out to me or you could reach out somewhere, maybe to an AWS account manager who's working closely with your organization, and he could also guide you with regards to how to port some of the applications in the cloud, how to optimize cost, how to increase performance, do an application assessment, do a migration assessment to migrate certain workloads out of the cloud. So yeah, I mean, we have a team in AWS in India and similarly across the globe. So get in touch with AWS team members to really help you and your organization harness the power of the cloud. Yeah, so I think I'll pause there. I don't want to, talk about a whole bunch of things, but I have to kind of summarize this for you. There are these 5 things I would recommend for all of your students and working with professionals who are looking at building a career in cloud computing, data analytics, AI. First, get certified. Second, do hands-on lab, attend workshops, which may really make you more comfortable with the technology aspects. Third, open an account, free tier account, try things yourself without paying anything. There's a free tier available. Fourth, read a lot. You need to kind of keep. You can read, download the white papers, technical content available on the website, and then there's exhaustive content there. So depending on your interest area, absolutely would encourage you to read a lot. And depending upon your profile in your organization, you could read things specific to your job role. And fifth, of course, if you're working in an organization, you're looking at moving to the cloud or leveraging cloud for data analytics, ML, reach out to the AWS account manager working with you, or reach out to me, and then I'll be happy to connect you with the right people to really help you and your organization embark on that journey. All right, I'll kind of pause there. Moinem, for any question, answers. Once again, thank you for hearing me and being patient. Last 2 hours and 15 minutes. I hope this was useful for all of you.
Thank you, Nikhil. So yes, so I think we already had a question that how can I use AWS to start my project on AI/ML using the cloud services? So I think you have already explained that. I think we might. Do you want to add anything, or we could just go to the next question then?
No, I think absolutely. Like I said, right. Look, those 5 things which I covered, right. Absolutely. One way is you get yourself enabled, try your hands, and get in touch with an AWS account manager if you need any support to really help you get on the journey of adopting data analytics and AI for your needs.
Yep. Okay, I think that answers the question. We also have another question, which is, as in the applications move to cloud, does it make applications more vulnerable to privacy attacks?
No, it's a good question. Thanks for asking that. And look, data privacy, as I highlighted in one of my slides, is absolutely a very important area which cloud providers like AWS try and address. Now security, frankly, it's a shared responsibility. There's part of which where AWS or a cloud provider could help you with, and part of it with you as an application developer, somebody who's hosted the application needs to take care of, right? To kind of make sure that from a holistic standpoint, security is taking care of. Privacy, again, data privacy, like I said, right, for cloud providers, security, privacy, confidentiality of data, operational performance, these are the top priorities, right? So in AWS, you have options of creating your own virtual private cloud or your own subnet, your own environment where only you have access to that environment and nobody else, right? So your data is completely protected. Nobody else is using it, right? Similarly, if you have data sovereignty concerns, well, there are regions or data centers within India or various other countries where you could then have your setups in those regions so that data doesn't go outside the country if that is a concern which your organization has. But honestly, if you look at data privacy, and that's one concern which a lot of companies come to us with. Frankly, we've been very conscious in making sure that we provide the right tools and features to kind of furnish further strengthen that security for our customers. But absolutely on the point of can AWS do everything there for you? Obviously, as an application provider or somebody who's developed the application deployed, you need to make sure the application is secure enough, and you could use AWS services to further tighten that security, and again make sure that that those privacy considerations are addressed. So from the point of does your data get more vulnerable when it's on the cloud? Absolutely not, right? We've seen the biggest of banking customers, enterprise customers, if they're using cloud in the right way, in the prescribed way, they're able to address all these security requirements, challenges, and even industries like telco, banking, healthcare, which have regulations, they're also able to leverage AWS for their application needs. So on that point, in fact, law IDC came up with a paper also suggesting your data is probably more secure in the cloud than your own data centers, because frankly, a cloud provider like an AWS, what they do to make sure that the infrastructure is secure, again, there are a lot of people, and they've over a period of time become experts at doing that, right? Vis-a-vis an organization trying to doing the underlying heavy lifting on their own. So yeah, absolutely, it's the new normal. It's a disruptive industry trend, and security privacy remains a top consideration. And in fact, for those of you who want to know a little more about AWS security, there's a very interesting white paper on AWS security. Just type in AWS security on Google, AWS security white paper, and download that white paper. You will be able to know what features of AWS, what services to use to make sure that the application is more secure and the privacy concerns are also addressed.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Nikhil. I think that answers the question. Okay, so there is a funny question for you. So one of the participants have also said that what can they do to prepare themselves for a career in Amazon?
What can they do themselves for a career at Amazon? Yeah.
Yeah. What type of preparations should they look forward to?
Yeah. Look, as a company, when Amazon interviews, and again, Amazon has a very interesting interview process. It's a very thorough interview process. Surely, we check a candidate against the functional fitment. So whether you have the skills to do the job role well, right? So if you're applying for a technical job role, how good you are there, whether you also have that, attitude of learning, and obviously, with every day you're learning. It's a day one company, right? Jeff Bezos says that if it's day two, that means we're all finished, right? So every day is day one at Amazon. So I've spent over 5 years and 4 months, but it's like 5 years and 4 months day ones at Amazon, because every day is a new day, there's a new learning, and you have to keep raising the bar and keep learning, keep trying to. So that attitude needs to come across. So one is of course functional fitment. The second is you also have to be a cultural fit. So the Amazon leadership principles, the 14 leadership principles I talked about in one of the slides when I was talking about the culture. You may want to go and go through those as well. I think yeah, and look, obviously happy to support or help or guide. Otherwise, do reach out to me on LinkedIn. Otherwise, and maybe we could exchange notes. But yeah, those are two broad things I would encourage you to work on. Making sure you're functionally fit and really raising the bar in the job role you're applying for. And then the other thing is you're a right cultural fit. So just the leadership principles, and you really kind of live up to it, and you're able to when you so one of the interesting things, I don't know if you've heard of this, at Amazon, when we are hiring, we hire candidates seeing this person has to be 50% better than the remaining team members. So we are also trying to, with every hiring, trying to raise the bar, right? So yeah, I mean, absolutely. Read a little bit more about it on the internet. You'll find a lot. And again, happy to connect offline on this.
Yeah, I think we'll take one last question. So this is from Balan. He says that some colleges are asking for a mentor for doing courses in data science. example, Bits Pilani for MTech in data science. How do you get mentors if one is not having in his organization?
Okay, good question, right? So, and glad you mentioned courses on data science. And look, data science is one field which is where you'll find a lot of job roles right now open, right? Frankly, the demand is more, but we don't have enough people who are skilled in data sciences, right? So if you want to pursue a career in data science, it's a good field to get into. And frankly, we see a lot of demand now in the market, in the industry, but we don't have enough skilled people. So good career to pursue and good area to kind of hone your skills on. Look, to get a mentor, right? And look, there's no easy way out. One way you could look at getting a mentor is LinkedIn has a way to get a mentor. So try and get a mentor through LinkedIn. If your college is not able to provide you one, with your immediate network and circle, you're not able to get one. But my personal thing has been like you obviously, be it data sciences, otherwise you should have somebody who's a mentor, right, and who's guiding you all the time, right, whom you can approach to in your ups and downs, and who can give you that advice on how to kind of progress in your career. So the earlier you find some good mentors for yourselves, the better it is, right? And then you could network. You should network in that sense to get mentors. You could go to LinkedIn. You could go to approached companies and anybody you find suitable who could probably guide you in the direction. Yeah, absolutely. Like there are in fact startups. I know one startup called Mentor Cart, where they're connecting mentors with students and entrepreneurs, right? So go to this website called Mentor Cart, MENTORKART, right? So if you're looking for a mentor, you could search for a mentor there as well. Yeah, so three things: LinkedIn, some of these sites like Mentor Cart. Of course, you want to build, you should build your own network, and data sciences or whichever role, find a good mentor who could really guide you, to be a successful working professional.
Okay, Nikhil, I think those are all the questions. So thank you for staying with us and delivering a wonderful workshop to us and giving us a better understanding of how cloud computing works and how AI/ML also uses cloud to enhance its capabilities. So over to Dr. Ashwini.
Nikhil, I think it was really a great session with you. We just didn't know how the time also, just passed so long. And it was so interactive, so informative, I can say. And it was all so simple that anybody could really understand the way you approached us. I think it was an amazing, long time what we had with you, and a lot of information what we got. And yes, the middle videos were really so informative that even though we knew a few things, but this was a lot of information what it gave. And thank you for being with us in this YPGS and making this event successful. So a small token of appreciation from our end to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. Again, I'd like to thank the IEEE Bangalore section and the IEEE Young Professional Affinity Group as well. Thank you for inviting me, and I hope this session was useful, and look forward to engaging in similar platforms going forward as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So can we just have one small clip if
sure.
All the panelists here who could switch on the videos there, Samarth and Chengappa, if you could switch on your videos. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Nikhil. So the attendees, we shall have a small break for a coffee. And we have next panel discussion from people from, again, various parts of the world, from various universities, industries. We have people from Geo and, I think you have to get back to this panel discussion. So you can just mute yourself till next 1 hour. Just take a short break and get back to us by 4:30. And there'll be a small link which will be posted about the giving a feedback. So kindly fill the feedback link. So that would help us to improvise ourselves if you have any comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, and meet you after a small break.
Thank you.
Mr. Siddesh is having some trouble joining in, so he'll join in.
So Samarth, I think we can start the session.
Yeah, should we wait for Mr. Siddesh to join in? I think he's facing some issue joining in.
Minutes. I spoke to him. He's just joining in.
Okay.
Probably I can start with the introductions, then by the time he can join in.
Yeah, you can do
Yeah. Okay. So welcome everyone for Young Professionals Global Summit 2020. This is 7th November evening session. So now we're going to have a panel discussion on young professionals in technical. We have an eminent panel which consists of speakers from diverse technical who have joined us today to share their insights and let's start the introduction currently. So introducing our first panelist, Dr. Nia Kunyaning. Dr. Kunyaning is an assistant professor and head of study program of computer engineering technology in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Polytechnic Negeri, Samarth. She received a B Engineering in Informatics Engineering from Telkom University, Indonesia, and M Engineering in Electrical Engineering from Sumatra University, Indonesia, and a PhD in Electrical Engineering from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. She granted the degree of
Samarth, I think so you can just switch off your video for getting a proper bandwidth. Samarth, you're there? Samarth, am I audible? Maybe you can switch off the video so that you have a better bandwidth. Okay. So until Samarth joins, let me just introduce the speakers here. So first thing, yes, I'm really happy that all of you could make some time and be with us here today, a part of our YPGS.
Actually, there is some echo at your end.
Oh, just a second. I hope now it is fine.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So we have Dr. Kunyavish with us, who's chair of IEEE Art and Information Management Committee. She's also vice chair of IEEE Indonesia section, and she's currently working as an assistant professor and head of study program of computer engineering technology in the Department of Electrical Engineering at Semarang, Indonesia. She received a BTech Engineering in Information Engineering from Telkom University, Indonesia, and M Engineering in Electrical Engineering from North Sumatra University, Indonesia, and her PhD in Electrical Engineering from University of Mada, Indonesia. She has been granted the degree of engineer from Institute Technologie Bandung, Indonesia. Her current research focuses on computational intelligence and computer vision. She is a senior member of IEEE. She has been an executive committee member in the IEEE regions in Asia Pacific region since 2018. Appointed as Information Management Committee Chair, currently she serves as Vice Chair of IEEE Indonesia section. She was a recipient of IEEE Region 10 Young Professional Award in Academics in 2018. She also serves as Secretary of IEEE Systems Man and Cybernetics Society Indonesia chapter. She is also a member of IEEE Computational Intelligence Society. So we welcome you, Nia, for accepting our invitation and being with us a part of our YPGS and making it more vibrant session here. So welcome you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Ashwini. Thank you for the invitation to join this YP Global Summit in Bangalore. Thank you.
So we also have another speaker with us, Saaveethya Sivakumar. She is a regional student representative of IEEE Artens for representing student members across the Asia Pacific. Over the course of the past 7 years, she has exposed herself for various leadership positions. As a member of Institute of IEEE, she has actively coordinated various community projects and student activities in section, region, and global level. She has participated as an invited speaker internationally for leadership conferences, forums, and meetings in Malaysia, India, Australia, Japan, and Singapore. Saaveethya is also one of the recipients of IEEE Women in Engineering Outstanding Volunteer Award in 2016 for Malaysia section. She has completed her PhD at Monash University and B Engineering, Electronic and Communication Engineering at Quenton University. She has also conducted various research projects in Quenton University, Malaysia, Quenton University, Australia, and Monash University, Australia. Her research focus lies in the areas of machine learning, signal processing, image processing, biomechanics, biomedical engineering. She is strongly interested and motivated in development of STEM skills of students at their early learning stages, providing university and pre-university students with interactive learning and collaborative research. And as such, her future perspective is to create a better well-being for existing social needs, especially in the field of healthcare technology, I can say. So that's really amazing, Saaveethya, and we keep seeing a lot of activities from you. We welcome you for this session.
Actually, it's nice to see you as well. Hi, everyone.
So, Samarth, you're back? Yeah, can you take over?
Yeah. So, Rohan? Yes?
No, you can introduce Rohan. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So, I'm glad to introduce Rohan Datta. Rohan graduated with a BTech in Avionics from the first batch of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. He started his career with ISRO at a very young age, and he worked in the spacecraft operations division for 5 years and moving on to his degree. He came back to India and has currently 20 efforts in the company since the past 2 years. So welcome, Rohan. We are glad to have you as part of the panel today.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be a part of this event. I hope to contribute as much as I can from the insights that I have gained over the years during this panel discussion. Hi, everyone.
Our next panelist is Mr. Siddesh Talokar. Mr. Siddesh is working with Reliance Jio as Deputy Manager in Mumbai since October 2015 on core LTE technologies like VoLTE, Wi-Fi, EMBMS, carrier aggregation in the smartphones and other devices department at Jio. Closely involved in the rollout of EMBMS technology in Jio's network since its planning, execution and testing phase. He has worked on various chipset tools of Qualcomm, MediaTek, Intel, Unisoc that enable to view modem and network communication in tandem. A team member of Jio Phone project, which was launched at a very affordable price for Indian consumers. Alongside the job at Jio, he's also into music and sound design and has built a home studio where he composes music professionally with a music duo, background scores for advertisements, radio jingles, regional TV serials and documentaries, along with short films. His recent works include radio jingles for Government of Maharashtra regarding Jago Grahak Jago campaign and COVID-19 awareness campaign that are on air at many regional radio stations. He has many of his original singles and albums at major online music streaming platforms like Amazon Prime Music, JioSaavn, Spotify, and Apple iTunes. He has independently directed a short film, Obscure, which has won many accolades and honorary special jury mentions at reputed international short film festivals. So we're very glad to have you as well, Mr. Siddesh, in this panel discussion. Looking forward for... Yeah. So I would like to start the panel by a few opening remarks from our panelists here. So request Dr. Nia to start with her opening remarks on the topic young professionals in the technical world.
Thank you, Samarth. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and all other panelists. My name is Nia. I think Ashwini already introduced me, so I don't need to introduce the details because time limited. Actually, I was the founder of Young Professional Indonesia section in 2016 until 2019. Yeah, I'm really happy to be invited in this YP Global Summit in Bangalore section. Actually, in Indonesia, we never had such event like this Global Summit. So we will learn from Bangalore section. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nia. I would request Dr. Saaveethya to give her opening remarks.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible loud and clear.
Right, great. First of all, let me thank you guys, especially the organizers, Dr. Ashwini, Samarth, Puneet sir, everyone for your kind invitation and putting up this awesome event. Indeed, as Nia said, it's something very inspiring, global level for a Congress for young professionals. So first of all, let me congratulate you all. And thanks for having me here. It's indeed an honor to be part of this panel discussion as well. And yes, you guys have introduced myself, nothing much to tell about myself. But coming back to the topic of today, which is we are discussing about the role of young professionals in the technical field. I feel like it's a very timely topic and something that is very important, and let's talk. So as we all know, the employment rate unemployment rate is increasing. That means that less young professionals are being valued in our field, right? So it's important to empower and motivate these individuals to excel in our field, especially when it comes to technical domain. So such congresses like what you are organizing is really beneficial to empower and motivate these individuals. And I look forward to the discussion and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Saaveethya. Request Mr. Rohan to deliver his opening remarks.
So, as you have already introduced me, there is no introduction needed. So, I'd like to just tell you a brief story about my life. Like after my time with ISRO, I joined ISRO at a very young age of 21 and joined in the field of spacecraft operations, and which was really interesting to me at the time. And even during the time I resigned, it was still a very interesting field for me. But having gotten that job security at a very young age kind of made me uncomfortable. So I wanted to take risk and be a part of a different sort of organization. Then I moved to Germany, and when I came back to India, the friends of mine who were also ex-ISRO scientists, they had started this venture into developing electric vehicle powertrains for buses and light commercial vehicles. So this venture started off in 2017, and I joined them in 18. And I would say like this has been such a exhilarating experience for me over the past 2 years to be a part of a team of young engineers. We are like 37 odd people working together for a common vision, developing each and every element of the electric vehicle powertrain, ranging from battery packs to electric motors and motor drives to battery management systems, and offering the connected vehicle experience through our IoT module called Link Telematics. And along with this, we also offer a full host of software solutions to manage the fleet. So all of these solutions are developed and researched by young professionals in our company, and it has been really interesting on how the learning curve and the growth curve went about for us here over the past 2 years. So thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Rohan, for introducing us to just now. Now I would request Mr. Siddesh to deliver his opening remarks, and we are very much excited to hear about his music lab that he has set up at his house. So looking forward to hearing more through the discussion here.
Thank you.
Over to you.
And thank you so much for inviting me here. It's really an honor, and thank you all the members of IEEE who have invited me. And like you guys have, first of all the other members, all the other panelists said, congratulations to all of you that you have pulled up a very good event, and it's quite interesting. So coming back to our topic, basically young professionals, I think it's the need of the hour currently, because young people do not carry any baggage with them, do not fear a failure, or they always are enthusiastic about experimenting in their life. So their role in today's technology will always be a bigger, because they always come with an empty slate in their bag. So they can always give you new dimensions and new views to any problems which are currently faced by us. And so if you want to know about the studio, right? So I joined Geo. So before that, since childhood, I was pursuing music. So I got trained in classical as well as Western. So like telecom is my passion. Equally, I love music also. So after my graduation, I started assisting few people, and then I have started my own music venture. So I have this home studio where I have implemented all the like compressors and all the audio equipment which is basically required, mixers and all the basic requirements which are there in the studio. So I have my own small studio wherein I record, and so many jingles I have recorded are now being aired also on radio. So it's all from my home currently. And the Geo's work is always exciting. Like our earlier panelist said that as he got in his young ages, he got into ISRO. So likewise, I also was lucky enough and fortunate enough to get to be a part of Geo at the age of 21 itself. And it's quite an exciting thing there. It's always, you have to be always on your toes because the new technology and new things are always coming up in Geo. So I'm quite happy right now managing, juggling both of them. Thank you.
For introducing yourself, and thank you to all the panelists for delivering your opening remarks. We now have a set of questionnaire that we would like to see your thoughts and your expertise for each of these questions. So I might direct the question to one of the panelists, but others can feel free to pitch in your opinions and your thoughts on the issue. So my first question is to Dr. Nia. So what is your outlook on the cutting edge research that is ongoing in the domains of artificial intelligence and machine learning? And what are the various opportunities available, and how can young professionals contribute and take it to benefit mankind?
Okay. When we talk about my research area as introduced by Ashwini, I work on computational intelligence and computer vision. Okay, when we talk about the current applications of AI, we mean one type of AI that is available right now. It is called artificial neurointelligence, or AI, or known as applied AI. So it's able to perform domain-specific reasoning tasks and problem solving, such as we know that speech and text recognition, NLP, natural language processing, that can process and analyze human language. Computer vision, the ability of computer to process, analyze, and understand digital image through calculations of the visual input. Autonomous vehicles, like this being developed by Tesla, like self-driving cars, although yet not so common on our roads. Yeah. And also product recommendation system, widely used by e-commerce shops. Yeah. Actually, my specific computational intelligence applied in the domain of healthcare. And the increasing computing power of modern computers and vast amount of data available to fit the algorithms allow assuming that we are not on the way to reach the next level of AI and machine learning development. The next level AI that is believed to appear in the future is known as artificial general intelligence. As we know that right now there are no AGI solutions available on the market, which means that at the moment, artificial neurointelligence or applied AI is the only type of AI that the humanity is able to build. So AGI, or known as a strong AI, is believed to be able to mimic a human intelligence and behavior so well. And so, like AGI can successfully perform any intellectual task that a human being can. So this is a short of AI that we see in the movie like Her or other sci-fi movies in which humans interact with machines and operating systems that are conscious sentient. So in this AGI, as we know that AI should needs to perform with a massive volume of training data. But human can learn with significantly fewer learning experience. So I think it will be the challenge for us. For example, an AGI agent that has been trained to process one language using NLP can potentially be able to learn language having shared and similar syntax. Another future AI trend that is in talk nowadays is the XAI, so explainable artificial intelligence. So the term, this type of AI would be able to explain itself. So explainable AI is expected to enable the third wave of AI system where machines understand the context and environment in which they operate and over time build underlying explanatory models that allow them to characterize real-world phenomena. So Nowadays, there are many use cases where machine learning methods give results that are not easy to interpret. So that's why the concept of explainable AI is the AI that would explain its own decision-making process. And another future AI is maybe you ever heard artificial super intelligence that will surpass human intelligence in all aspects. So from creativity to general wisdom to problem solving. So super intelligence here is any intelligence that greatly exceeds the cognitive performance of humans in virtually all domains of interest. So machines will capable of exhibiting intelligence that we haven't seen in the brightest among us. So this is the type of AI that many people are worried about. And the type of AI that people like Elon Musk think will lead to the extinction of the human race. So, and also, as we know that deep learning also still in the hot topics in the next decade, and trends of deep learning like deep reinforcement learning, causal neural network, and social network. And the roles of young professional in this future challenge, I think it's very important because young professionals are key drivers to solve this challenge. Yeah. But young professionals should prepare for the future, this kind of technological skills and also creative fusion talents such for the future workforce, such as social intelligence, physical intelligence, cognitive intelligence, emotional intelligence, spiritual intelligence. Young professionals can also use all this technology to address humanity's biggest challenge. So not just business opportunities. And also, young professionals can prepare tools and strategies to teach skills that will drive entrepreneurship, critical thinking, and adaptability. And also, YP can help to identify innovative solutions to ensure all of equal access and inclusion of all genders and people with disability to quality education and skill development. Yes, I think that's from my opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Nee, for giving a holistic view of what AI is, and thank you for so many new opportunities that are available for young professionals. So if anyone else wants to pitch in something from their domains regarding artificial intelligence and machine learning, please feel free to do so. Else we can move on to the next question.
Yeah, just to add to the points mentioned by Dr. Nia, we at Cell Propulsion also leverage the use of deep learning and machine learning algorithms to understand driving behavior of the drivers, or extract road quality information from the data that is generated by the vehicle, and also testing out and developing our pipeline of predictive maintenance, where our systems can actually estimate when or in what situations something could go wrong in the vehicle and take corrective actions preemptively. So it has been a really hot topic in the industry right now, and coupling this with big data, I think it's a very good breeding ground for young professionals to play around and conceive new ideas.
Yes, correct, Rohan. So yeah, YP, a young professional, can have a more hands-on on AI solution. For example, like as you mentioned, in transportation, in driving cars, and also in other fields like healthcare, in agriculture, yeah, climate change, yeah, and others. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your insights on AI. So let's move to a slightly different domain, and this question is directed to Mr. Siddesh. So connectivity has become an important aspect in today's world, where everything has shifted to a virtual mode. but there are still connectivity issues, just like how I experienced today at 5:30, exactly when the event was about to start. So how would 5G help us have a better experience, and what are the various challenges that you see of deploying 5G, and how are the companies working towards bringing this enhanced connectivity? Siddesh, you're on mute. You're on mute, actually.
Connectivity issues will always be there, even if it was for 2G and even it was for 4G anyway. But yeah, so 5G is like a very high speed connectivity solution. Like we are working currently, we are on megahertz, right? So in 5G we will be operating at gigahertz frequencies. So it will be very much high speed, and there are some unimaginable applications to it. Like we would have never imagined that being even earlier. I remember when I used to be in my college days, I never imagined watching a YouTube video on my phone. If somebody sends me a link, we used to have 2G or 3G network, so we used to back then used to go home and then connect over Wi-Fi and then connect. But nowadays people are watching YouTube. This is because of 4G. So there will be like immense and unimaginable applications of 4G. Like we have connected car system wherein we are planning. This is a very futuristic goal, but like the cars will communicate with each other. Even there are like virtual surgeries which the doctors can perform if there is high transmission bandwidth. So the question here in deployment is a very tough thing, because since I told you we are working with gigahertz frequencies, the number of antennas which will be required will be a very high number of them. So deployment perspective, I think the technical part or the software part can be handled easily, but the physical deployment of the network parameters or the equipment, that will be an issue, especially in India, where there is always limitations on the land availability and etc. And still it is the 5G technology also is still in the developing stages. Like developing, I mean, from the 3GPP point of view, it is defined, but from the network point of view, many networks are still in the process of how to design. Like they have to take a path. Like there are two ways. Like we can either go standalone network, like we call it SA, or we can go for a non-standalone network where we can take help of the available 4G network as well as with the 5G network. So that call the network has to take. So we are still figuring it out at Jio based on the availability of the bandwidth from the government and the auctions and all, whatever available it will be. As per that, we will have to take a path and decide. So it is still very early to comment anything about 5G as of yet, because of the unavailability of the resources as well as unavailability of the information available right now. So but I'm sure within a year or two we will be there.
Yeah, thanks. And we all have better connectivity, and we are connected to each other even better than now, as currently we are. And if anyone wants to like to pitch in, please do so. Okay. So my next question will be on IoT to Rohan. So how according to you would IoT be helpful in the space domain, and with the increasing complexity of satellites that we are seeing? So what's the role of IoT, and what efforts are being taken to create smart satellites through the use of IoT? Probably you can touch base on how you can even use AI and ML with the massive amount of data that is being generated through these systems.
Okay, so I would firstly like to correct the question itself a little bit, because I believe that space science is already operating at the state-of-the-art technology, and it is like always at least a decade ahead of whatever we know about it. And I would say satellites are the precursor to technologies like IoT. Satellites have enabled technologies like GPS and as Mr. Siddesh mentioned, the 4G and the 5G revolution was also powered by satellites in a way. And the satellites are already smart, but I can believe that the satellites would in the future get smarter, and the advent of 5G would definitely promote the development of satellites which can offer 5G based mobile broadband services in areas that are impossible to reach to achieve full coverage. And it has been really an interesting experience seeing the development that is done by Jio and Nokia over the world regarding 5G. And now once the internet and the GPS has reached a level that we can now develop applications on it, then IoT comes into the picture. And IoT, as we all of us know, it's disrupting every industry as we know it, be it from manufacturing to automotive sector to household appliances. Every device is now smart and connected and is generating huge amounts of data. So a good combination of edge and cloud computing has enabled developers and startups to build services and products that we could not imagine 20 years back. So that has been really interesting, and we at Cell Propulsion, as you know, are smack in the middle of this because we offer connected electric vehicle technologies, and we really have to also partner with big cloud providers like AWS and GCP to host our AI and ML algorithms, which constantly read all this data that is being generated by IoT devices and take decisions automatically. So I would say space and satellites are a precursor to IoT, and in the future, the advent of 5G, we can even achieve high bandwidth and low latency and full coverage of the world. Thank you.
Yeah, Rohan, that was an interesting perspective actually, and you brought out the various possibilities that IoT and AI and ML together, when used in a system, what it can bring about. So that was really nice to hear. And moving on, I would like to ask, like to ask Dr. Saaveethya on what would be the role of AI, ML, IoT, and such technologies in the field of biomedical engineering, and how would it provide us better healthcare? And when such systems have been developed, how reliable should it be for large-scale usage?
Thanks, Samarth, for the question. I think it's a good question. A lot to tell, but briefly, I think medicine, healthcare is in a very important stage these days because of the developed equipments and healthcare systems that have been developed in the technology world these days. Because once we have a lot of equipments, we have a lot of data, and definitely we need AI to handle these type of data. Just a small example, right? If you want to take a full body checkup at the hospital, how many hours it takes to get the testing done, get the reports done, and get the clinician to analyze it and give you the output, right? So the thing is, most of our healthcare systems follow a manual way of analyzing these data. But the reality is, when you're doing manual evaluations, you tend to ignore a lot of important data. Only those small portions of data being taken into consideration to do the decision making. So those ignored data have important information that we are eliminated. So that's where AI comes into action to analyze these big chunks of data very fast and efficient way. I would say that AI is, there is a misinterpretation that AI or machine learning will replace clinicians or doctors, right? But it's totally not the truth case. It's where we develop systems to assist clinicians. That's the goal. That's the future. We call it as assistive clinical use for practitioners. For example, take a radiology or a pathology images. So if you want to get the clinicians to analyze these images, you need a lot of time. But what AI systems does is that they automatically analyze these images, help the clinicians to come to decisions like these are the areas that you need to look into. These are the prescribed medicines that you can recommend to the patients. So there is assistance given by AI systems to clinicians. And when it comes to the reliability point of view, with the growing number of data we have, we can train these AI systems dynamically in real time. So their intelligence is also growing with the fast growing space in technology world. So in the future, I see that AI systems in the healthcare domain is eventually become more and more intelligent as much as we give the important data to learn these systems. And real-time assistance is another example I would like to put forward. For example, the Apple Watch, right? So we can monitor our heartbeat in real time. And there are cases where people detect their early heart attack scenarios using Apple Watch. So there are AI systems that are being developed to monitor more in deep in real time. That's what my PhD research is all about. Understanding walking disabilities in real-time mode. So that will help clinicians to know whether their patient is going into a critical stage or whether someone is having a disability at its early stages. Another example is Google developed a system to identify diabetics before it becomes a disease to the patient using the image of the eye retinopathy. If you have, it is been implemented in South India, if not mistaken. So these are the systems that are cheap. So we cannot imagine us to understand whether we have diabetics at our early stages. We need to go through some testing for a long amount of time to understand that we are gaining a disease in our body. But these kind of systems can predict that we have a tendency to get these diseases. So definitely there is a big future for AI and machine learning in healthcare domain, and definitely the accuracy and reliability is promising. That's from my side.
Yeah, thank you for your views on applications of technologies in the healthcare sector, and for demystifying the myth that AI will replace clinicians in the long term. So that's one thing that was a takeaway from this discussion. And
something, Samarth?
Yeah, sure, Dr. Nia.
Because I also work similar like Safi AI on healthcare domain. Yeah. Yes. We should also consider human in the loop. Yeah. Maybe you ever heard about human in the loop in the healthcare domain applied. For example, like this, not every machine can produce the correct result. That's why Safi mentioned accuracy and reliability is very high concern in the healthcare. Yeah, machine can have a fault, right? So in this case, for example, like when we have to decide whether the patient whether the patient's disease is cancer or not. So it takes human in the loop, I think, not only based on AI and machine learning, because the wrong decisions can make a fatal for the patient, right? For example, like the decisions from the machine is the patient suffer cancer, but actually from other symptoms and other diagnoses, see after the expert check, maybe it is can be a fault machine. So that's why before decide the important thing, it needs a human in the loop for the critical decisions. I want to mention. On the other hand, maybe the result of the machine doesn't decide that the patient doesn't suffer cancer, but actually the patient suffer cancer, so it will be fatal. So that's why human in the loop is very important in the healthcare. I mean, for critical decisions. Yeah, thank you.
That's true, Nia, and that's why I said that it's a system to assist clinicians rather than replace clinicians. And definitely, I think data plays a major role when it comes to accuracy.
Yeah, so AI just help the clinicians, right?
Yes.
To decide. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Samarth.
Thank you for sharing. I guess I want to ask one non-technical question now, and I would like to direct this to Rohan. So how do you contrast the culture and awareness and learning and growth, in given that you have worked in both, to ask this question?
Your voice was, yeah, Samarth, your voice was breaking, but I think I understood the question. So now, since I've got the opportunity to firstly work with ISRO, which is a large conglomerate government organization that is working towards accelerating India's space dream, and after that, I'm also working in a startup which is a highly dynamic and fast-paced environment, and we're just trying to, 37 of us with a common vision to electrify the logistics industry in India. Now, both of these had their own pros and cons, but the very first point that I would like to bring about is the hierarchies. In a startup, like, there are absolutely no hierarchies. Everyone works with everyone to achieve the goal. However, that is not true in the case of multinational organization. Then early stage startups, typically they are unable to offer really high liquidity upfront in the term like a high salary to the people, those who are joining, but they do offer better exit if the startup becomes successful. So there are many young individuals who really leverage this opportunity by taking a pay cut early, joining startups with a shared vision, and then becoming a part of the stock options plan, and they do get good exits if the startup earns money. Then learning is a component of both the ecosystems, but works in different ways. Like in a startup, one may have to even learn or gain knowledge outside his or her domain to actually achieve a holistic product. But in an MNC, the roles are clearly defined, and we work in a structure, and sort of bureaucracy as well is involved. But that has its own advantages. So, and when it comes to growth, both offer growth at different rates. As I mentioned, in the startup, the remuneration can go even high if the startup has a really innovative idea and it is clicking in with the timing in the industry as well. While an MNC has a slow growth, but there is always growth. So you always have that constant cushion of having a job. So these are my views. I would love to hear views by other panelists as well.
Samarth, can you please,
Yeah, thanks, Rohan.
I couldn't hear a part of the question, so can you just repeat so that if I have anything to add, I will just.
Yeah, sure. I'll repeat.
Yeah.
Clearly now? Okay. So how do you contrast the culture in a multinational organization versus in a startup? And in your opinion, how different would it be in terms of learning and growth in these types of organizations, in these two types of organizations?
Okay. So yeah, Rohan has explained it quite well actually.
Yeah, I guess this question will be there among all the young professionals who have just graduated, and are in their final year of their engineering. So I thought it would be a suitable question to ask during the panel. So could we, if the audience have any questions for our panelists, you can type in the chat window. We can take a few questions. So while audience asks the questions, I have one question from my end. So what practical advice that you would give from your experience for someone just starting out their careers in your respective domains or in general? What type of skills should they acquire, and how should they start off, and how should they go about it? So all the panelists can answer this.
According to me, I think the most important thing, the most important thing would be to take time and just get to know what are we supposed to do in coming years of life, like in the career also. Because I have had this bad experience, like not bad, but yes, during my graduation days, all of them were like in a hurry to get jobs. And I was the only one who actually landed up in a telecom job after completing a telecom degree. Because most of my friends just in a bid to get jobs, they just joined IT companies or the things which they are hating now. So I think that must be a very clear focus point in your life, that before starting out for a job, you should first check that if you really want to do this, and just like make a list and check out if you can, if you're actually interested in this. Because after a period of time, you will feel that all this work is a task, and then you will not feel energized to go out every time for work. So I think that your interests and job, everything should match, so that the tasks which are given at the job doesn't seem to be a work or a burden that you have to just get finished off with. It should be always challenging, and it should be always interesting. So I think we should take some time and not just get hurried ourselves in getting a job and just for the sake of it. That would be.
Just to add to what Siddesh mentioned, I think the young professionals nowadays should also have the ability to adapt to change. And because it's such a dynamic and fast-paced environment here, all the industries are accelerating so quickly with new technologies coming up. They have to maintain their pace of learning as well. And based on what an individual analyzes about the industry or domain he or she wants to work in, they can take a call with whatever works, regarding their skill set and what problem they are trying to solve, and try to create some value out of the work that they are doing. And secondly, I think presentation skills are also a very important aspect nowadays. If you have the ability to present yourself or present your work, it will be easier for you to get or go ahead in a job.
Yeah, I think I agree with Rohan for his 2 points and also Siddesh points, because we are part of IEEE, right? So I need to talk a little bit of the benefit of being involved with IEEE when you are going to start your career, and also to sustain a good journey in your career, because you get the confidence to work in a team, to lead a team, project management, presentation skills, as Rohan said. Those soft skills are very, very important to work. Like your marks will get you a job, but to sustain, you need to have a good professional profile and a good leadership abilities. Those soft skills are very crucial. And another thing I would say is that don't focus on getting a certificate and then putting that certificate in front of employers to give you a job. Get some other skills such as those, ML-based certifications or cybersecurity certifications or other, Python or those kind of high topics in your technical field, because it will show that you are not only capable of your degree, but also you're capable of other areas, so that you have high chance to get the job in a diverse field, not focus in a narrow area. This is something from my side to put forward.
Yes, I agree also with Safi and Rohan. Yeah, so we have to empower ourselves. So I suggest all of you, young professionals, you should empower yourself to increase skill competence. And the most important thing is soft skill. I mean, hard skill we can learn by ourselves, but soft skill we have to try to practice. Like try to speak in front of public, try to communicate, try to make a network. So this is very important. And also in my domain especially, I will suggest you to identify the black swan. So you should an unpredictable event that is beyond what is normally expected of the situation and has potentially severe consequence. So this is very important, because if we work on AI, of course, many unpredictable events, and of course you have to solve the problems, because some problems maybe there is no solution, and some problems maybe have solution but not adequate. So that's why this is very challenging for us. Yeah, that's all for me.
Your valuable insights, and with the interest of time, I guess we'll not take any questions from the audience. So I guess we have a lot to take away from the discussions that we have had from the past 1 hour here, and we have learned a lot from our panelists. And starting all the way from the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, 5G, IoT, and ending with how a young professional needs to develop himself or herself in engaging with the fast-paced technical world and succeeding in his or her career. So I once again thank all of you for joining us today for this panel discussion and sharing your valuable insights. So I would now request all of you to switch on your videos for a small photograph session.
Yeah, so just before the photograph session, I would again like to thank all of you for being a part of our Global Summit. And yes, this is the first initiative from Bangalore section, a Global Summit, what we started. So I hope even the other people from various regions like you would obviously support us for taking it forward for more years. And a small token of appreciation from our end, which we would like to present you virtually. Thank you so much for doing this. Yeah. So let's take a group photograph. Yeah, I'll just stop sharing the screen. Puneet sir, you're there?
Speakers from next session also can feel free to turn on your videos.
Yeah. Zeid and Lorenzo, even you can turn on your videos.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Very good. So I apologize. I was not able to put a background.
No problem.
You'll see the background of my house.
That's all right.
So thank you very much for inviting me. And I guess it's really my time right now, right?
Yes. Just in a few minutes we will start. So Puneet sir, you have anything to add on to this session?
I actually
I think we had really wonderful panel discussion, and I thank Nia, Saaveethya, as well as Rohan, and as usual, Samarth did a wonderful job. Rohan, I'm also from ISRO, URSC Bangalore, and Savi and Nia, you have done wonderful things, and I can see when future is in the hands of technology leaders like you, definitely we are going to achieve much more success. And yes, future of the technology is more or less in the hands of young professionals. So this is the reason why we have initiated this Young Professionals Global Summit. And I'm really happy to see the kind of discussion going on, the kind of technological discussion is happening at this platform. It's truly amazing. We expected that, yes, we are going to have this global standard, but definitely I can say that the outcome, what is coming from this summit, is truly amazing, and I'm really satisfied with all the speakers as well as the topics which we have chosen very, very cautiously. They are all futuristic topics, and we are getting really marvelous inputs. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashwini and Punet. Very great initiative from YP Bangalore section and Bangalore section. Congratulations.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashwini and Abhishek. Hi. And thanks for all the speakers. I enjoyed interacting with you all. Thanks, Samarth, also. Thank you so much.
Okay. We already finished the group.
Thank you, Savi, and congratulations for your new assignment in our team.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have clicked the
Thank you, everyone. So let's move on with the next session. So Nikhil, you can just take over the next session. We already have Lorenzo with us.
See you.
Good morning.
Shall I take over?
Yeah, Nikhil. You can just start.
Only one remark, I cannot share my screen. I don't know if somebody has to give me the grant authority.
Yeah, just a second. He would introduce you. Once Nikhil introduces you, then you can take over.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, Nikhil, you can start.
Anyway, Dr. Lorenzo is very well known in IEEE community. Okay, but here we have a lot of participants which are outside IEEE. I'll just introduce him. I'll take pleasure for introducing him. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Namaskar to all. I'm glad to introduce Dr. Lorenzo Lo Monte, the guru, the expert in RF, radar, DSP, and electronic warfare. He serves as a chief scientist at Telephonics with the role of translating research innovations into commercial products. He's consultant to many academias, from research institutions to large defense and government organizations worldwide. Prior to that, he was professor in University of Dayton and executive director of Mumma Radar Laboratory. Dr. Lorenzo Lo Monte has published over 70 papers in conferences, proceedings, and various journals. He has contributed in book chapters, and he has contributed in patents also. Dr. Lorenzo Lo Monte has worked from 100 megahertz to 100 gigahertz. This is a very wide range he has worked in. He has worked on a various type of radars, from multi-static to MIMO radars, which is latest one, from synthetic aperture radars to ground penetrating radars. So basically, he can penetrate cloud also, and he can penetrate ground also. He has experience in missile defense radars, clutter modeling, DSP, CAD, PCB packaging. You name it, he have it. Dr. Monte is highly active in IEEE, as we have seen many times and many of the forums. He is very, very active in IEEE community, serving as AE's Board of Governor, as VP for Education, in the Region 1, as a VP of Industry. Dr. Monte also was a technical editor in IEEE Sensor Journal for many years. Dr. Monte is also, he is distributes lecture and course instructors. So he has been worldwide and he has given this course on radar, electronic warfare, RF worldwide in different institutes, even MIT, Fraunhofer Institute in Germany, DSTU Australia, Singapore. Not only this, he has given these instructions and lectures and short courses in Algeria, Saudi Arabia, and Bolivia. So, like, he's very dynamic personality, and his experience in radar is marvelous. So this lecture from him definitely will be a boon for us, and a lot of learning will be there. I hand over to Lorenzo Monte. Please take over, sir.
Thank you. Very good. Let's see if I can share my screen.
You have access to share.
You see it? Let's see if you see my screen.
Yeah, you can make it full screen.
Let's see if it works though, because I'm afraid that you don't see it, right?
You have to just make it full screen, a presentation mode.
Yeah. Let me try it again. Give me a second. I know why it didn't work. Here it is. This one is the right one, right?
Yeah.
You see it very well. Very good. So thank you for the nice introduction. That was really very inspirational. I appreciate it. So as you mentioned, my name is Lorenzo Lo Monte. I'm a young professional, very old young professional, but still considered a young professional. And as you mentioned, I'm the chief scientist of Telephonics, which is a company that you probably never heard in India, although we do have a presence in India. And I know the name is misleading because Telephonics, you think we do telephones, but actually we do radar system. And the objective today is actually to give an overview to the young professional on the other side of engineering, which is usually a little bit neglected in electrical engineering in general, because most of the people go to the commercial world, AI, machine learning, computer engineering, and they never really look at the defense part of it, mainly because in the defense world, people don't talk about it, so you don't get trained in these type of topics, and then you will never know about it. So I'm trying to just make you aware of the world of radar, which is my expertise, and what's going on over there, and just be aware that this world is actually very big, very active, and there is a lot of opportunities in there, and a lot of jobs as well, as we show you at the end. So today it's just going to be a motivational talk. There is no formula, nothing. It's just about history and future of radar. And so why radar? This is history, actually. You need to think about that radar was invented during World War I, when, people invented planes, the Wright brothers, and people were so happy with the plane. But guess what? They were not invented to carry tourists back and forth. Planes were actually invented to carry bombs. That was the first application of a plane. So people, they need to check for a plane 24 hours, day and night. And all they had were all these big lights in the sky. And all they could do, it was to warn their citizens to run away. And they only had a few seconds to run away before the bombs would come. They had some microphone here. These are big microphones of the World War I. But still, you only had a few kilometers of warning. Really not that effective. And then you had also these fancy ears, and these are real devices that were used during World War I and even World War II to listen to incoming planes. That's all we had. And you know what? I mean, a plane coming with bombs, there was nothing you could stop them. It was too late. It was very bad at that time. So people had to come up with something. So what could you do to at least detect the incoming of planes that are coming with bombs and so on? Well, everything really started from this guy you probably studied in school. It's called Hertz. And Hertz is not the guy who sells car, a car rental. Hertz is the unit that we use it for measuring the frequency. But people don't know why he's famous. He's actually famous because he was able to prove that metal reflects electromagnetic waves. Well, guess what? That's step number one for a radar. He was able to prove that electromagnetic waves can come back. But that's it. I mean, that's all he was able to prove. But we want to give credit to Hertz for being the first person working toward the radar technology. The second person we want to give credit, and actually full credit, is Holzmeier, as you can see in this movie, because he did invent the radar in Nazi Germany. This is the guy. He built a radar using the Hertz concept to detect ships incoming on a harbor from not a plane really, a ship. The ships are made of metal, and he was able to monitor the ships coming in and out from a harbor, and that was really a radar by itself. But guess what? He didn't really take off the idea. I mean, he was an inventor. He spent a lot of money. He patented it, but the Nazi didn't really care much about it, and that's good, because otherwise the Nazi would have had this technology. And just to let you know, last year, this is me, we were exactly at the point in Germany, in Cologne, where this radar was demonstrated, and we put a plaque, this plaque here. So if you go to Cologne right now, there is a beautiful church over there, cathedral, but right outside the cathedral now there is also an IEEE historical milestone where it shows where the radar was used for the first time in history. Well, the real radar, as you think about it, the real one, the one that would detect planes somehow, was actually created by Watson Watt. And why? Well, because there was another guy called Tesla, not the guy or the, Tesla that we confuse it with the guy who make electric cars, right? But there was a real Tesla, Nikola Tesla, who created a lot of math for electromagnetics. And he also came up with strange ideas, like, for example, a death ray. He mentioned about death ray, right? And people said, like, can you really do a death ray? So some people in the UK asked Watson Watt to check if you can really build a death ray machine. And Watson Watt said, no, you cannot, but you can actually build a radar, which pretty much gives you a detection of a plane and also ranging. And that is why we get this word, radar, which means radio detection and ranging. So it tells you also the distance. And in 1939, Watson Watt proved it, I would say officially, that you can build a radar. So UK was the first country having a radar system working. And guess what? 39 was just the beginning of World War II, if you remember, not 41 actually. But it was just starting right now. So UK was the first one to build what we call a chain home, which is a series of radar installed in the UK that actually don't look like the one that we are used to see them today. They look like big antennas, look like tower really, because they were a very low frequency. And this chain home were pretty much very big radar that have a very long range to detect incoming plane from Nazi Germany. And for those of you who know history, France at that time was Germany, Nazi Germany. So the plane will come from France, and so you had to have a protection. So now UK had a protection. They could see plane coming from France, while Germany couldn't, at least for a few years. Then also Germany developed the radar technology. And there is an entire history of radar during World War II, because according to, I think I have it here, wait a second. According to a historian, radar was the #2 invention that changed the outcome of the World War II, together with the nuclear weapon. I also want to point out that another important historical milestone was, and you probably heard about it, the Japanese coming to the US, bombing Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. And that really started the World War II officially, with the United States attacking the Japanese and then the German, right? Well, in Hawaii, there was a radar actually. This is the radar. You can actually still see there when you go there. There is still a radar. You go there and take a picture. And there is an official screenshot. Guess what? This is a real screenshot, not like we say right now on a computer. It was a screen and a camera that people take a shot, and they save the screenshot on a picture, and they annotate the picture here. They write what it is. The operator saw these are the line of the incoming Japanese at 7:02 a.m. They saw the Japanese coming, but he was not really understanding how the radar work. And he said, like, it cannot be that so many spikes are coming all at the same time. And he wrote here, it must be a bird flock. A lot of birds coming. That's what he thought it is. So he just wrote birds, and then he went out to get a cup of coffee, and then he came back and World War II started. And this is like what historians really believe that changed the outcome of World War II. The nuclear weapon, of course, radar, because radar was able to detect incoming plane and so on. And then another device that nobody even knows what it is. It's called proximity fuse. Proximity fuse is a little device you put it on top of a missile that allows you to explode the missile before you hit the target. For those of you who know this strange military technology, if you explode before you hit the target, you don't have a lot of misses, because if you're trying to hit a plane, it's very hard to hit it. But if you just get close and then you explode it, you might actually get the plane, and your chances of killing the enemy gets very, very, very high. Well, guess what? Proximity fuse is actually a radar. So 2 out of 3 inventions that changed the World War II were actually radar. So that was the history. Now let's see how radar evolved nowadays. So you will see like, oh, there it is, a radar. There it is. This is a radar example. That's what you are used to see, right? In when you go to the airport. That's very boring. How is it possible the radar is so exciting to me when that's all you have? Well, because people don't tell you about what radar can actually really do in the defense world, because people are kind of silent about it. When things are working in the defense, people are a little bit more, I would say, they keep it for themselves. So I'm going to show you what radar can actually do in the real world. So that's the same concept of a scanning radar, but now they put it on a ship. Well, when you put it on a ship, you can do things with phased array, you probably heard in school, and you have multiple beams. So the same concept of scanning now, you can still form many, many beams at the same time and track multiple targets at the same time as you scan. And because you have multiple beams, you can also direct weapon to this target with a radar and with very high precision. So those are now very sophisticated targets that can do that. You can track the missiles, you can track the target, you can track your own missile, all of them with the same radar. Okay? You can build huge radar. Look how big these radars are. Those are trees. Those radars exist. There is one in Russia and one in the US. These are called intercontinental ballistic missile defense radar. These are meant to check that people don't shoot each other and intercontinental ballistic missile because they go out of space and come back, but they are very, very, very far away. So you need very, very big radar to detect them. And those exist. They've been around since the 70s, okay? Huge radar with gigawatt of power, huge. And then you have radar that were developed in the 90s, I would say. They are phase array again, so the radar is scanning the beam electronically. There is not mechanically scan. When they detect a target, which is an incoming missile, they will tell another missile to go against that enemy missile. And so they will try to approach each other. And then when you get very close to the enemy missile, a new radar will turn on, what we call missile seeker. So there is a radar on the missile itself. And this little radar will try to get a better accuracy than the ground radar so that it can actually hit the enemy missile. So this is actually a very famous defense system because you can put it on any country and protect people shooting missiles at you. Okay? Many countries have it. and rocket missiles are pretty much gone now because you can stop them with this type of weapons. You have also, look at this. This is a radar here that is tracking the gunshots here. They're tracking the trajectories of these gunshots, and by tracking the drag, so how the bullet drags, it knows actually also how to deviate and tilt the cannon so that the next bullet goes actually to the right spot. So every time there is an enemy, you can shoot the first bullet, and then it goes somewhere off, but the second one will go exactly to the enemy because of a radar. We have big radar. I don't know if you've seen these ones flying. They fly everywhere, 24 hours, the whole world. These are radar that they put them on a plane, and many countries have it. And I actually even believe India has it one right now. They put radar here on a plane so they can see very, very far away because you don't have problem with the horizon anymore. Okay, and these are called early warning because they can really monitor very, very far away. So early warning, so they can see things coming from hundreds of kilometers away. Okay. You also heard probably, no, I don't know if you heard about it, that now radar are going completely passive, meaning that they are not even transmitting anymore. They're using signals of opportunity, such as TV, radio, FM radio, or anything like that. They're using those signals to do the radar mission. So those are actually new type of radar. They are completely passive, so you don't even know where they are. People like that because they can turn on their radar passively, and nobody knows that they are transmitting, so nobody will find out that they are doing radar. And there are many countries having them, and actually this is like a boom technology because they are cheap. No, not transmitting, it makes them actually very cheap. They're only receiving. So this is actually, again, a little bit boasting my company. This is the radar for finding periscopes, and this is what we do. And just for the Indian community over there, we are partnering with India, and we are making hundreds of them with India right now as we speak. And these are meant to detect periscopes. So every time somebody comes out with a periscope, we will actually find out right away. There is no other technology who can do that. You probably also heard the radar. I don't know if you heard about that, but radar can track cars and even people. So this is a map. We will talk about that. This is an image map. And these are all the dots that a radar can actually track, and they move. And this is a very wide area. This can be tens of miles, wide. And you can get this nice picture and see all these little dots moving around. And so if one dot moves off-road, you can track, that's a bad guy. He's doing something wrong. Okay? We call this one GMTI radar, Ground Moving Target Indicator Radar. And here is an example of a GMTI radar from Israel. They create a map, they get all the dots, and they track all of them. The beauty is that those radar can actually see also through foliage, through canopy, so they can see through a forest. So you are probably going around a forest, right? Well, they can see through that, okay? Thanks to radar technology. Then we have radar, a little bit shorter range for the army, for all the people working on the army work. These are fancy radar because they can detect where shooting is occurring. So you are walking around like this, and then somebody, for example, starts shooting at you. They can quickly, rapidly detect where the shooter is shooting from, whether it's a rocket or it's just a bullet from a gun and so on, because they can track it very quickly, and they can shoot something back. These are things that, 10 years ago, 20 years ago were unbelievable, but now, thanks to radar technology, you can do that, okay? Because radar always continuously monitoring things coming toward you. You cannot do this one with camera. You need a radar to do that, okay? And then I want to talk, because everybody's talking about quantum computing, quantum cryptography. Well, guess what? We also have quantum radar, okay? That's it. Everybody, has his own quantum. Now, quantum radar, it's a hot topic because it's very debated. if a quantum radar is really built, it will really change the whole world, because quantum radar allows you to only transmit a signal without getting the receive back. So it saves power, energy, and also you don't get attacked by the enemy, because people don't need to send you bad signal against you, and you can just send your signal and then you are okay. The problem is that people were, at least in the US, they said like, no, it cannot be done. But then China said like, no, we built one. And so now we don't even know how this happened and so on. So it's a question. We don't even know if it really happened or not. It's a really big debate right now in our community. A quantum radar might be the future. Now you say like, well, okay, I don't want to do anything with defense. I'm done with defense. I want to just do the commercial world. What can I do in the commercial world? Well, if you bought your newest Google phone, I think it's called Pixel 5, you actually have now this technology. There is a little radar that checks the gesture of your hand. It looks at the motion thanks to a very small radar. Okay, so they applied radar and machine learning together, and so whenever you do your common gesture, it can actually understand it and pretty much do the same on your phone. It's called Project Soli. It went around for many years, and now it is a technology. So this slide is actually old, because the Google Pixel 5, I guess, has this radar in it right now. Now, ground penetrating radar is a commercial technology. People use it to find stuff on the ground. So you can find treasure, archaeology, pipes, and so many people are using GPR. And you get like this radar gram here where you see stuff on the ground. But fancy GPR can actually do what we call tomography, which is a 3D reconstruction of the underground. So in this case, they are reconstructing tunnels. So you see exactly what's going on underground without digging. And this is only possible through GPR, because seismic wave cannot do it that well. Automotive radar, actually, I probably had to update this slide here because this field is growing so quickly that every year you get something completely new. So in the past, we had a radar that are, for lane control, to check blind spot and so on. This is now common technology. Everybody has automotive radar in modern car. But the technology went way ahead right now. They are using a radar to do point cloud, like 3D point cloud, like you would do with a LiDAR, and then have autonomous driving, thanks to radar system. There are new technologies developing in that direction. And the automotive radar is completely exploding right now. The only, I would say, remark I make in the automotive radar is that it is a race to having the cheapest radar possible, not the fanciest in terms of technology. People are trying to find out how can you make it cheap, because car manufacturers want to really buy the cheapest radar. So it's a race, but a race to make it as cheap as possible. We also have a problem in the civilian world. This is mixed between civilian and military, I would say, of like everybody now has a drone, but stadium, hospital, and police, they had to protect themselves from people, bad people coming with drones and trying to attack them or spy on them and so on. Well, there is no real good technology to detect the incoming of drones and so on. Radar appears to be the best one because they can easily track in 3D the incoming on drone. And with some machine learning, they can even differentiate between a real drone and a bird, for example. There is some machine learning going on and people do that. Okay. Again, mix between, I would say, defense and civilian is for law enforcement. If people want to enter a building and they want to see what's going on inside, in the past they had to drill a hole and stick a camera in it, very dangerous, and they will find out. Now they can do it with radar. They just put a radar and they can see through the wall and get an idea of the people that are, what they are doing inside, and see moving people. And see, now you see people moving right now here. And so they know exactly, they have a complete situational awareness of the surroundings, so they know when to enter, what to do, and where to go. Okay, and this particular technology is actually used from some law enforcement in the world. Okay. Another one that I put it under civilian, although it's a mix between civilian and military, but mainly right now the focus is a civilian one, is to monitor satellites. So right now there is an explosion of CubeSats and everybody's sending stuff in space out of control. Right? You know what? I mean, it's great, but we're putting a lot of junk. And as you know, you can't put a lot of junk in space because then things can crash to each other and create a mess. There must be a very reliable system that tracks all the junk that is in space, even the smallest one, even something look like a needle. Okay, because a needle in space, at the speed of things going in space, they can destroy a space station. You know this one very well. So now we have a very big radar, actually the biggest radar in the world in terms of power and number of antennas and so on. This is the biggest in the world, two of them actually. There is one in the US and one in Australia, continuously monitoring the space for any little needle flying in the space, tracking all of them so we know where they are. So if somebody puts a CubeSat in the air and it crashes and so on, it creates a mess, we know exactly where the junk is. And we keep track of all of it. Radar also is going into the health in the industry. So right now, when people want to measure heart rate and breathing and so on, they can do it with radar. You don't need to put sensor anymore in the body. This guy, for example, is showing you that these radar here are monitoring the heart rate, I guess, because remember, the heart rate is still something moving, so you can detect these motions, right? And the breathing. And there are companies now that are installing those radar in houses so they can detect if people are getting a heart attack and so on in a house and send signal to, you know, the police or the hospital. And these are, again, new startup working on this type of application here. Similar to this one, some radar are used. This is actually a technology that's been used multiple times to detect human life that are still alive when there is an earthquake or a disaster. So rather than digging randomly to find people and maybe find people who are dead, which is a waste of time, they can only send the signal and see if there is a heart beating. So they are going to dig only to the area where the person is still alive. And this technology, I think, was invented in China and then expanded all over the world. It's used. They are from a rescue team. The most common radar that everybody here is the weather radar because it creates weather map like that. There is also a map called the Doppler map. You probably heard this term as well, that shows you the velocity of the clouds. And those are very important because when you see a rapid change in velocity, like here, this is like very, very, green means it's coming toward you. So there is a cloud going toward you, and red means it's going away from you. So this quick motion going away from you and going toward you is actually a signature for a tornado. That's how people identify tornado. They don't really look at this map here. This is just nice to show. They look at this. A Doppler map will tell you if there is a tornado going on or not. Okay, so these are very popular, at least in the US. Everybody uses it. Okay. Now, so far, we only talk about radar in terms of detection. But you need to know, and I don't know if many people of you know about it, the radar can actually do images like a camera. I don't know if you see them on because the screen is very dark, but these are radar images. And these are done hundreds of kilometers away from the actual scene location. A camera would not be able to do that, I mean, unless you have fancy cameras, okay? But these images here are black and white, are actually videos, they are not images, and they are very high resolution. So people will say like, well, but I have Google Earth, right? Why do I even have to bother with something black and white? I mean, why using these type of radar images? Radar images, we call them synthetic aperture radar. There is a term for that. Well, I'll tell you why. So this picture here is a black and white done with a radar, and this is the color one done with Google Earth or cameras, right? Of course, the optical one looks much better. Why would I go with a black and white? It's black and white. Well, because this one was taken during the day. Let's say you want to take the same picture at night. Let's see what happens. Well, at night is like that. You don't see anything. So if you need to take a picture at night, you cannot use camera, period. So some people, especially the military people and so on, really need to take picture 24 hours, day and night, no matter what. If there is a terrorist person here, they cannot say like, oh no, let's wait until tomorrow because now it's dark. They need to take a picture right away. In those cases, it's worth spending a lot of money and build a $50 million radar to just get a picture that it works also at night. Now, some people will say, I've seen that people can take picture infrared, and infrared works at night, IR camera, right? Yes, but when you are on a plane and you have a cloud, I don't know if you see that, a cloud is, the infrared doesn't work anymore. In a cloud, you see the cloud. You don't see anything through the cloud. While the radar can go through cloud, so it works very well through weather. So synthetic aperture radar gives you an image, no matter what, at all conditions, 24 hours, on Christmas, on New Year's Eve, and when the weather is bad, when the weather is good, and that's what people like. They like to have images that are always there, no matter when you want, on demand. You want one, I'm going to give you one. And images are very good. Look at these. These are actually geo-referenced. So right now, it's kind of a 3D rendering of an image, right? They look very similar, right? So this is actually a level above just radar imaging. We can do something called interferometry, where we can see changes in millimeters in terms of altitude or variation. We call this one interferometric SAR. And this is an example of what we can do. This is Mount Vesuvius, I guess, or Mount Etna in Italy. And this up and down is the amount of magma that is inside the volcano. And so we can see this one through a series of months and years, the change. Now, those changes are actually millimeter change. So this is not on scale. They are showing like the volcano increased a few millimeters up, a few millimeters down. Well, those changes are telling us the amount of magma that is inside the volcano. You cannot do this with a camera. A camera cannot the camera cannot sense a millimeter variation. A radar can. So only radar can do this type of stuff. Okay? We can actually see Venus. This is a very famous picture of Venus. It was done through radar because Venus has a very thick atmosphere and you cannot see through the atmosphere with a camera. So we had to use a radar to see Venus. Same with the moon. And then we have this similar to interferometry, the coherent change detection, where, I don't know if you see here, these are able to see variation up to the millimeter. So you take an image with radar, and then you take another one, and you're going to check millimeter variation on this image. Well, guess what? This is a road, and there was a car driving to this road, and you cannot see really any difference in an image, because what is the difference, a car driving on a road? Well, the dust has moved. Just the dust, a little bit, move a little bit, right? That's a few millimeters of a change. A radar can pick it up. A camera could not pick it up. It is called coherent change detection. There is also another mode in radar called inverse SAR, where we can look at target hundreds of kilometers away and trying to make an image of the target. Now, again, cameras cannot do that. You can zoom, but after a while you stop zooming. There is no way you can look at the target anymore. So when a target is 100 kilometers away, we had to use our radar. Now, the image with radar are kind of weird. You see, they go up and down. It's hard to interpret them. But radar operator can figure out what they mean. You can even image a satellite. You cannot do it with a camera. You will point it at the sun. There is no way when you point at the sun, you can really look at what the satellite looks like. Okay? Radar is the only way we can image targets that are very, very far away. They give us poor images, but still understandable for operator. So hopefully I gave you an overview of what radar can do and where the future is going. And I want to introduce you to the society that I represent, which is the IEEE Aerospace Electronic Systems Society, which includes radar. Why do I want to tell you that? Because it's a very small society. It's only 4% of the entire IEEE. But most of the people who are at the top of the IEEE, presidents, IEEE, all the people at the top, actually come from the Aerospace Electronic Systems Society. So even though it's a very small one, it's very influential. Keep that one in mind. So engineering. Well, we know that in the 1960s, the engineers were the ones sending rockets to the moon. 1980 was a very bad year for engineering because they were all the nerds, right? 2000 was getting better, but now we are the engineers of the 2020. That makes a big difference because in 2020, an engineer is a global citizen. What do I mean with that? You learn skills in any country. Those skills are the same in any country in the world. So you are the only one who can really travel the whole world. If you learn literature, Indian literature, Rig Veda, right? That's very helpful in India, but not so helpful in any other country. You know, if you learn machine learning, it's helpful all over the world. That makes a big difference. That's why it's important to be an engineer now than other disciplines. So you are on track because you are all getting engineering degree and so on, right? So that's a good start. Now, Aerospace Electronic Systems Society, so the radar and EW engineering. So again, I still have to update this one here, and this is US centric, so I don't know now the number in India. But I want to point out that it's always growing, the market, despite, you know, we don't have any issue with the coronavirus and so on. They are still hiring all the time. It's kind of immune to any issue here because it's a market that is defense and government based. So there is always like a contract coming in and out all the time. And I want to point out the salary here. This is a starting salary in dollar. I don't know conversion now, but it's very expensive. Why it's so high? Well, I'll tell you why. Because 99% of the people coming out from university do not even know what a radar is. So finding the people who know radar is very rare. And, you know, demand and supply. When there are very few people who even know the word radar, and they find one, that person is gonna be paid a lot of money. Okay, so a radar engineer in this kind of community, they pay you way more than normal because it's very hard to find people who are actually knowledgeable of this field. Okay, and as I mentioned, now there is also another push: automotive radar. So even though there were people knowing radar and were few, now those few people are all going into the automotive radar, which is taking all of them. So even more demand. And with that, I want to also point out that we have a president on AESS that is leading now all these activities. We have a lot of activities in our society. You should go there and look at them online. We have a lot of conferences, all of them you can go online. Radar conference are the big one. And one thing I want to also mention is that we have a mentoring program. So if you care about this field, you can go online, register to this free mentoring program. You will be connected with a world-renowned expert in ESS field, which include radar, navigation, tracking, and and fusion. And these people will help you in their career. And we connected, almost 100 young professionals with 100 world-renowned experts, completely free. You can go online, register, free. You're gonna get connected, and this one might change your life. And again, some self. This is really self advertisement, but I want to say that because nobody knows our company, we actually have a presence in India, close to New Delhi. So if anybody is interested in working in radar and so on, we are working with Mahindra. Just let me know, shoot me an email and so on. We always be happy to find new people. We're also trying to open here in Mumbai, but we are not done with that yet. New Delhi is the place where we have. I know we don't have any in Bangalore yet. Okay. But if anybody wants to go back to New Delhi and has some family there, just keep us in mind. Okay. With that, I think I'm done. Hopefully, I gave you a nice introduction on radar and AESS, and I'm here to take a question if there are. Otherwise, we are ready for the next event, I guess, which will be another panel session.
It was letting talk. You have covered so much of radar, various type of radar, and you have told us it is one of the biggest industry which deals with 13 to 14 billion dollars. So we are thinking I can change the field and come to radar field. Okay, there was a question for automotive radar. Can automotive radar can be used in satellites to track this junk?
Hello, I didn't get the question, but does it? Did you say automotive radar can be used on satellite?
Yes, for tracking junk, for tracking debris.
Well, you don't use automotive radar. You will design a different radar because automotive radar are very, very, very short range. So if you're a radar engineer, you will know that. But I want to say that there are companies who are putting radar on a CubeSat. And you know who is doing that? What's your company in India? ISRO? So they are doing it. So just to let you know, they are working on putting radar on a CubeSat, putting them in the space. And I don't know if they want to track junk, but they are working on putting little radar on the space. They are not going to use automotive radar. It's a different frequency, different power, and so on. But just look at ISRO website and you will find information right over there.
Thank you very much. Let me check some questions. I think it's a complex field. Questions are not there. So we can conclude here. Ashwini?
Let me see if I see a question.
Yeah,
I see some questions. A second. I see
1628, last question.
I mean, some of them would have even shared with Lorenzo only direct. You can see, you can just answer them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, no, I don't know. No, I think these are like you mentioned. Yes, these are earlier questions.
Yeah, up to 1628 only is there.
Okay, never mind. So we are all good. Okay, so I think we are then ready for the next panel session, right?
Yeah. So I think, Lorenzo, it was a great session on radar and the future of radar. But we had a very clear picture on it. And it was really perfect, I can say, where things were really on time. And so, I mean, you managed the time so well that you gave a lot of information on an exact small time what you had. And a small token of appreciation from our end to you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks for being with us here and sharing your insight on radar. Thank you so much. So we are just waiting for the other two speakers here for our next session. Zeid, can you hear us?
Yes, I do. I'll give me just a second. I will open my video. Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Lorenzo?
Waiting for Aslal and Praveen.
Lorenzo, currently you are working on which radar?
I'm working on many radar. Of course, but as I mentioned on the talk, there is a radar we are actively working with India, but it's with the government of India. So I don't know if somebody has to be first of all working with the government of India, and then if you're working with the government of India, then you will work with us. Most of the radar world works in that way. You usually work government to government. You don't work directly. It's just the way how it works in this field.
True.
Did somebody ask a question about Mahindra, or is an impression? Could you?
Yeah. Somebody's asking. He's asking your collaboration with.
As I mentioned, we have a collaboration with Mahindra Telephonics in close to New Delhi, although it's an hour away from New Delhi. It's on the website, so I don't know more because I've never been there personally. I know that we are building some of our own radar or telephonics right there, and that is purposely to serve the Indian market, because Indian government wants to make its own changes. They want a radar with some parameter, with something else, and so on. So it was much easier just to have a place over there and deal with all the issues over there. So that's all I know. That's all I know. If you want to know more, just text me or send me an email and we'll figure it out. Okay.
So is Praveen here? If you are here in the attendee list, you can raise your hands so that I can elevate you as panelist. And Hasla. Yeah.
Praveen has come?
Yeah, Praveen has come. Praveen, can you just check with your audio? You have to connect your audio.
Lorenzo, I have one question. What is your message for the young professionals if they want to work in radar area? Which field they can concentrate on? The DSP part, the RF part, or the antenna part?
All three. That's the difficulty of being a radar engineer. You cannot do just one. You need to be a system engineer. You need to know RF and signal processing, and at least RF and signal processing. You need to like both. And now there is also a trend that people need to like a little bit machine learning and some computer science to master all of it. And that's you need to know both. You can't separate the two. Otherwise, you will never be a radar engineer. You will be a person working for a radar engineer. And so that's my suggestion.
Agreed.
So Praveen, can you hear us? If you can unmute yourself. You have to unmute, Praveen. Actually, it shows that your network is a little low. So maybe you can just switch off your video so that you can get the bandwidth for your audio. Nikhil, can you please mute? Chengappa, can you please unmute Praveen once?
All right. Can you hear me now, Ashwini?
Yeah, Praveen, it's audible.
All right. Great. Thanks.
So, are you there? Okay. We just do one thing. Just wait for 2 more minutes for Hasala to join.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Lorenzo, for the nice presentation. I'm Ziad. I'll probably take the time until we settle down to ask you a question. Okay. Yeah, so in your presentation, you compared a lot radars to cameras, which I think radars come with many things or many capabilities that cameras cannot do. What is the main technological innovation like with radars that made this possible? I mean, probably I missed it in the presentation, but if you can highlight that main aspect of radar that make them so powerful.
So the actual reason why radar can make images is it's not easy to explain it without formulas, unfortunately. There is an entire field called synthetic aperture radar, SAR, synthetic aperture radar, and it goes into electromagnetic theory. Radar exploit the phase information or the signal, and they create, they use Doppler and all of these tricks here, and they can create an artificial image. It's not a real one. It's an image that is created from the signature. But there is a big difference is that radar, for example, differing from camera, don't zoom. So a camera, if you want to look something, you need to zoom, and so you lose your resolution somehow, especially if you have a digital camera. A radar, you can be 100 miles away, 100 kilometers away, you will have the same resolution, whether you are close or far away. There is no difference because the underlying physics is different. For those of you who care, there is a related field, we call it geoscience remote sensing. There is an entire group, IEEE Geoscience Remote Sensing, that all they do is SAR imaging. They spend their entire life. And this is all about a satellite looking around and trying to make images. There are books on that. I feel it's a little bit difficult to explain in a few words. It's fundamental electromagnetic theory, exploiting electromagnetics in a good way to create images.
Great, thank you. So probably coming back to Maxwell equations and...
Yeah, it's finally an application. People study Maxwell equation, they don't know why we care about it. It's useless, right? Just complicating your exam. But after a few, if you study them very well, some people figure out that you can use them for some good application. I mean, and one of it is synthetic aperture radar. It creates synthetic images. They are not really real, and they are based on the way how the data comes back. But again, you can do miracles with that kind of data. I didn't even show you, but you can do radar at different images at different polarization, and I'll stop here because you can just look at the entire field of geoscience remote sensing. All they do is radar imaging.
Great, thank you.
So we start with the discussion. I think Hasala is just trying to log in. I think Chengappa, you can just have a track on him once he joins. You can just remind us about him. So again, once again, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. Namaste to all the panelists who are here. So we are here for the panel discussion today, Young Professional Region Chair Roundtable Meetup. So I'm really happy. I'm glad that I have a lot of representatives from various regions. We have Region 1 representation by Lorenzo, Hasala from Region 3, Praveen Kumar from Region 4, and Zeid from Region 7. So we are really happy that you could make a lot of, you could make some time and be with us here today. And so to give a brief introduction, so let me just introduce the speakers here. Lorenzo, yes, he was here with us for the last 1 hour and he gave an awesome talk on radar. So he is the chief scientist at Telephonics and he has a lot of specializations, I can say, and he has a lot of publications, and yes, you all have been hearing from him. And let me just go to the next speaker. So we have also Praveen Kumar with us, who has got his bachelor degree from RVC Engineering College, Bangalore, so one of the eminent colleges here in Bangalore, and also he has got his MS in Electronic Engineering Power System from Michigan Technological University. He holds a graduate diploma in Astronomy, Astrophysics, and Hybrid Electrical Vehicle Engineering. He has worked on hybrid automotive engineering projects with Volvo, General Motors, and U.S. Department of Energy. In addition to being office leader and program manager of Florida in the role as a high voltage protection engineer with Commonwealth Associates INC, Praveen has worked extensively on system protection with a special focus on transmission grid and substantial protection for major utilities. His interests include renewable energy, interconnection, small grid, economic analysis, and market research. He has been a student member and now an active member of IEEE with past 12 years here. He is currently serving as a chair for IEEE Professional Affinity Group for Region 4 and has been an IEEE leadership role since 2012. He is also a member for Energy Policy Committee of IEEE USA, and his committee efforts are directed towards energy-related activities of legislative and executive branches at all the events of U.S. government. So we welcome you, Praveen. And our next speaker is Zeid, who has received his MSc degree in Electrical Engineering from Texas University, College Station in August 2009, and he has also earned his PhD degree from Department of Electrical Engineering at Concordia University, Montreal, Canada in 2015, and he is currently a senior researcher in Cisco, manager at the Senior System and Internet of Things Lab at Quenton University. He is a senior member with an IEEE and currently serving as IEEE R7 Young Professional Committee Chair. So we welcome you, Zeid, for this session.
Thank you so much, Ashwini, for this invitation. Thank you.
Ashwini, we also have Hasala joined us. You can also introduce him.
Oh, nice. So we also have Hasala with us. So Hasala is the fourth-year PhD student at Clemson University. He has received his bachelor's degree in electrical power engineering from University of Moratuwa in 2010, and he also has his master's degree in electrical power engineering from Nagoya University of Science and Technology in 2015. He is currently a researcher with Clemson University, Real-Time Power and Intelligence System Lab. In the last 10 years, he has worked at LTL projects, Statecraft, and Minal Lanka. His industry career highlighted was LTL, where in contribution as electrical site manager of Kilonchi Grid Substation. This project was the first large-scale development project of post-war Sri Lanka directed at regulating the economy of war-torn north. Hasala research focused on intelligent voltage control of the distribution grid. In the last few years, he has also contributed to promoting open source tools for distribution system analysis by organizing webinars and workshops within the IEEE PES YP continuing education program that he initiated. So he is also a current PES student branch chapter coordinator, US and Canada, chair IEEE Region 3 Young Professional Committee, member IEEE USA Energy Policy Committee, member PES YP and Membership Development Committee, and also member of IEEE MGA B2 Committee. In the past, he's also held positions such as YP Chair Sri Lanka Section, Webmaster Norway Section, Student Activity Committee Chair Norway Section, and PS Chapter Chair Predominant Section. He is also a General Chair of IEEE 2020 PS GST Congress, and I would like to welcome Hasala for this YPGS session. So we are all here to know a lot about all our region chairs, like how they have contributed, and they have all come to one level here. It's just not just because today or tomorrow, yesterday what happened. It's like years together, the efforts they have put, they are all here with us on a great platform, and also they have a great positions there. So first thing I would like to begin with Lorenzo. So you have been a leader, right? So what do you think that was the best practice in running the affinity group in your region level?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I want to say I'm not the YP Region 1 chair anymore. I was until last year, but okay. I still remember a little bit of Region 1. So look, the problem with the affinity group, I believe that the best practice in running an affinity group is to actually do a lot of events. This is really what makes it like a big difference. And come up with a social event. Social events are usually nice because they give a chance people for networking. And also, maybe we talk about it later, tours for industries so that young member can see other industries that might not be working there. Like you are working on a company, you want to see what another company is doing. Young professional can give you a chance because they organize those tours like that. And in this way, the member can expand their network. I've seen this one to be very successful. And the affinity groups that are doing that, they're actually the one who also have an active community. The one who don't do much of this activity here, they are pretty much a little bit dead.
Yeah, so that's great. I think it's a great initiative what you've done. So Hasala, how about you? In your region, what you have really contributed on, and new things what you have come up with? I think your voice is not audible, Hasala. You have to connect your audio. No, it's not audible. Okay, till you fix with your audio, I can just shift to Praveen. So your views on this, Praveen?
Sure. I think, I think you had a couple of questions in there, so I'll just converge all the answers. And I think Hasala and myself are having some WebEx issues this morning, but hopefully you can hear me now, and if it's worked out okay. One of the key things. Okay, good. One of the key things to keep the YP affinity groups engaged is regular communication. One thing, it's a volunteering role, so everybody has to contribute their time. We are all here as volunteers, right? And the challenge is that a lot of the affinity groups, a lot at the section level, we run into issues where sometimes it's difficult to find volunteers to even conduct any events. So one of my main goals and what I have been able to do is get the process started to create more affinity groups to begin with. And once you have an affinity group started in the region, you appoint somebody who you know or you comes recommended from the section chair who's a young professional that can do well. They can take the baton and keep running from there. And I think that's the key thing. You need to empower others in order to be successful. And we went from almost having very few affinity groups 4 years ago to now having more than 16 out of the 22 sections that we have. And to me, that was the first step. And the second step is to get them, like Lorenzo was saying, I think social events are very important. There are a lot of places where the technical information is disseminated in the first place, work, other technical conferences that IEEE does. But YP Affinity Group as a whole is a very great networking place. for young professionals. And I think having social events kind of gives that place to interact with others. And nowadays, engineering is not just in one field, right? You need to know a little bit about what's happening around the world. It's more integrated. And so just having regular communication with affinity groups helps, and having more social events definitely has played a role. One thing we did try that was, I would say, semi-successful was a game night, a virtual game night. And it was the first of its kind. We were trying something in Region 4. We had about 25 attendees, which was good for a start. But then again, the more people you get, trying to plan all that virtually has been a challenge. It's one thing to do a treasure hunt physically. It's a whole different story to do it virtually. So it's a learning process still with COVID times.
Yeah, I think perfectly said, because anything happens only with the team. So, I mean, solely we cannot do anything. So having a perfect team is very, very important for doing anything. So going ahead to Zeid, how would you like to add your points on this?
Thank you, Ashwini. So first of all, I want to congratulate you for this amazing event. I think yesterday, it went for yesterday and today. I didn't attend. I didn't have the chance to attend, but I attended Lorenzo's presentation today, and again, want to thank you for the invitation and for inviting me basically to share my ideas. I am serving as YP chair for Canada since for the last 2 years, basically since 2018. And what I find as the best practices, in addition to organizing events and showing the value of membership, it's to be positive. Being positive is something that I learned during the last couple of years. I will explain what I mean. Is when you take positions, especially volunteering positions, many people take it for easy. So they say, okay, this is a volunteering position, I don't commit. And some people, they take positions as a chair or vice chair and so on, but they don't do the work. My attitude is to keep positive with these people and encourage them, get them involved. As a YP chair, I get a lot of complaints saying, okay, someone is taking the position, but he's taking the credit, but doing nothing. I always say to be positive. Just keep working with these people, try to get them involved. Every IEEE member will eventually help. So being positive, being open to people, not to discriminate anyone, for sure. I mean, like it's diversity, being in a diverse environment and accept people with, so diversity with respect is also one key best practice for leaders, to accept all people to be included, not to discriminate anyone based on like the diversity, all the 15 basically, they can count up to 15 diversity aspects, but also based on their contribution. If they don't contribute today, they will contribute tomorrow. So that's basically one best practice. But my main target, I am in the IoT lab. I see that the best thing to get me involved is to bring speakers in my field. So what I try to do for the last, I would say 5 years, because before that I was serving as IEEE Ottawa Young Professional Chair. And before that I created Qatar. Qatar did not, it's Region 8. They didn't have a Young Professional Affinity Group. I created and I served as a chair. My main goal was to help people in their field of interest, bring the speaker on 5G, 6G and beyond, big data, and related aspects, blockchain. So these are like hot topics. We basically succeeded for the last number of years by helping young professionals in their field of expertise. Bring a speaker that serves the technical need. If you are a master's student, starting your literature review on blockchains, and I'll bring you a very renowned speaker in that field, certainly that will be a good boost for you. So basically, that's the technical aspect. And I fully agree on the social aspect that's needed, especially now in the pandemic, brainstorming ideas that keep people involved. Because now I see many even active volunteers, they don't They don't want to do the job anymore. They say, okay, let's wait for the pandemic to go. And so it's finding new ideas to keep these people active volunteer involved. It's very also one of the best practices for the continuation of the affinity group. Thank you.
I think that's a great gesture. What you have told, like having a commitment and determination is very, very important in IEEE to volunteer. So that's really well said. So Hasala, I mean, points to add from your end.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Ashwini?
Yeah, perfect, Hasala. I can hear.
All right. So firstly, thank you for the kind introduction and for inviting me for this nice session. Yes. So when it comes to Region 3, we never had a committee. So from my side, I decided that the job of the region is to set the tone for the affinity groups to operate in. So just to give what our values are, just like Said said. So it's what our values are. Like, what do we expect of you? And then, of course, moving forward, what is our strategy? Like, what is our strategy for the region? And then, how do you make this team together? You know, like, unlike other regions, say Region 10 and Region 8, where you have a lot of, it's more like democratic and republic. It's like more of a political movement where the whole thing changes from year to year, from director to director, you have a new board. In our regions, it's not like that. We don't have many volunteers in US and Canada. So it's always the same volunteers that end up in the board, different positions maybe. So we don't have volunteers. So it's important to get this team together, because if you don't have a team, that would not bring the value. So we need to have a strategy. We need to have a team. So a lot of things goes into that, like how do you appreciate your volunteers, and how do you give them value for the work that they do. But at the end of the day, like with respect to the region, the best thing that we can do is make a team that is dedicated and a team that's bonded, you know. So that's sort of what we are looking at Region 3, just the team. Just forget everything else. We just want to make sure we have a sustainable young professionals movement, and our focus is just the team. Over to you. Did I answer you, or anything else you want from me?
Yeah. It was just perfect, I can say. So the whole team, as most of the panelists here have said, that's more important as anything to happen. A successful team is more important. So you have a great team, then obviously you get a visibility and you can do a best thing for the society and for the student people, like whoever requires it. So my next question would be we always see that most of the student members do not convert into YPs. So that's the one big drawback what we see in the IEEE community. So maybe because when they're students, they have all the liberty to do a lot of things, and once they're committed in their career, so they just drop down because they have more focus on their career. So what was the measures taken from your region to convert this membership or to retain the YP memberships? So over to you, Lorenzo.
So you're talking about the membership fee. So I might be a little bit different than the other people, but so I know there is a push for people to say we should drop the membership fee so that we get more people. But the problem, I don't know now the number in India, so I apologize for that. But at least in the US, it's about $200 for a fee, and an average salary of an engineer when he starts, a young professional, might be around $50,000. So $200 out of $50,000 is actually not that much. So trying to push you from 200 to 100, for example, I don't think it's going to make a lot of a difference, because it's really not a lot of money. especially when you compare it to other societies like the medical society, the surgeon and so on, and they charge thousands of dollars for a fee. So when you put it in perspective, it's not really the money the issue. It's more like, going back to the previous question, is what we offer to a young professional after you are out from school. As you mentioned, when you are in school, you have a lot of activities happening right in the school. When you're out of school and you go to work in a company, those activities look like they are not there anymore. Many people, like my colleague here, they just mentioned it. It's hard to organize events and people don't do it at all for a year. So they say, like, what do we do? I pay $200 every year and there is nothing for me. And that is really what is penalizing, in my opinion, the value of the IEEE. If people don't see a value attached to this $200, people will not join the IEEE in the future, which is going back to the previous question. We need to do more events, more social events. There is a rule that you have to have at least 2 events per year, but many affinity groups don't even do that. And so in my mind, it goes back to the previous question. That is the fundamental issue. As long as we don't have activities, social events, networking events, as well as technical events, but that's a different argument now, we cannot keep engaged the young community, and so they will not pay the fee and they will never join.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things. So here in India, we have like students have around $20 fee, and then comes to YP, it's around $85. So I think it's a big transition what happens from students to the YPs. I think we have to come up with some recommendation, and where all the region young professionals should take it up to the higher level, and also we should do something for it. And Hasala, you have anything to add on with this for the retention of YPs?
Yes. So let me first address the issue of the cost. So you might not, I don't know if you know this, but there was a sectional Congress recommendation, and then we didn't even need to do that, because right now they are working on changing the way the fee is put into place once you graduate. So there'll be more gradual increase in the pay from maybe next year or the year after, but that is right now in the works. I don't know if the whole cost will be decreased, but I know that it will be made more gradual. And on the retention, so the retention currently, Ashwini, is around 10% or less. So 1 out of 10 will be staying as a professional member, and then the rest would not. And I have no issue with that. So it comes down to 2 things. One is the things we give them as IEEE for young professionals, the value proposition we have, and on the other side, you have what they want. So it might be that what we give does not match with what they want. And that's fine, but at the end of the day, as a region, YPs, leads, what we need is to try to understand what IEEE scope is and how we can meet it in such a way that we generate the value proposition, the best possible value proposition. And mind you, you cannot meet all the requirements, or whatever everybody needs will not be out there. But there will always be something that we can give them, and we will always get less retention. So retention itself is not something that I focus on too much. My focus is just about giving the best value proposition to our members, and understanding that some of them will not feel that that's what they want. And sometimes we cannot give them what they want within the scope of IEEE. So, but we try. So that's always a struggle. That's something we tune up, and then we see changes in our, in our set of YPs. So it's always an ongoing process, and it is a challenge that we as IEEE are facing, like throughout, not just YP, but throughout the spectrum of IEEE offerings. Yeah. Over to you.
I think many of them would get a placement just after their graduation, and they get a good package. But maybe some of them who would really, struggle of getting into a good companies or maybe a good package. So for them, it would be a big challenge again here. So again, it depends on individual, as you said. So over to you, Praveen, your views on it.
Well, I might be slightly of a different opinion than what Hasala just said when it comes to retention. Our region has made it a focus to ensure that we actually focus more on trying to retain the students to YP transition that you talked about earlier, Ashwini, in your original question. You talked about the drop. You have a lot of student members, and then you have this drop, and what is being done to kind of address that. Now, our region has made it a priority and I was instructed by our region director to focus on that group of people, basically from 20 to 30, right? Just focus on that group and see what can we do to improve. The value proposition, I agree with Hasala. Yes, we have to do that, but the challenge is how do you focus on that group of people? Well, one of the ways we came up with was have an increased collaboration between the Student Activities Committee and the Young Professionals Committee, and started conducting events together as well. So that has actually changed a few times. I would say it's still too early. We started it last year, where we started hosting events together, hosting meetings together. So what is happening now is we are trying to give that value proposition to student members that see what the young professionals are doing, which industries they are in, and it's also providing them a path for networking, at least for the volunteer side. Now, the biggest challenge, why that gap even exists, which I think, because we keep talking about it on a very regular basis everywhere, right? Most IEEE meetings, you do talk about the gap. Why is there a big drop between student membership to regular membership? The fees is one aspect, but I agree with Lorenzo. I don't think it's too much. Even though here a big chunk of the fees in the United States, we end up paying for IEEE USA, which is a whole different story. Majority of the fees go to that instead of IEEE. It's an entity within an entity, but then you also get other value-added proposition from being part of the IEEE USA on policy issues and education issues and things like that. But the main goal to fix the gap, I think, is not fees, but just the fact that a lot of folks, when they graduate, a lot of students, when they graduate, they end up moving to a different city, and they've lost touch with the people that they would volunteer with. And here they have nobody to actually pull them back into the IEEE way of doing things. And not everybody is so self-motivated to volunteer that you go out of the way to reach out where your local section is and things like that. That happens, but doesn't happen as much as we would like, right? So I think that's the main thing. Once they leave, they kind of drop off the radar. And those are the folks that we need to reach in order to make that happen. But this has to be done at a corporate level. At the region level, all we can do is try to educate the students more about the benefits, at least the volunteers, the benefits of IEEE membership. And that way they can see the value no matter where they move after they graduate and get a job.
That's said, I feel. And yes, even we, our Bangalore section, our chair, Mr. Praveen Kumar also came up with one strategy, like we all YPs came up with strategy, saying that if you become a YP member now, or if you were not a member, you did not renew from past 2 years, so if you renew this year, so he said, like, yes, we will give you all the major conferences, what the flagship conferences coming up or flagship events coming up, we will give you for a free entry. So yes, even that motivated few of them, but again, that was a little minute one because not really exactly like everybody got to know like how would this conference go on. So maybe this year, if they would have seen a lot of events, what is happening, then next year they would obviously come up saying that yes, even they want to become a member so that they get a option of attending a lot of major flagship events for free again. So over to you, Zeid, your opinion on this?
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. So I will echo all aspects that were covered by my colleagues. In terms of, I have like two probably contradicting opinions, so I'm not contradicting myself, but I mean, if you ask me about the membership, I will say it's totally worth it. So I fully agree that it's worth the value of membership. But there are challenges here. The first challenge is the visibility of benefits. So there are many benefits that are brought to us as IEEE members, but sometimes it's lacking visibility. Many people, I think that's in terms of retention, students, when they graduate, they don't see the benefits of IEEE. They don't see the resources. They don't see that there are educational activities. They don't see that they can get access to many conferences for free. So as a Communication Society member, for example, student can get to conferences like ICC and Globecom, which are like one of the best conferences in the field, for free. So that's not, you cannot get that if you are outside IEEE. So making these resources and benefits visible to students will definitely help them to stay as members. Because here, I will come to my second opinion later, but about the membership fees. But I will say that we need to classify young professionals or people who graduate and then go to, either they go to academia and they do a master and PhD and then they continue in an academic way, or they can also go to grad school and then go to industry, or they go to industry directly. But I'll classify it as academic and industry. Academic, like I said, they can go get access to these conferences. They can get to IEEE Explore through their university and then do research. Because, I mean, as researchers, we cannot survive without IEEE Explore and the latest innovations in being in one of the communities. If your area of interest is Internet of Things, you need to be in the Internet of Things community. You get access to the latest innovations, the latest news, the latest articles. So in terms of academia, it's mandatory, I think, to be an IEEE member to be successful in terms of getting access to the resources. You can opt not to be an IEEE member, get other resources, but it will be more challenging. The second probably one that is missing more visibility is the industry. What is the benefits to me as an IEEE member while being with the industry? So I probably focus on senior membership. When you become a senior member in the industry, probably that's highly valuable also. If you continue to be an IEEE member and you contribute to your field, you probably will be an industry IEEE fellow. But I think more visibility to the benefits of IEEE to people in industry is needed. The last category of people that are not employed, I agree with Lorenzo when it comes to the membership fee. It's basically negligible when you are in the US or Europe or even in some places in Middle East, North Africa, and India. But I will contradict myself when I say that price is too high for people who are, for example, in some places. I will mention Tunisia. I mean, the economic are I will say average, not very low, not very high. But when you think about $200 US, that's the salary of a worker. But the good thing, IEEE has electronic membership. So I will say also IEEE does accommodate electronic memberships, which is reduced fees. They also accommodate special needs situations why someone who is not working on financial difficulties. I think they have also accommodation for such. So basically to say, I will see that to summarize what I said, the price, the membership is worth it. Now the challenge is to make it more visible in terms of benefits, and this will help the retention of members, and also to work on different areas, either in academia or industry, or people who are seeking jobs, because people who are seeking jobs probably, or they seeking positions, academic positions, and so they need to be accommodated, and they are already accommodated, but we want to make sure that we support these people more to keep their involvement in IEEE. I think that's basically these are my points. Last point, I was attending the Region 7 Board of Directors meeting last week, and a question was asked to Stephen Welby about compensating active members. So a lot of active members, they don't see value themselves. So I said, okay, or the question said basically, what about a 50% discount on membership of such active members? And the response was, which is understandable, IEEE does not allow or is not allowed to establish a certain relationship with its members. So compensating members with a discount code of 50% will make a relationship between IEEE and those members, which is against probably the bylaws of IEEE. So yeah, there are many ideas that can be presented, but again, I think through these discussions we can come to new ideas that can, like Hasala said, these can be recommendations for the future section Congress, like in 3 years. So let's see how it works. Thank you.
So I think every panelist have a various view on this, on maybe a membership fee or this, but it again depends on the place or the local place where you are. And so we'll just go to the next question here. So Lorenzo, like in your region, what was the new initiative which was taken, and what is the success rate? Again, any new initiatives would not just become success in a year or so. That would again attract the members to be YP members and to retain the YP members. So could you just share some initiatives from your region?
So in my region, I had to admit that when I started, it was really in bad shape. And so my only goal was simply to make sure that we have enough YP affinity group chair just to have them around and make sure that they can do at least 2 events. That was the bare minimum I was asking for. Remember, as a region, region 1 coordinator, that was really the role. And that was what I was trying to focus. But again, I'm just talking now as a section YP. So I'm in Long Island, which is very close to New York City. In that case, I was actually organizing event, and I want to take. I think Praveen was mentioning that the big issue was like when people were, moving to the region and they don't know anybody, and we realized that, and so at the local level, we were trying to create this event every month. It was standard. Everybody knew that there was an event every month, every Tuesday at night. And we were really trying to push any engineer. In that case, it was not just young professional, it was any engineer, social event at the same place, so that we try to welcome new member and talk with them. I personally was there trying to engage with them, because it's the biggest challenge to get a new person that has never met anybody to join a new community. It's tough. I don't know if you remember your experience when you had to join IEEE and you didn't know anybody. It's a big barrier. And so we had to defeat that part. And so social events at the local level that are very welcoming, and in my mind, they should be always the same every month, so that people know exactly that they are happening and people always can go there. It was a very good experience at the local level.
That's really great, what we have really heard from Region 1. So over to you, Hasala. How about from Region 3?
Yes. So one thing that I personally believe in is that we need to be in contact with our local, with our grassroots. So we had a lot of town halls. So every quarter we have a town hall where any member. So we invite all the members, all the young professionals in the region, and then we have a very frank discussion, like, what do you want? What are your problems? How can we help you? And we also have big town halls where we have, like in the last town hall, we had our region director, we had the president-elect, the director-elect, all sitting there and taking questions, just a frank discussion. So I think that is very important, to be in touch with your members so that, we retain what we have and we try to give them that network. That is what we have here in the region. We have the network of these awesome leaders, and that is the value we can give them. And then we had the mentoring initiative, and I think that is also important. So that also leverages on the network we have in the region. So anybody in the region could apply to be mentored or be a mentee, to be a mentee or be a mentor. So, and because we have that network, we use that, and that's ongoing. So if you are a YP member in Region 3 and you want to be mentored, you can be part of our program. So, so that's some of the initiatives that we have. So we had webinars, we had webinar programs, things like that going on. But that should be some of the initiatives that we had in Region 3.
That's really nice. I can say yes. I really accept about this mentor session because even this year we Bangalore section started with Mentor for You. There is something called as Mentor for You, where we connected a lot of YPs from industries and to the students of final year especially, because they would really lead them to a better, better way, so that they even help them or they guide them for their projects and also for their internships and also for the placements, any openings. So it's a nice networking thing, what we can really fill the gap between the students and also the YP to keep that retention again. So over to you, Praveen. How about in your region?
Well, I think Lorenzo and Hasala did a pretty good job of covering every point that I wanted to make as well. And I agree with both of them on that. I think mentoring, networking, those are the key. But one initiative that we did take, I think I'm in the same boat since I took this position over last year, like Lorenzo was just to get the number of affinity groups up. I think the Region 4, which is the Midwest of the United States, has a problem where you have a ton of universities, but most of the jobs end up being outside this region. So people move out to California or other locations where there are more jobs available. And so just the numbers from student membership to regular membership is probably the steepest of any other regions than that I have compared with. But one thing we were trying to do is just, it's okay. IEEE as a whole is a fraternity. And even no matter where they go, they should still be able to volunteer. And that's why this new initiative that we started, I think, hopefully will help in the long run, is to have more of a collaboration between the Student Activities Committee and the Young Professionals Committee and having events together. I think that will see us pay dividends in the long run. But the other challenge also has always remained that how do we get across all the benefits that IEEE has to offer? For those of you who know Mahabharata, right? IEEE is like all the characters in the Mahabharata. No one person can know all the characters. It's impossible. And that's how difficult IEEE has become, is just so many things. I've been volunteering for 12 years, and to be honest, every time I talk to anybody that's in a different role, I learn something new about IEEE that I didn't know. So that's how vast and encompassing this is, and we need to streamline it somehow. And there is a lot of work being done in that regard. The IEEE app is one good way, and these are things that are done at a corporate level that I think will help overall. These are the new initiatives at the corporate level that will also help at the region and the grassroots level. So I think it's a question of wait and see. We'll see how some of the Region 4 initiatives work out. And hopefully we'll have a report out in the next couple of years and see if we can do any comparisons of how many people left and have still continued to be IEEE members.
Yeah, I think yes, that's the biggest challenge of connecting people when they relocate from other places. So that's really a great initiative from the region. So over to you, Zeid.
Yeah, so in response to the question of the initiatives, I will say taking the initiative is one of the best initiatives. So I always believed, if you don't do it, nobody else will do it. So I'll probably start with my experience in Region 8. then I'll go to the section, or our section, then to Canada, to Region 7. So when I was in Qatar, I was in Texas A&M University at Qatar. We received emails from Flavia and from IEEE, basically young professional volunteers in Region 8, and they invited us to create an affinity group in Qatar. So nobody responded. I gave priority to senior members to respond and to take the initiatives. They were too busy with their research. So I took the initiative and I created that young professional affinity group in Qatar. We participated in the Region 8 students and young professionals. We had a lot of visibility, company visits and events. So it was really taking the initiative, the key to make things happen. So if you don't do it, like I said, nobody else will do it. For sure, that's not at the personal level. You need to do it in a team. And that will come to my experience in the Ottawa section. I moved to Ottawa for my work at Carleton University, and I asked about young professionals. They said there is only one person. He's registered as a chair, but it's basically no activities. And the way it happened, I became chair in Ottawa. It's basically, I would say, by accident, because there is like a glitch in IEEE system. When I moved from Qatar to Ottawa, the system still registered me as chair. So I was contacted by IEEE Canada Young Professional Chair, Sean Garrity, and I would say that he did a great job, I mean, in his position before me. But the point is, I was contacted and he asked me, okay, you are in Ottawa, you are registered as a chair. I told him, no, that's probably an error in the system. But anyways, I mean, like, I took the initiative, we created a team, and I will give one main success point that we took in Ottawa is collaboration. So like big collaboration in all aspects. One, I know a distinguished professor at Carleton University. He's famous for inviting distinguished speakers. So I told him, okay, he's Dr. Halim Yannikelomoglu, is in the area of wireless communication. So I told him, Professor Halim, whenever you have a renowned speaker coming, I want to invite my young professional from my team and other young professionals. We want to contribute. We want to attend. So we organized almost weekly events with that distinguished. So it's only one contact that brings us weekly events. So that's one key success point is collaboration. Another aspect, we have the monthly section meeting. I made sure to go there monthly. And whenever they have an event, they need assistance, we say, okay, young professionals are here to help. Technical societies, Communication Society is having Dr. Ashtush coming to give a distinguished speech on 5G. I said, okay, let's do it. Let's be in. Student branches, they have activities. They need assistance with the robotics competition. Young professionals are there. So basically building a team and taking the initiatives, being open to collaborations are main success points. Thanks to that, I think the Ottawa section got twice the best affinity group in Ottawa. It was also the best affinity group Canada-wide and recently received the Hall of Fame award. That's probably thanks to the glitch in the IEEE system that made Sean Garrity contacted me. But I think all these key like collaborations and taking the initiative are mainly the key success. I will finish with IEEE Region 7. I was a bit surprised how people starting to deal with the pandemic. Fortunately, many people, they switched to virtual, but I remember my meeting in April, at least 5 or 6 YP chairs, they said, let's wait for the pandemic to end and then we'll come back. I told them, oh, the pandemic is going for a long time. They talk about vaccine, 2 years and 1.5 years. So basically, I told them we need to switch to virtual event. And that was very successful, actually. We focused a lot on technical events, a lot of workshops in terms of dealing with software in different areas of expertise. So this basically type of diverse event brought a lot of benefits to young professionals. And that's basically one key success in the region that is directly related to the success, to the career of young professionals. And we basically made sure that these events continue. Thank you.
So as Zeid said, yes, it is again you as an individual, how much you go approach people and how much you explore things and take the opportunities. So opportunity is everywhere. So we have to just go and grab it. That's what I believe in. And yes, I think it was really a great session where all of you have given a lot of meaningful, impactful points where how young professionals are benefited again. And yes, membership fee is not just the one thing, but with that, the events, what happens around you in your section or in your region is more, it could be a more impact on the people who really want to become IEEE member and who want to retain as a member for whatever long they have. And we can take some questions from our audience before we wind up the session. So any questions that can be typed here in the Q&A box. So yeah, I am not finding any questions. So let's just wait for 2 minutes. So anybody has any questions to be asked from our region representative here, you can type your questions here. Yeah.
Sorry, Ashwini, go ahead. I thought there were no questions. I was just saying something.
Okay. So just one thing, like if anyone would like to answer about, like due to this pandemic, we have done a lot of collaborative events and this virtual events. How it has really impacted you as a personally and also the region wise and also the section wise. So it's your choice. Whoever would like to answer.
Yeah, I can go first if nobody.
Yeah.
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 So I think it's becoming a new approach. Collaboration is basically not an option right now; is mandatory. Now IEEE Region 7, IEEE Canada has implemented that with their representatives. So we do basically Canada is divided, divided in the sense like there are 3. To facilitate the management of different sections. There is the western area, the central area, and the eastern area. And recently we see a lot of collaborations within these areas. So if, for example, Ottawa is organizing an event, we directly see Montreal, Toronto sections very involved. So collaboration is becoming a very key point, either through national or international events. But collaboration also can happen in the same section by collaborating with different YPs in technical societies, student branches, life members. So collaboration is not an option anymore, especially with these challenges. I think we can we need to make it in all our events. So collaboration is needed. That's my point. Thank you.
So anybody else would like to add your point of view on this?
So Ashwini, one thing so IEEE has understood the importance of collaboration, and that's why if you go out there to the VTOLs portal, right now we can put co-hosts, and all of you can report it. So collaborating is encouraged through the system. And yeah, so things have changed. But for me, I feel, and perhaps most of you might share the same viewpoint, just having webinars has not been it has become not as attractive as it was before. So that we need to be more creative in the way so if you are, any of you are leaders out there and you are putting in virtual events, it is really important to keep that personal touch and just to keep that interaction going on. And it's very, very hard to do that. But if we don't do that, we will lose our value. So that's something that I have learned, and that's something that I personally focus on, just trying to get that interaction, just getting the people to speak up to have breakout sessions, things like that, games like some of you shared, ways to just keep that human-to-human touch. So that is a challenge, but that is what we really need to do too, I think.
Yeah, really well said, Hasala, I must say. So yeah, this session was really a great one, I can say, and a lot of insight from all the chairs, from representatives from various regions. So everybody have their own opinions here. And yes, overall, it's like, yes, retention is more important. So let's do whatever we can to retain the IEEE members from students to YPs. And then obviously, once they are into YP for a longer time, it would obviously continue for a longer time. Yes, somebody said something.
Yeah, it's Moinam here. So I wanted a question. I wanted to ask a question to all the panelists. Do we have some time for that?
I think we are running out because we have a chief guest coming. So I think we can just ping them personally. I can share the email ID. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So Puneet sir, any last closing remarks from your end?
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. Thank you very much. So I can see all Region 1, Region 3, Region 4, Region 7 regional chair, YP chairs joining us and providing their insights, their experiences, their initiatives. And as a Bangalore section, when we are trying to create a new platform in the form of Young Professional Global Summit, I think this type of deliberations and learnings, they are going to play a very, very important role for improving this global summit, as well as the activities and the initiatives of Bangalore section. And definitely, I'm sure that some of the initiatives of Bangalore section also would have been recognized by these regional chairs as well. So thank you very much for joining this, and hope you will be providing this kind of support in future versions of YP Global Summit as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as a small token of appreciation, we would like to appreciate all of you for being with us and sharing your insights about having a lot of points on YPs here. So thank you so much for being with us. Yes. So next we have, yes. So actually, I would suggest, if you guys are free, you can just wait for the ceremony for next few minutes, because we have our Mysore Maharaja, that's Mysore King, who will be joining us for the closing ceremony. So if time permits you, you can be there with us for some more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwini and all. Thank you.
Yeah, just can we just click a small group photo before?
Sure.
I'll just stop sharing the screen just a second. Okay. Can all of you just turn on your videos? Bindu sir. So Chengappa is there. So thank you all. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
So over to you, Chengappa. You can start the closing ceremony in another 2-3 minutes.
It would be good if you can bring up the slides.
Yeah, sure. You just let us know once he joins, so we can just start it.
Sure. Yeah, just monitoring.
So participants, kindly stay tuned. We have assigned Vamshi Krishna who will be joining us.
we do have His Highness Yaduvir Vadayar with us. So without much further ado, we would get started. To improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is a great art of life. A warm good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the galaxy of IEEE young professional intellects, invited guests, professors, students, and one and all present here. So it is a matter of immense pride and virtually address you all this evening. On behalf of IEEE Bangalore section and IEEE YP Bangalore Affinity Group, we are delighted to offer a gracious welcome to you all of you. I now request Dr. Ashwini Appaji, Chair IEEE Bangalore section, to provide a 360-degree view of YB Global Summit 2020. Dr. Ashwini, over to you.
Good evening, everyone, and good night, and also good morning to many of them here from people joined over here globally. So I, Dr. Ashwini, Chair of Young Professional Bangalore section, IEEE Bangalore section, would like to welcome you all for this closing ceremony of Young Professional Global Summit 2020, which is happening since yesterday. And this event is a flagship event of Bangalore section under the aegis of Bangalore Technologie Conclave, which is happening from 3rd of November 2020. So here today we have His Highness Yaduvir Krishna Chamraja Vadayar, our chief guest for the day. I welcome you, sir. We also have our BTC chair, Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, chair of IEEE Bangalore section. We have our IEEE chair-elect, Mr. Bindu Madhava from IEEE Bangalore section. We also have our invited guest, Dr. Abhishek, who is the past chair of YP Affinity Group of IEEE Bangalore section. So this two-day event, I can say it was just wonderful and a great overall event of young professionals, where this whole event was conducted by young professionals and also for the benefits of young professionals and by the young professionals. So here we had speakers from various universities and also various big industries, I can say. So the topics covered were all on young professionals as an entrepreneur, then young professionals, how their journey was all around, and advancement in circuit design of in the role of young professionals. And also we had Mr. Quenton, a NASA engineer, who spoke about Be the Best, and he was also a motivational speaker, I can say. The day started today with a lot of motivational talks. And we also had Dr. Nacer Chahat from NASA, who spoke on CubeSat antennas for Earth science and planetary exploration. And we had a great Chairs Meetup. I must say it was one of the great meetup for all the young professional chairs of Bangalore section, IEEE Bangalore section, from various sections like Bangalore, Madras, Hyderabad, Gujarat, Bombay, and also Pune. So the chairs of these different sections all met up and also came up with a lot of technical activities what they are doing. And we also had Dr. Taimoor Abbas, who spoke on role of 5G for V2X communication, and he was from Huawei Technologies from Sweden. And we had Nikhil Mathur, who took a workshop on cloud data analytics and artificial intelligence and machine learning. We also had a panel discussion on young professionals in this technical world by various speakers all around the world, from Indonesia and from Malaysia, and also from other parts of India, like from Reliance Jio, and also startups like Cell Prop Private Limited. And we had a great talk by Dr. Lorenzo Lo Monte, who is the chief scientist of Telephonics and also a vice president for education here at IEEE. He spoke on history and future of radar and electronic warfare. We also had the last session for today, just 5 minutes before this closing ceremony. That was all on young professional region chairs. It was a round table meetup, we could name it as we had people, we had chairs of young professionals representing the various regions around the globe. That is from Region 1, Region 3, Region 4, and Region 7, who shared all the views on young professionals and their benefits, and also the initiatives taken in various regions, the way, how young professionals can be a great one. So I hope this 2 days event got a lot of exposure for a lot of participants on all these topics, which was covered by our speakers. And I think all of you are really awaiting for our next session to happen. So before that, I would like to ask our chair, Mr. Puneet Mishra, to welcome our chief guest.
Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you very much. So I'm really honored and privileged to welcome His Highness Yaduvir Krishnadat Chamaraj Wadiyar Saab for this Young Professionals Global Summit, which is the concluding event of the 5 days mega industry focused event, namely Bangalore Technologie Conclave. His Highness YKC Wadiyar Saab, we want to inform you that this Young Professional Global Summit is conceived and conceptualized in Bangalore section as a global platform where young technologists and professionals across globe can come, deliberate, learn, share, and they should be interacting with each other so that we can learn the best practices from each other. I think Bangalore section is the first section across globe in IEEE which has initiated such kind of platform where this entire program is being organized, managed by young professionals, and even all the speakers, including you, they all are young professionals. I am not a young professional, so I am not part of this event. So I am not a speaker. Only I am in the inaugural session as well as in the valedictory session. So this kind of unique initiative, we thought that yes, we have to train our youngsters from very beginning so that over the years they are ready, they are future ready to take up any responsibility. I can say any higher responsibility coming into the future. With these words, with this information, once again, I would like to again welcome you on behalf of IEEE Bangalore section, on behalf of IEEE Bangalore section Young Professional Affinity Group, as well as on my own behalf to this closing ceremony. Thank you.
Over to you, Chengappa.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. The fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. Dear all, we are delighted to have His Highness the King of Mysore, Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamaraj Wadiyar, as Honorable Chief Guest for this valedictory ceremony. So so he has in fact identified with several developmental causes. Is the President and Trustee of Sri Chamaraja Arts Education Trust Mysore, Ambassador of Advisory Board Kalisu Foundation. In modern times, with the shift in political landscape and in the moving of administration, he has focused its efforts to be a center of heritage of Deccan and continues to stress always the importance of history, culture, and tradition of the state. The traditions and practices of the Palace of Mysore are unbroken for over 400 years, after inheriting the same from Vijayanagara Empire, whose legacy is embodied within that of Wadiyars of Mysore. I now hand over the virtual podium to our Honorable Chief Guest, His Highness Yaduvir Wadiyar, to address the gathering. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of the body of the IEEE Bangalore section and everybody else the ceremony of Young Professionals Global Summit 2020. I am Abbas, represent what is a legacy of over 400 and that has been ruling the state of the last 5 years. It's always been the tradition and moving forward and understanding how that would evolve and be a part of the modern world. But as we go forward, I understood that this tradition or heritage is not just limited to what the cultural aspect, but also a legacy truly of innovation and entrepreneurship in Mysore. state of Mysore was famous for its entrepreneurial and innovation activities, what we would term as entrepreneurial and innovative activities in today's times. We set up many institutions of everlasting value, and it is my good fortune to have been, I don't know if it is luck or coincidence, but since I've come to this, take up this responsibility, I have had the honor of being at the 100-year ceremonies or the centenary ceremonies of many, many institutions, Karnataka, Soaps and Sandals, just a little bit before the Indian Institute of Science, the University of Mysore, several repute that have lasted a century. And this is, I think, a principle or an ideal that's something that we should build upon. Building institutions or building ideas or putting together brands or putting together companies today that will last 100 years. A vision that it will contribute beyond the time that we are here for. I think that is something that is truly honorable and something that we should look towards building, and is something that we're hoping to capitalize on moving forward. This idea or this ideal of everlasting value is something that has flown together in our family, and is something what I hope to build on moving forward and supporting structures today's several startups or maybe even several ideas that are innovative or entrepreneurial going forward, especially, of course, focusing on areas of culture, of activities, but even broader than that, very much so. Of course, Bangalore being the capital of India is truly also an upholder of this legacy or an inheritor of this legacy. When we talk about legacy, we often limit it to certain individuals, but in truth, it is something that is by all across the board. And it is our responsibility for to take forward this joint inheritance. And I think IEEE, it is something truly that is the need of the time, and of course, given our current situation, doing it virtually. Thank you so much for having me here. I look forward to our continued collaboration and moving forward, of course, being a part of the Palace legacy. When we talk about the Mysore Palace, it is often, of course, in legal terms, of course, it's ours and our entity to take forward, but going forward, a joint upliftment and a responsibility of taking forward that tradition of old Mysore, today's Karnataka, of building towards these institutions of everlasting value. Thank you so much, and I understand the events are, of course, a grand success, so my congratulations to all of you on a successful conclusion of this event.
Thank you very much, sir, for your influential message. We are charmed by your sharp fluency. Your words are full of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge. So I now request Ashwini to present a virtual memento. Respected sir, since this being a virtual event, we would like to hand over a virtual memento.
I'll be presenting the screen. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and making our closing ceremony a grand success. Your presence means a lot to us, and I think this is just the complete of this global summit, what we as young professionals Bangalore section have started. All your blessings is required for us to go further, and thank you so much for joining. Namaskara.
Let's now move on to the let's now move on to our next session. We have a very energetic and dynamic leader and IEEE volunteer, past IEEE Bangalore section chair, Dr. Abhishek Appaji. Dr. Abhishek Appaji, over to you.
His Highness Eduvur Vadiyar ji. We are very privileged to have you first and first. And to start off, congratulations to entire YP team. And today is not only closing of Young Professional Global Summit, but also it is closing of the entire BTC, which was materialized in a very nice way. Congratulations to Puneet, Chair of IEEE Bangalore section. He has been wonderful energy. His energy is equivalent to COVID-19. The way it is spreading is like COVID-19. It is spreading all over entire Bangalore section, and also not only here but globally. Thank you, Puneet sir, for organizing wonderful event. I've been part of most of the sessions of all the three events, starting from BTC and then WIE Summit, as well as the Young Professional Global Summit. And secondly, wonderful organization of entire Young Professional Bangalore section team. Dr. Ashwini and team, I could see Chengappa, who has done wonderful job. Dr. Ashwini hosted this entire and invited a lot of global speakers, which was really surprising that many of them agreed and they've come, and most terms of timings, nothing was delayed. Everything was exactly on dot. We started, everything was ended. Chengappa, Moinim, Pramod, wonderful designs. Quenton was there with wonderful designs. Samarth, and all the entire team, they were there. It was really amazing, and this legacy should continue. Maybe the next chair, that is chair-elect Gitansh, will take this forward and make this a grand success. Again, congratulations to entire YP team as well as the entire Bangalore section. I'm very fortunate that I'm part of IEEE Bangalore section. All the best to all of you again. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for your words of encouragement.
Chengappa, could we just quickly take a group photograph once with all the panelists?
Sure, we can do that.
Panelists to kindly switch on the video so that we can just quickly take a group picture and just have a screenshot of it.
Your Highness, we also request you to come on the video for a few seconds so that we can just take a group photo. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you everyone. Chengappa, you can carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashwini. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and leader adjusts the sails. The sails for this particular event, YP Global Summit, were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and a person who gave us the belief to bring this event together. Is none other than our beloved chair at IEEE Bangalore section, Mr. Praveen Kumar Misra. Dear sir, we would like to hear from you.
I think Chengappa Bindu Madhava is also there. I think we can ask him to first go and then I will take over.
Sure, sir, definitely. So, nothing great will be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so. Dear all, we are happy to have with us Mr. Bindu Madhava, Chair-elect IEEE Bangalore section. I request Bindu Madhava sir to share a few words with us, and also probably the plans he has as a Chair-elect for next year.
Good evening to one and all. And of course, good afternoon, because it is a global summit, and some places it is good morning. First of all, I would like to sort of congratulate the complete BTC organizing committee, and YP Global Summit happens to be a part and parcel of the BTC. And I'm happy that I was there in the inaugural of YP also, and the valedictory of the thing. First of all, I would like to sort of thank the current chair, for having me for this particular activity. I've got a little small thoughts I thought because I was there for the last session. So where there was a lot of things which was discussed, especially the conversion from the students to the regular member. This happens to be a via media sort of space. My thoughts are basically, I think we have to have some sort of a scheme to support this particular program, especially the YP, because it happens to be the sort of bridge for the students as well as the regular member. So some scheme so that, and it should be tied with the technological enhancements which are taking place. I think His Highness was mentioning about 2-3 things. Innovation. So many times he mentioned about the innovation. The other thing which I thought is we should involve a lot of startups, especially the technology front startups, and we should see how we can engage them in this particular area. We should also try to sort of how government, especially the government of India, will look at this complete IEEE as a professional body, and then we can do that next year, trying to sort of that we can some specific programs and then have major programs for the startups. And the technological areas was very interesting, which the YP had focused on. But I was also wanting to see something on quantum, because there was a lot of things which were happening and it is futuristic. So if quantum can be a part and parcel of this particular program next year. And like I have already started telling in many of the programs that cybersecurity happens to be the major concern of the country. So I think the focus area of the next year in all our conferences and workshops and whatever the thing, there should be something on cybersecurity and privacy. Because that is the area where, because of the penetration, and the COVID also has given us some sort of a space where this becomes an important part and parcel of the IT penetration. So with this particular thing, I think I would like to congratulate of course, there is nothing to congratulate the chair of Bangalore section, because every program is some sort of a unique thing what is being done. And like always, he says it is one of the vibrant sections and 5th in the world. So I think his dynamic leadership has set a benchmark. So my only worry is how do I sort of reach that benchmark, whatever has been set, and try to see whether we can sort of cross that particular benchmark. So that is the major thing which is in front of me. But definitely I can assure that with whatever the activities which have taken place, and of course with your support next year also, we should be able to take it forward to a different level. I would like to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So it was indeed a great pleasure to hear to you, and also the insights that you shared around concerns of cybersecurity and which area we need to focus. And also very aptly mentioning that YP acts as a bridge between the academia and the industry, in fact. So with this, I would request Dr. Ashwini for the next session. So Dr. Ashwini Appaji.
To just announce the prizes. I mean, we had a social media contest where we had people like who hashtagged us and also made a good poster on a theme like young professionals, future leaders. and they had posted on social media with a lot of likes and lot of information on it. So we have the prize announcement right now. So I would like to request Puneet sir to make the announcement, and I'm sharing the screen, sir. Over to you, Puneet sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. Thank you very much for all the participants. We have received several hashtag information, but committee, the jury found only one entry as the best entry, and I think I'm not able to see still the screen, but what information I'm having that the post was from Quenton. Yes, so this is the YPGS 2020 social media contest winner, Quenton Keshav. Congratulations to you, Quenton. And it is really wonderful. Vibrancy he has brought in. The way Bangalore section is vibrant, the way Bangalore section affinity group is vibrant, same way he has brought a lot of colors as well as vibrancy in this poster. Very, very congratulations to Quenton.
Thank you so much, Puneet sir, for announcing the prize. So yes, I would like to even present the thanking moment to our guest and also invited guest, Dr. Abhishek. Thank you so much for being a part of this closing ceremony and being a past chair. Yes, even your motivation was not required for the summit to become the successful event. And yes, I would like to thank our chair-elect Bindu Madhav sir for being a part of this whole event and having a great backbone support for us for making it a successful one. And yes, this whole event wouldn't have been successful without the volunteers is what I can say, because it's not the one-man army what we did, but the whole team behind this whole success, grand success is more important. So this is the whole organizing team. So I would like to thank the first thing, Mr. Puneet Kumar Misra, who was the chair of BTC and being a part of YP, and also like who has motivated us to take this forward and make it in a big scale. Having this global summit was not so easy. A planning from past 3 months was all required, even though it was virtually connecting to a lot of speakers all over the world. And we really had a successful event all over. So thank you so much, sir, for making this a grand success. And yes, my whole team of YP, I would really like to thank you all for being a part of it. Mr. Samarth, Moinam, Pramod, Neha, Nikhil, yes, of course, Chengappa, who really did an excellent job on executing this whole thing and also planning of this whole thing in a bigger way. And also, last but not the least, even Dr. Ravichandra, Ketan, Amog, Anirudh, Ashish, who really had a great designing capacity of making our website a great one, and also the posters, publicity, social media, this is all required for us. So wherein from beginning, since yesterday morning from session 1, we have got a lot of social media promotion where our speakers were so happy and they've all posted on the events and talks and us like how excellent the whole sessions were and how timely we have maintained everything, and all our speakers were amazing. Last but not the least, yes, our session wouldn't have been completed without the attendees. Where we had a lot of speakers here, so I would like to thank every individual speaker here who are part of it, making our YP Global Congress Summit a successful one, and also the attendees who are here patiently listening to all the speakers and have carried, I believe like you all have carried a lot of information back home on this. So thank you all for joining with us, and have a great day and also a great time ahead. And this is the end of Global Summit, and thank you. Special thanks to our chief guest, His Highness Sri Aravindhan Anbazhagan, for being with us and making a great grand success of the closing ceremony with us. So thank you so much, sir.
Please hold on. Thank you for all the efforts as the chair of IEEE Bangalore section. And in fact, like acting as a bridge between IEEE Bangalore section and the YP affinity group. So in fact, it was your leadership which really has made this event to reach global heights. Thank you once again, Ashwini.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chengappa. It's all my pleasure and support from whole team of Bangalore section. And also, like I would like to thank the EXICOM members who are there here in the closing ceremony. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. So we are in the last mail, in fact, of the valedictory ceremony, and I would now request our IEEE Bangalore section chair, Mr. Puneet Kumar Mishra, for the closing remarks. Sir, over to you.
Very much. Yeah, it is really nostalgic now. We prepared for this Bangalore Technology Conclave. I think when I took over the time itself, I have decided that we are going to change the way industry engagement is happening. And we took several rounds of deliberations among ExCom members, among industry team members, delaying because we wanted to create a trilogy of events like Connect, a very, very focused event for research as well as academia. Then Bangalore Humanitarian Technology Conference for humanitarian activities, and this Bangalore Technology Conclave was conceived to be an industry-focused event. And this, under this umbrella, we wanted to have WI Global Summit as well as YP Global Summit because there is a synergy between industry as well as women leadership in the technology as well as young professional leadership in the technology. So we thought that it will be a good idea to these major events under a single umbrella, namely Bangalore Technology Conclave. Even though it took time for us to conceptualize, materialize, and implement it, but yes, these 5 days of, I can say, sheer delight of knowledge and knowledge enrichment, most importantly. I can see from the feedback what I'm getting from the participants, they all are very, very happy. And you may be happy to note that in this global summit, we are having close to 100 speakers, not one or two. There are in all these 3 events, whether it is the Bangalore Technology Conclave, which was focused for artificial intelligence, Women in Global Summit, Women in Engineering Global Summit, as well as YP Global Summit. If you add all the speakers, panelist speakers, as well as keynote speakers, we are having close to 100. In fact, precisely 95 speakers. So you can imagine the amount, the mammoth work being done by the organizing committee to reaching out to these 95 keynote speakers, those who are who in their respective fields, including the valedictory session chief guest, So you can see this entire effort is being done by members from the WI ExCom members as well as the YP ExCom members in last 10 months, and very, very sincerely and in a focused way in last 3 months. In fact, we have weekly calls for all these events, and every week we were having some additions. Even though this is a pandemic time, COVID-19 time, we could not do the physical event. But yes, we have found out our own way of engaging members by going it virtual. I think this is one of the plus point for us, because this being the virtual event, few of the speakers whom we would have not been able to bring them in our physical event, but they also agreed. So I think this was the blessing in disguise. But I'm sure, Dr. Bindu Madhav, I can assure you, giving you a very, very grand legacy behind us. The team is so vibrant. The team Bangalore is so vibrant that even I'm there or not there, even any XYZ is there or not there, they will be able to take the Bangalore section flag very, very high. I don't have a slightest of any confusion in that. I'm very, very privileged to have this kind of team. We have to only just tell them that this is the thing we want to have it, and they will do it. Another very important thing, this being an industry-focused event, I'm also very proud to say that 90% of the speakers, they were from the industry. So this is the another uniqueness or the high point of this Bangalore Technology Conclave, where we could really bring in, we could really brought international as well as who's who in the country belonging to industry, working in industry, and they were when the words are coming directly from these giants or technical experts, you can imagine the kind of knowledge they will be sharing or they will be imparting with our IEEE members. So I think this is one of the high points of this year in the Bangalore section. And again, I would like to take this platform to again announce this is again, even though we are ending this 5 days of mega event, before ending itself, team has come with again a new summit. This is called IEEE Data and Storage Summit, which is going to happen on November 18 to 19. So you see that how much vibrancy is there. One event is not completing. We are ready with the another event, and again, lot of industry participation. Industry, they are going to collaborate with us and have events or workshops or summit in which they want to collaborate with IEEE, they want to share their expertise, they want to provide a platform, they want to create a platform where they can also learn something from others. So this kind of vibrancy, what we have brought this year, even during this pandemic time, I think this is really commendable, and this has happened only because of this team effort. With this, I would like to stop at this point of time, and again I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank His Highness YKC Wadiyar as well as all the participants who have made this event a grand success. Of course, again, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate my execom members, volunteers, YP execom members, WI execom members, as well as student volunteers. All this creativity which you are showing in the form of digital posters, digital thank you, plates, they all are being done by these students. And that too, when their classes are going on. And they will be, even in the midnight, if we are sending them message, they are ready with the answer. So I'm really, really honored to have such kind of very, very vibrant, dynamic, and energetic team. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Puneet sir, for again your words of encouragement. With this, I think like we have come to the end of 1 week extravaganza on which we had on technology, starting from BTC, WIE Global Summit, and YP Global Summit. And also, like Puneet sir was mentioning, we have already planning up with another data and storage summit. Like we have already pasted on the chat window for the URL. You can just browse through it, and in fact, like register to the event if you are interested around data and storage management. Again, this is free for all IEEE and non-IEEE members. So please make use of this opportunity. And again, I appeal to all the participants who are here. If you are not an IEEE member, please do become an IEEE member. So that like you can see the difference of engaging with this vibrant community. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Thank you all.